Hello, everybody. My name is Boulevard. Joining me today is SparklingiceT, and we are here for the World Championship Regional Qualifiers for Legends of Runeterra. Ice-T, how you feeling today? Are you excited for this high world-class Octane action?
I can't believe it. My hand is shaking. I have a lot of people in here today that I'm really excited about. Again, this is the best of EMEA battling it out today. It's not only seasonal winners, it's seasonal runner-ups, it is seasonal point contenders, and it is the best players from ladder battling it out today. This is the height of competition. I wouldn't say I'm more excited about this than the actual top cut from the World Championship itself, but this is so exciting because it's just EMEA's best battling it out. And you know what? We are the best region anyways because we are the current world champions, so why wouldn't I be excited for this?
Yeah, that's why you couldn't find a second EMEA caster to do this with you. Anyway, so the bracket that we're going to be doing, it's going to be a double elimination bracket here. We have 64 players, and we need to whittle it down to 5, which is a little bit of an awkward number. So what the players are going to be doing is going through that upper bracket. We're going to qualify 4 players through the upper bracket and then 1 through the lower bracket. Now, in terms of how that's going to play out, it's going to be a little bit awkward. We're not actually going to be qualifying anybody today. We're going to have to sort of set that up and then come back tomorrow for the last couple of rounds. So 4 rounds in the upper bracket and 5 rounds in the lower bracket is what we're going to be slugging through today. No prize money on the line once you get into the World Championship top 16. That's where the money really comes in. So today, the players are just looking to book their ticket to that event next month, December 8th through 10th, I believe.
Yes, that's going to be super exciting to see. Again, no money on the line today, but there are also no spots on the line today, right? Because today, no one actually will qualify because this is basically a 2-day event. Tomorrow is going to be for all the marbles, but today we will see who will get there because, you know what, people are getting used to the seasonal format where we do end up with a lot of players that are used to Swiss. So, you know, if you lose 2 times, you can still make it if you have a good ladder spot. No such thing here. Double elimination is as ruthless as a competition can get. Basically 2 losses and you're out, but with 1 loss you can still make it. You just have a way longer way to get to that qualified spot.
Now, let's talk about the meta, T, because that's what everybody wants to know about, right? We can talk about the players all day, but let's talk about the decks that these competitors are going to be slinging, and we're going to start off with the most popular deck from all 3 regions, Red Gwen, which I knew the deck was going to be, like, relatively popular. I didn't think this was quite the level we were going to find it at. And as you can see, a sample list here, I think I just ripped this off Runeterra AR, and honestly, this one looks a little bit weird in terms of like the Disintegrate and the Spellslinger. But what you're really getting out of this list, the important parts, you have very cheap removal through Quietness and Ravenous Flock. You have aggressively postured units, and then you have the Harrowing as a great finisher against control decks. Ultimately, Red Gwen just has a very solid spread of matchups. It's not like the most powerful deck in the game by a wide margin or anything like that, kind of like we're used to seeing in the 1-deck meta of the seasonals. Instead, it's just a solid, well-rounded beast.
Yeah, and to quote a man who forced me to quote him, Broken Ball said, "This is the new Sivir Akshan." And you know what? Everything you just said kind of fits with Sivir Akshan as well. Maybe minus the Harrowing. But just a really solid mid-range deck that can win a variety of matchups and has some real playmaking potential. It looks pretty simple on the surface, right? It looks pretty smog, but once you get into it, you have a lot of playmaking potential in this deck, and I absolutely love how this one is set up, not only because Gwen is one of my favorite champions in the game, but also because it really uses that potential that SI and Noxus always had. We have the Flocks in here, we have them combined with the Val Feasts, we have the control tools in the Quietus, we also have Noxian Fervor and Might, which are just like a little bit of burn on top, and then we have the rallies with the Ruined Reckoner that obviously work well with Gwen, Eternal Dancers. So much synergy in here, you gotta love it.
Yeah, I'm a big fan of the Reckoner package, but if we can move on to look at our first competitor that we're going to be highlighting, the quoted competitor himself, Broken Ball. Going to kick things off with this discard aggro list. Jinx did pick up a buff in the most recent patch. Will now make a rocket upon level up instead of just every time you empty your hand as well. Although, of course, you only get 1 rocket per turn. You can't level up Jinx and then, you know, draw some cards and then re-empty your hand, get a second rocket. Nothing like that. But it has been enough to put the champion back on the map in a couple of different builds. Lulu Jinx didn't really show up this time around. Echo Jinx, something players were looked at. But of course, we have to return to the basics of just Draven Jinx discard aggro. There's not a lot of silences in the meta, which means cards like Crowd Favorite are back in full form.
I'm getting a full flashback to the past here. This is basically minus Fallen Rider, the aggro deck of the past, right? Draven Jinx was always there, and it was just a real nostalgia flash seeing this. I think this could be really strong. I'm still not super convinced, because obviously we do have a lot of control in the meta currently, so this might struggle, but the new buff to Jinx might help there, and you know what? Even back in the past, drawing multiple Jinx could get you that win versus control.
Yeah, and I'm actually a little surprised, just before we move on, to see Flame Chomper's main deck, but not Boom Baboon.
Yeah. Boom Baboon is also one of Broken Ball's favorite cards, so it's even more surprising that we don't see it in here. But this
still just mourning the loss of the one attack.
Mourning the loss of the one attack. Maybe it's just not fast enough. Hey, like needing one more turn to set up that Flame Chomper might not really be enough, right? So
yeah, I mean it's a measure of speed versus value, and as you mentioned, control is pretty heavy in this meta, so you just have to go as fast as possible and maybe taking the turn out, because there are a lot of 2-drops in this deck, right? The Battlecaster, the Rider, the House Spider, probably just not worth it to put the Baboon in there and sort of wait back on the Flame Chompers. But take a look at the next deck here, which I believe is actually going to be Broken Ball's version of Red Gwen. As you can see, it's a little bit different than the sample we had, but again, the important part is just those 1-mana removal spells, right? Quietus and Ravenous Flock just do so much for what this deck wants to do. And B-Ball, you know, leaning into the aggro playstyle here, actually main decking Legion Rearguard as well.
Yeah, Legion Rearguard, really interesting tech choice here. Just going way more aggressive, maybe leaving a bit of playmaking potential at the side of more consistency. We also have, again, one Noxian Fervor, no Might. I like this deck list overall. It's just like kind of a mix between, like, we have like the Spider aggro mixed in somewhat with the Legion Rearguards. Really dig that. That said, the Mark of the Isles is also a card that can absolutely blow your opponent out of the water. It is a really, really interesting card. I tested a little on ladder, playing Ephemerals. Felt really great, just because it allows you to dodge a lot of removal. That +2 health is super, super important. The +2 attack obviously helps out here as well to find lethal, because you have a bunch of Fearsome and Overwhelm units. Just all in all, really cool card to include.
So one of my favorite things about Mark of the Isle in this deck specifically is that Seraphine is very popular at this event, which means Mystic Shot is running pretty much everywhere. Katarina is one of the best cards in your deck, but she does need to get an attack through, and she dies to Mystic Shot. How do you make that happen? Mark of the Isle, because Katarina will recall to your hand before the ephemeral can trigger. So you can use this Mark of the Isle as a bona fide protection spell for that champion with absolutely no downside.
Yeah, what's interesting, this also obviously works with any quick attack unit and their level up. So this also works with Gwen, right? Gwen will level up before she dies. This mainly works with Gwen in general. So really, really cool card. All in all, really cool deck. We talked about it before. So let's see the third deck, which is going to be a bit different. And this is one of Broken Ball's favorites. We have Talia Ziggs. This is a deck that Broken Ball has brought to many tournaments and has been recently playing as well in Aegis. And now it's here. We see the one-off Arsenal, and we see a one-off newly buffed Safety Inspector. What do you think of that?
So I like the Safety Inspector. I think that especially with Drop the Bomb coming out, you've got a lot more access to sort of removal spells tied to landmarks. I think this deck is really cool. The problem I kind of have with it is that I talked this deck up a lot coming into the World Championship. You know, it's sort of this classic control counter, just in the sense that Ancient Hourglass decks are usually going to do pretty well against Vengeance decks. It's just such an efficient trade of resources. But I copied a list from Ladder, took it to Ladder myself to make sure that this deck was what I thought it was. Ice-T, I went 1-9.
Ooh.
I've never... I feel like I could have played a meme deck and done better than I did with Ziggs Talia. And I don't know if it was my build, if it was the spread of matchups I was seeing, or what. But in a tight-knit environment where you are expecting to see a lot of control, you know, I do expect Ziggs Talia to do very well, and it's rather popular on the day. But, man, my personal bias against the deck has really kicked in over the last couple of days.
I can totally understand you. Whenever I tried the deck, also didn't quite work for me. It's just not what I really like to play. But also, it's very, very meta dependent, right? If you run into some heavy aggro lists, if you run into spiders with this, you're looking pretty bad, especially if you don't have the perfect curve. But as you mentioned, against control, we are so set up. The Endless Devour, still one of the strongest cards I don't know how that card dodged a nerf so far, but mainly because, you know, the deck fell out of favor a bit in the past. Then we obviously have Quicksand, which helps us in the mid-range matchup. Ancient Hourglass is nerfed, still pretty good in the deck to maybe double up on your champions. You know, Talia works really well with it. There's this neat little trick where you just, like, Hourglass Talia, play another Talia, all of a sudden you have 3 Talias, you attack, and you, like, completely fill up the stack. Your opponent can't attack with your attack and everything. It's pretty cool. So, I think the deck can do a lot of work. It is, as you said, maybe not like an instant brink, but for someone like Broken Bow who has a lot of experience on the deck, I think it's going to work a bit better than for other people.
And something I want to highlight here about B-Ball's list specifically is we don't see any copies of, its name is escaping me unfortunately, but the 5-mana 4/4 that gives all of your champions +2/+2 and Overwhelm as long as you've destroyed 4 landmarks this game. We don't see any copies of that. We only see 1 copy of Absolvers, so there's not as much traditional Overwhelm finishing power, and I think that's where the triple Hexplosive Minefield is going to come in for Broken Ball, because usually you don't see this card as a 3 of, right? You might see it as a 1 of, and usually only if Unleashed Energy is in the main. So rather than going for these big Overwhelm plays, understanding that the meta goes kind of tall, B-Ball's just going to stun out the blockers instead.
Dude, Hexplosive Minefield is one of those cards that is just, it's so annoying to play against. It's so goddamn annoying to play against. It's so good. It's like a card where you don't think, hey, this is going to be a main deckable card, but it actually is. It actually is a main deckable card. What's really interesting is that because we have a lot of new additions to like the landmark archetype, what we don't see anymore in these kinds of decks is, now the name eludes me, the 3/2, the one that generates a landmark.
Oh, like Bomber Twins.
Bomber Twins, yes. We don't see Bomber Twins at all anymore.
Don't worry, we're learning all of our card names on the fly. I promise we're professional casters, because Herald of the Magus is the card that I was talking about. Ignore the fact that I just had to look it up.
Oh, yeah, Herald is missing. Got replaced by Safety Inspector. We do have the one of Arsenal. Arsenal obviously a bit weaker now that it can't get Scout, but still a really strong finisher. So like one of your ways, like, you win against control, right? You have like a big Arsenal, like Spell Shield, Elusive, you can get through there. And the good thing about Arsenal is, like, once it loses Spell Shield, if you are lucky and you pop a few landmarks, you might reapply that Spell Shield.
Yeah, also, Ancient Hourglass on the Arsenal will put it away with all of the keywords it currently has, resummon it with those keywords, and then give it a new slew of keywords on summon.
Ooh, true. True.
So if you max out on keywords, you just start racking up impacts.
See? That's good. That Arsenal still a carry. Love to see it. It's one of the oldest cards, right? Currently in the meta, because I wouldn't say power creep came in, but a lot of the older decks, and I say older, this is still Bandle City deck, right? But it feels older at this point. Just have to phase out, but Arsenal's still here, kicking, you know? We kind of saw a renaissance of all of these cards. Victor, Arsenal, Pantheon. I think the death of keyword soup cards was greatly exaggerated. You know, like, people thought, hey, you can't get Scout anymore. All of these cards are going to die. Pantheon found his way back. Now Arsenal might find his way back too.
I know I'm sad Pantheon found his way back, because Udyr, or not Udyr, but Ice-T, I'm sure like me, you're a pretty big Udyr fan, right? I know you like the Freljord. It's pretty widely regarded as the worst region in the game. And I think Udyr's like in an okay spot. The problem is that any Udyr deck would just be better as a Pantheon deck, and the things that target Pantheon also just target Udyr and a little bit harder. So he's just never really getting his day in the sun, and I'm waiting for Pantheon to get out of the meta so we can finally get my boy in there.
Yes, but you know what? We are also finally waiting to get into the game, and BB is now playing, and we have his opponent, and friend of the stream, Ace Bombastico is going to be Broken Ball's opponent. So once we are ready, we are going to hop into that game. Super excited to see these two players specifically. This is a matchup that I was always hoping for. Unfortunately, Broken Ball usually does not play in the same tournaments as Ace, except Aegis. We do see Ace in a lot of community tournaments, like Monday Madness, for example, and other community tournaments, obviously, like the LoR tournaments. So, super excited to see these two facing up. It's Italy versus North Macedonia.
And just to give you a quick rundown of Ace's lineup before we get into the game, they have brought Red Gwen, Feel the Rush, good old traditional Trundle Tryndamere FTR, speaking of blasts from the past. And then sort of the new deck that many people probably thought was a meme, but Pursuit of Perfection, Aphelios, Seraphine, Vi. We're on the 3 Aphelios, 2 Seraphine, 1 Vi. I'm not going to sit here and count up the different cards in the deck. I'm kind of eyeballing the side to see if it can actually tell me how many unique cards are in this deck, but it's a lot. The only 3 of is Aphelios and Back Alley Bar.
Back Alley Bar. That card is going to cause a lot of headache today and tomorrow, I'm going to tell you, okay? This is one of the cards, I think, the official Runeterra parody account was posting out all of these player previews, right? And I think a lot of people said, hey, I want Bar nerfed. Because this card has just been too good, maybe? It's like the same problem with Peak, right? Yes, you have a lot of upfront costs, but you have like so many mana reduction behind it that it is just kind of breaking a few matchups. Let's see if it does today as well. But it looks like we are ready to finally go into the game, and we will see our first match of the day, which is going to be Broken Ball versus Ace.
All right, so we're just sticking with Ace, right? We're not the full Mr. Bombastico 7.
We could. It would be a bit much, though. It would be a bit much.
It would be a little bit much. And what is this? Oh, okay. I thought both players were using the baseboard, but now I see that Ace is actually using the, I think it's the not Star Guardian, but the high school type one, Battle Academia.
That's an Ace special, actually.
I don't see this board often.
Yeah, as someone who's forced to cast Ace almost every Monday, just as a small thing, I do like a random deck tournament every Monday, and Ace is like one of the consistent players in that tournament because Ace is a cool snail. I see that board a lot. Ace always brings it, and it's a really cool board with a really cool soundtrack, but unfortunately our main spectate is on BB, so you guys will be able to enjoy just the basic LoR board soundtrack, which is also really nice.
And Ace also on this Legion Rearguard version of the Red Gwen. Only 2 copies in here, though, not full in on that 1-drop package, but, finds it on turn 1, followed up by an Elise on turn 2. This is about as good of an opener as you could hope for. Unfortunately, the Harrowing, this is not really the matchup that you're looking for it in, but, we've got the Quietus already lined up for a potential Arena Battlecaster. We've got the Vile Feast. Things are looking pretty solid here on the side of Ace.
Yeah, just a really, really aggressive start, and again, you really need that because this card aggro can get out of control so quickly. So establishing board control early is really good, especially if you can just back it up with Vile Feast, Quietus, so you have a lot of removal as well that can help.
I'm a little surprised to see Broken Ball go for the Draven here. The one thing that B-Ball does have going for him in a big way is that crowd favorite, which you want to get as wide as possible, get it down on curve, because there's nothing in Ace's deck outside of, a block and a Ravenous Flock that's going to deal with that, right? And, it's not imperative that he gets it down on turn 4, right? That is a defensive turn. You can kind of spend turn 4 going wider and then, play it on turn 5 when you go into the attack. Unless you're worried about a Stun Spider, which Ace is running, so we'll see if that can come in the next couple of turns to kind of punish this, how B-Ball developed here.
Yeah, Arachnid Sentry is just really, really great card in such a variety of decks. And it's actually a huge part about Nox's identity, right? Being able to have that stun tempo play. Without that, I think Noxus would look pretty old. Like, Flock can rotate, but as soon as Sentry rotates, we're gonna have a problem.
Oh, yeah. And I actually do want to applaud Broken Ball sequencing here. What you get out of playing the Draven first, rather than going wide on turn 3 and dropping the crowd favorite here, is now you have axes to protect your Arena Battlecaster from Quietus.
That's true. That is huge. Now we also see that you have a few cards in hand that you can actually discard with those axes to get some additional value out of this. I wouldn't be surprised to see Broken Ball just take a couple of favorable blocks and then go wide into crowd favorite or into Battlecaster next turn. Again, this turn you could develop House Spider plus Battlecaster, and then next turn you obviously would have a huge crowd favorite ready.
Okay, it looks like we're actually going for the Vision for a few trades. Now, I feel like this is the last turn that Broken Ball is looking to take damage, but he's got so many different tools in hand to just go as wide as possible here. You've still got the House Spider, the Zaunite Urchin. You can throw down like House Spider Battlecaster. You've still got an axe with a Oh man, now its name is escaping me. Jury rig. I swear we'll remember card names as the day goes on. I'm going to call out like everything that comes off of bar, no problem, but the actual playable cards I can't seem to remember. But we should be getting a rather large crowd favorite here on the following turn, and still no Arachnoid Sentry in sight for Ace.
Jury Rig just wants to thank you for calling it a playable card at this point.
There's like 6 discard aggro across the, what do we have, 192 competitors across the 3 servers?
Ooh, there we see the play you were mentioning. We do get the Battle Axe. Yeah, I mean, discard aggro was one of those decks that Simon, for example, was really trying to sell me last week. And was like, okay, this is going to be huge for Worlds. It's back. Jinx is back in full force. Not that many discard aggro after all then. But if they make a huge impact, maybe I change my mind on the archetype and Jury Rig.
At least you've got people whispering to you about decks that showed up, all right? I had Lulu Jinx in my ear for the last 3 days. You know how many Lulu Jinx showed up in the 576 decks? 0.
Dude, you know what? You're looking at the best chance to see that deck right now. BB was your best chance to see Lulu Jinx. And if BB isn't playing
and he went for the Noxus variant.
Yeah, if BB isn't playing it, the deck's just not it right now.
Yep. Here comes the big crowd favorite, the swing turn of the game. Ace can deal with this with a block from the Reckoner and a Noxian Fervor, but this is going to be an insane amount of damage coming in this turn. Legion Rearguard unable to block. No burn in the hand of B-Ball. Going to 5 here on... Oh. Ace kind of planning out, what do I feel like getting off the board? What do I feel like my life total needs to be? 5 is... I think 5 is relatively the same as 6 if we're just talking about burn damage, because you're either getting hit by double Get Excited or you're getting hit by a rocket and Get Excited, right? 5 and 6, not really different there, but now can afford to let another Jury Rig slip through, or even a House Spider if we're just talking about the Get Excited finish off. And there is a Get Excited now in the hand of B-Ball.
Yeah, so here's the problem.
And then Arachnoid Sentry just a second too late.
We don't really have any Hallowed stacks. So we can't really go for like a big overwhelm lethal. So like just swinging in with this just kind of gives B-Ball the signal to go for it next turn. I don't think B-Ball would ever play into the Arachnoid Sentry. I think this just is very much like an open attack setup. I don't think there's anything B-Ball could draw. Maybe a second crowd favorite that could deter him from this open attack.
I'm lining up the defenses in my head, and I don't think there's any way for Ace not to take this overwhelm damage. And as soon as that happens, the Get Excited should be enough to finish the game.
Yeah, we had an aggressive start for Ace, but the Legion Rearguard, while having pushed a lot of damage, kind of shows also the weakness that the card has, right? Unfortunately, you just can't block with it.
And yeah, we're just sending in the Legion Rearguard again. Broken Ball's probably going to let this go. There's only 1 Noxian Fervor in the list, so you know that at 5 life you're still safe. There's no double Fervor nonsense coming out of your opponent on the following turn.
Yeah.
Might take a block with a House Spider just to get it off the board, but I really don't think Broken Ball needs to do anything here.
No, this is basically Ace hoping Broken Ball will block, because this is like, again, this unit can't block. There's no surprise that Ace is sending in this Legion Rearguard. It's like the only card that can't block. You can't set in anything in that can block, and this can potentially set up, for example, a Fervor on the crowd favorite should the crowd favorite block and B-Ball make a mistake. But B-Ball is playing this calm. Let's it go through. As you mentioned, only 1 Fervor. B-Ball knows if I let this go through, there's no way I die, and the open attack is a pretty sure way to win this game.
I'm mathing it out. I'm pretty sure Broken Ball wins on the open. Even if he doesn't, though, the Get Excited definitely guarantees it. So, first game of the regional qualifiers of the EMEA World Championship. Gonna be going over to Broken Ball here.
Woo! BB showing up. That said, we still have a couple of games in front of us. Obviously, discard aggro, usually favored in those aggro matchups, right? I think the only aggro matchup that discard aggro is not favored into is probably Nightfall.
Well, unfortunately, you all do have a Nightfall aficionado here in EMEA, and one thing I noticed going through the deck lists for all 3 regions is that a lot of players who have signature decks showed up with their signature deck. So if we get Doombeast Dyna on camera a little bit later on, we will have a Nightfall game.
Hey, at least we know that we always have a game to swap to once the game that we have is over, okay? Because Dyna is not only known for Nightfall, okay? There are multiple things that Dyna is known for, and one of them is maybe playing the game a bit slower, a bit more methodically, a bit more thought out, you know? But let's go into game number 2 between Ace and Broken Ball.
That was quick on the deck selection there, just immediately back into it. Another harrowing in the opening hand of Ace.
Yeah. Harrowing is a card that can help you a lot in a bit more mid-range control-heavy matchups. Once it gets to the very aggressive matchups, it is quite a bit harder. Though, in this matchup, where you potentially could trade a lot, just play defensively, you could actually just completely blow out Broken Ball with a well-timed Harrowing.
Another guest. Wonderful.
We'll see what we can get into the death pool. At the moment, I'm a little worried for Ace. This is a rather slow hand here. But it can kind of depend on, you know, does Broken Ball feel like getting down this Katarina on turn 3? Because Opulent Foyer is a great defensive card if Broken Ball chooses to develop here. And there's no real reason not to, right? You might as well throw out the Katarina. Or the Elise, either one. I was going to say, the only thing that really kills the Katarina here is what, like double Vile Feast or a Vile Feast and a Flock? It'd take some doing.
I mean, the Elise is just going to be dealt with by an easy Quietus. That said, the defensive tool did not come in, but Opulent Foyer this turn will still generate you a Ghastly Ban, which means that you will get stacking on that Hallowed, which is really good because we see that already we have the Reckoner combo in hand that can be really scary once you get a few Hallowed stacks. So far, no Hallowed stacks for Broken Ball, but Ace is doing pretty well with it right now.
And a very timely Gwen top deck here gives him a solid play for the turn. The Midnight Raider wasn't looking great, or the Ruined Reckoner, rather. Katarina not looking phenomenal. So the Katarina, or not the Katarina, rather, the Gwen going to do a pretty good job of, you know, setting up the turn for Ace. Unfortunately, the Katarina from the side of Broken Ball can be able to set that up for the Flock with the Blade's Edge. And that is one of the big powerhouses of Katarina. There's this weird statistic running around where Katarina is in the most decks in the World Championship. She is the champion that is being played in the most decks. But for the most part, she's only a 1 or 2 of in them. She's so good for finishing the game and the swings and all that, but she's also a great utility card with that Blade's Edge. But not good enough to be a 3 of.
True. I mean, Katarina is like one of those cards that I think people actually were like close to crying for nerfs of Katarina when Yasuo Katarina was wreaking havoc a bit, you know? But still, she is kind of in the same spot as something like Vi, where like you rarely run a 3 of Katarina. There are like a few decks that do want to do this, but most of the time you want to have like some other champions in there that can help you out with the early game, and Elise is really good for that. Elise is one of those cards, you know, we have a ton of the basic champions back from beta that received a variety of buffs. Not Elise.
No one gets in my way.
Elise has been good back then. Elise is still good now. Never needed a buff.
Yeah, no nerfs either. And I know back in the beta days, people thought Elise was a little bit strong. It was just kind of going in every deck. But I think that was more about the card acquisition format that we had at the time, where just everyone built Spider aggro week 1, and then we couldn't really build another deck for like a week. And then we were all just like, what deck do I go into next? Okay, well, I still have Elise, so I guess I'll try to fit that into whatever. But getting back into the game here, Broken Ball taking the swing with Katarina, now has that champion at level 2, will be afforded 0 mana Blade's Edges. And Ace has some plays here. You know, you could go for either Reckoner defensively, right? You could say, hey, you know, I don't want the Spiderling to be able to block. You could try to get another attack in with the Gwen, but I think you have an idea that there is that Flock in the hand of Broken Ball, and still at 1 mana. Cannot stress enough how important it is to have these 1 mana removal spells. You still get to play so tight with your unit development and have these blowout cards.
Yeah, BB just setting up the Katarina for next turn right now. Goes in with the Reckoner, which means that next turn this Gwen, potentially not a blocker anymore, is taken off the pool for that one. But Ace sees the chance. There is no mana except 1 spare mana for BB, so this is the safest play you can get for your Katarina. Maybe looking for an open attack next turn.
All right, Blaze is going to take out the Spiderling, and it is important to remember that there will be another Ephemeral summoned on the side of Ace, a few more Hallowed Death pools getting built up here, and this is going to be pretty substantial attack. Decent damage coming in at Broken Ball this turn.
Ooh. Why are we blocking?
I think this is a glimpse angle.
Yeah, but why are we blocking the Katarina?
I think if you're going to block Katarina, you're going to glimpse to deny the level.
Alright. Makes sense. You don't want the rally this turn, right? The big problem is obviously that the rally is still going to come in, unfortunately, if Ace ever commits to the Ruined Reckoner.
Just going to see all this play out. Quite a few hallowed stacks into the death pool now. I didn't see it hover over Ace's deck there, but I believe we are now up to 5.
Yes, we are. 5 foul, that is pretty
I forgot
good.
that I'm spectating one of the things, and I could have just moved my Discord out of the way to look at that myself, but thank you, T, for checking for me.
Yeah, this is a good thing, right? Just by the way, huge shout out to Riot for giving us these spectator counts. So we are actually spectating the game. We can actually go in here and show you guys the stack. We can show you guys the eye and everything. So if there is ever anything we need to clarify, it would be here. But the Ruined Reckoner comes in for Ace, just as we mentioned, and that means BB says, okay, this game is not winnable anymore.
Broken Ball scooping up his first Red Gwen mirror of the event. That is not a good sign, T. There are a lot more Red Gwen mirrors to be played.
Yeah, as we mentioned, most popular deck. It's the new Sylvia Akshan. BB said it himself, so it's probably going to queue into quite a bunch more. But I'm excited for the last game. It also means, by the way, that we will not see Ziggs Talia for this matchup, which is really sad but understandable. Like, I think Ziggs Talia is like one of those decks that could actually hang with Red Gwen in a weird way, right? Because you have all these stuns that just really help, and then you have a few ways to easily remove Katarina and Gwen. The Rite of the Arcane just dealing 4 damage is perfect for the situation.
Oh, absolutely. And it does mean that Pursuit was taken off the side of Ace, which I also understand. You know, even though the deck is full of all these one-ofs and stuff, it is still... It plays a lot of same-ish cards. A lot of removal.
Alright, but let's get into Game 3, the final game. Again, today is...
Oh, no, the Pursuit is being played, actually. I lied. I forgot that it was Red Gwen that we saw twice in a row on the side of Ace, so it actually will be the Pursuit of Perfection deck that we get to see here. It was FTR that was taken off the table.
Oh, that makes a lot of sense. I wouldn't want to play against FTR if I'm BB with my lineup.
Yeah, you know, Avalanche is back in full force. It's not something like that is the one thing that can happen to discard aggro. Yes, it wins the aggro mirrors. Yes, it's very explosive, but there are some hands where you will just fold to a turn 3 Avalanche.
It's kind of funny. I don't know who it was, but I saw someone on Twitter saying that they're like seriously considering Lurk. And I was like, dig deeper. And people really dug deep for this Worlds, man. FTR is back. We won't see it here. We will rather see a couple of new kids on the block battling it out. But man, it's nice seeing old man FTR still being still seeing some play, especially in a World Championship.
I don't know what it is with these EMEA players, T. What is with this magnetic attraction they have to the harrowing in their opening hand? I
don't know. And it didn't help in any of those matchups so far. It might help. It might help on this one. Honestly, this might be the matchup where it actually does stuff.
Maybe. I'm gonna keep a close eye on this Pursuit of Perfection as well. It was kind of weird. Like, I was naming all these decks, right? And I've had people already kind of complaining that the deck naming conventions that I used are not super casual friendly. And there were some Pursuit decks that are just not playing Pursuit. But I had already named a lot of the decks Pursuit, and I don't really know what to call this deck if it's not playing Pursuit, because the only consistent champion across all the builds is Aphelios.
It's Aphelios. As far as PNZ,
we'll just call it Ruben Pile, and everyone else can just kind of deal with that. But here we are getting the Aphelios down. How many cards are we at for this Pursuit of Perfection? 4 out of 20 T. Perfect.
I don't think we're gonna get there. You know what? You are worried that we won't get to the harrowing. I think we should worry that we don't get to the Pursuit of Perfection. It's probably also not in this deck for this matchup. That said, BB is having quite the curve right now. Can play the Fallen Reckoner next turn, take another blocker off the board.
They won't get past me.
Yeah, things are not looking solid for Ace at the moment. Now, there is an Aphelios in play, and there's a Vi in hand, which can always change things, right? We can get like a Severum onto a Vi, can really undo a lot of the damage that Broken Ball is going to deal this turn. And we do have this Sunburst if we want to just deal with the Reckoner straight away and even deny the second Minotaur coming out of it. But we are down to just Aphelios as a blocker, so we might just have to take the full brunt of damage coming out here. And I believe there's 2, maybe even 3 Hallowed triggers in Broken Ball's pool right now.
I would imagine we give up our Aphelios here. At least we want to get some damage on Aphelios. We want to block some damage here. And, you know, there are quite a few pings. You know, you have Katarina, you have Valface to look out for. But I think you have a second Aphelios in hand, so that's fine. If this Aphelios dies, you got a block, your opponent has to spend a card to remove it. I think you're pretty happy with that one. Glimpse Beyond is so important for Broken Ball here. This is the refill BB needed, because look at the hand. It's looking pretty grim. Yes, we have a Howling, but you know what? I think we might want a few more resources.
Oh,
here.
wow. See, I was thinking that the Glimpse Beyond would be used to dodge a Severum this turn, as I feel like Ace is probably going to want to get that online.
Yeah.
But instead, Broken Ball just dodging the Calibrum instead might get punished for it by a rather large lifesteal swing.
Especially because you can put that Severum on the bot. But, oh, the Valface comes out. We want to deny the Severum. It's not going to work out.
All you need is a burst speed spell, and you've got the Severum straight into your hand, assuming that that is what Ace cycled into with the Calibrum, and then you can throw it down onto your Gearhead and get a substantial amount of life back here.
Okay, I'm gonna tell you something. Do you always have like the Aphelios chart in mind? Because honestly, like when I play Aphelios, I'm like, okay, I want Severum now, but I never think about what I want 2 turns after.
I am very deep into the Aphelios pool. That is my most played champion in Legends of Runeterra. There was a time it was my most played champion in League of Legends. And he's very complex, and a lot of people get confused by him easily, but I've just spent so much time hanging out with him that I've got all the lines down, man.
Yeah, it looks like BB will actually get punished here. I don't know. Now that you mention it, just dodging the lifesteal would have been perfect. We did not have a perfect play. With the Harrowing, we kind of had a play for next turn. So this looks pretty grim. Ace just going back up to 9 HP. That said, with the Harrowing, even though our Fallen Reckoner did not produce another one, another Risen Reckoner in our hand, once it gets revived by Harrowing, it will take off another blocker from the board, right? So now that Ace also takes the 3/3, I think this might be a mistake. BB can just safely like block with the Spider if we plan to go for Harrowing and make a bit more board space.
Yeah, the sort of awkward part is with the Foyer out, you're only ever going to get 4 units out of your Harrowing because the Foyer and the Ephemeral unit are going to be there. But B-Ball deciding that his pool is still just a little bit too weak, and really the only impactful unit in there is the Minotaur Reckoner. Of course, would take a blocker out of play, but perhaps just thinking that Ace has a substantial blocker for it or something along those lines that wouldn't quite be lethal. I didn't math it out. I'm going to assume that you didn't math it out, and then I'm going to assume that Broken Ball did, and it just didn't quite work out this time around.
Well, look at that. Another Reckoner here, and now, once this dies, the pool for the Harrowing is stacked.
It's looking pretty good. Again, though, only 4 units going to come out of that, and Ace, you know, has an answer for this Opulent Foyer in their deck somewhere. They do play Piltovan Tellstone, which can grab the Aftershock, and checking... Okay, does not actually main deck the Aftershock baseline either, but, you know, going pretty wide here, setting up for defenses against that Harrowing, and with the Aphelios in hand, you know, got kind of the pick of the litter in terms of what we want to do with, you know, do we want to... Oh, hold on, this is huge. That Elise is going to stick. There's no blockable Fearsome unit on the side of Ace.
Whoopsie. That was a small whoopsie from Ace. We could have prevented that. We could have had a Fearsome blocker on board here. But, yeah, that's just 6 damage we take.
Yeah, and now, suddenly, you're just dead to a top deck of...
Fervor, yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Aphelios comes in, probably gets us another Severum, maybe another Calibrum into Severum. I don't know how close you want to play it. Okay, Ace does not want to play it too close. Gets the Severum immediately. That is another huge heal, right? Especially with the Vi. Oh, okay, well, It looked good for
Yep.
BB, but you know what? My favorite card of the game, my favorite champion. Gonna come in, gonna clean up. You know, you have a lot of hours spent with Philios. I, surprisingly, I think have my #1 Mastery Point champion as Vi. It's not even Braum, it's not Vladimir. Even though I play more Scargrounds, I just play so many different versions that Vi is still on top.
I think my top might actually be... I'm trying to think if it's Aphelios or if it's Lysandra. Because I played a lot of Thralls and I also played a lot of TLC.
Man, your opponents are loving you.
Oh yeah, I don't care about my opponent. I don't play card games for the social aspect. I do it for the personal gratification. But now back up to 14 on the side of Ace means that this harrowing is really the only answer that Broken Ball is going to be able to develop for the rest of the game. And, you know, there's already 2 units that can't block. We just need to get down a few more Reckoners, get those into the death pool. And, you know, I talked a lot about how only 4 units are going to be coming out of this harrowing. If those 4 units are, you know, 3 things that make it so that your opponent's units can't block between Minotaur Reckoners and Ruin Reckoners, then, you know, it's good enough. But at the moment, with the first one getting silenced, we just don't quite have that in our death pool. And the attacks this turn from Broken Ball looking pretty pitiful. Like, you can go in with your foyer unit. It's gonna, you know, take a unit off the board, but because it doesn't have any substantial keywords, you're probably just trading for the Blue Sentinel.
Yeah, and we just see how powerful Aphelios is. He's still one of the strongest champions in the game. Like, look at how much absolute destruction he did this game. So much healing, removal, everything. Also blocked a couple of times. Such a strong champion. Having 2 of them in the hand, which is really important. You know, you were asking yourself, what do I call this deck? The only thing they share is Aphelios. You know what? I think just calling it Aphelios is pretty fine at this point.
I'll go update the deck sheet. I'll just change every Pursuit deck to Aphelios, but it's looking like this is the end of set 1. I think Ace is going to be able to cycle into the Infernum, get the Infernum onto the Vi, and that alone is going to just about be lethal.
Yeah.
Upgrade. Nice.
It's a pretty
Might
interesting
even just
end to
take the
this
pass here, just Severum into Infernum on the following turn. I love Severum Infernum so much, and I think that's why I'm such a big Aphelios fan is, you know, you can try and Fervor or Glimpse Beyond or whatever, but if I've got Lifesteal and Overwhelm, I'm going back to 20.
Yeah, especially with a Vi on board, right? Man, Vi Aphelios is like a really old archetype, actually, that you would surprise to find out who was one of the first players actually bringing this.
Fix my stage
to
first or my lyrics. So much to do.
It's me.
Another gift. Wonderful.
I think you can look back. I think the first tweet about a Vi Aphelios deck is probably me.
I see. So you're just gonna take credit for the Rubin pile.
Oh no, the Ruben pile is Zoe Vi.
Yeah, but you know, I'm trying to remember if the Rubin pile existed before Aphelios did, or maybe it was like post-nerf Aphelios.
I think the Ruben pile existed before for sure. Ruben was playing this for ages, no?
I mean, Aphelios came out in February of 2021, so my memory does get a little bit hazy as to sort of what decks we had available back in that day as time goes on. I don't know if Broken Ball just understands that they're dead no matter what, but actually not going for the Glimpse Beyond to try to find an Arachnoid Sentry here. Has another opportunity.
Yeah, you can do it once the Infernum is committed, right? Because this is obviously the play that Ace is going for right now. Ooh.
I'm just going to do it to dodge the silence. As long as you find a sentry somewhere in here. I actually want to... It's not relevant because there's no board space for it, but we are at 17 out of 20 on the Pursuit of Perfection.
Is there some way BB can still win this? Are we maybe like underestimating BB's ability to potentially win this?
I mean, you have to stop the Vi. That's step 1, 2 through 20, right? And at the moment, B-Ball doesn't have a way to stop the Vi.
Well,
Where is... Hold on, did Ace miss sequence and miss an Aphelios gun?
Potentially.
Yeah, he started off the turn with Seraphine and then didn't immediately go for the Severum.
Oh, wait, what does this have right now?
B-Ball, I think B-Ball just checking what the Harrowing's going to pull out, and it is going to be 2 Minotaur Reckoners.
It's not checking, it's actually playing.
Oh, sorry, 1 Minotaur Reckoner.
Sure.
Leaves 3 men on the side of Broken Ball, who's going to get his Reckoner stunned.
Look at these paddle stars.
You know, if Broken Ball attacks here and kills a unit, we actually can play the Pursuit of Perfection.
Maybe BB's game plan is just to like not do that and just like play enough Reckoners so like there's like a full board that can't block on Ace's side. And then maybe we can still win the game. Somehow.
It's a valiant effort, but not one that I'm sure is going to come to fruition, especially, you know, just you need to shout out the Frostbite spell sitting in Ace's hand. Or is that a Frostbite spell, or is that the gain a mana gem?
That's a gain a mana
and
gem.
+0, +2 a unit.
That's a gain a mana gem. Trust me, I've been
I see.
I've been disappointed by
There's
the spell.
icicles on it, and it's called cold resistance, so I assumed it was a Frostbite spell. I know there's some bad ones that we don't see play.
I know.
I think I confused it for the one that makes a thrall.
Yeah. That was actually pretty good. But yeah, I know exactly what you mean. I've been disappointed by that card so many times, but look at this. The Pursuit of Perfection comes in just right after the Harrowing.
Ace going for the style points instead of casting Get Excited onto the Reckoner. He sacrifices the Vi in order to get that Catastrophe into play. And T, round 1 of the 2022 World Championship won by a Catastrophe. I did not have that on my bingo card.
Oh, me neither. This is absolutely insane. But you know what? At the start of the year, Catastrophe, one of the worst cards, now with Seraphine, a semi-playable card. Let's hope that happens to a few more cards, you know. I'm still having some hopes for a few big drops that we have never really seen. I want to see the big hawk, you know, the Wrath of the Freljord sometime come into the meta. But for that game, it means that Catastrophe ends it, and it was a catastrophe for Broken Ball, but it's not over yet, because again, this is double elimination. Just because BB lost this one does not mean BB is out of it, right? We still have the chance for Broken Ball to qualify, and you know, Broken Ball is pretty high on my list to qualify, so I'm still placing a lot of hope into Broken Ball to make it through.
You know, I didn't see any like top 10 players to watch article coming out of EMEA. Would Broken Ball have been number 1, top 3, top 5? What are we talking here?
Top 5. He's got
top 5.
He's gonna flame me for that one. I already got some slack from Simon. Simon messaged me on Discord. What are you talking about? Nightfall does not beat this card. Stop this card slander. And you know what? Makes a lot of sense. I know. Okay, I'm not the best discard player. Simon is one of the players that probably has played more discard than I have played LoR, so he probably knows the matchup a bit better.
I would say that Simon thinks any deck in his hands beats any other deck. He's taken enough public money matches for us to kind of have that read on him as just a human being. So I wouldn't take it too personally, D.
Yeah. Oh, it makes a lot of sense, right? Okay, but that means that we can maybe hop into another game or into another series of round 1 before we go into a short break for round 2. And you know what? The player that will be facing Ace next is the winner between TOS and Ghoster Driver. So we could hop into that match. I have Ghoster Driver loaded up already. One of Germany's best players and known to go 9-0 in seasonal Swiss. Also made it pretty far in the last seasonal for EMEA. Hasn't quite gotten to the finals yet, but got pretty close last time around and is one of those contenders for, you know, my top 5 list of people that are gonna make it to the world's top cut.
I remember in the early days of Runeterra, Casanova would give me a lot of guff about my very public love of Ghoster Driver. He was just one of my favorite players to watch in the early Duels of Runeterra series. He was constantly bringing like triple allegiance decks and was getting pretty deep in there. Sometimes he'd even run like 9 off-region cards and just still run triple allegiance. And that was kind of what I knew him for in the early days. And just a player that always kind of stuck with me as someone who's solid contender and probably, you know, like if he wins any tournament, you're not going to be surprised by it.
Yeah, for sure. That is how I would describe Ghoster Driver. Ghoster Driver, also someone who, again, I have to plug it, plays a lot of Monday Madness, you know, is currently the GOAT. He took the title from Smooth in a best of 13 of random decks, which is something insane to do by itself, you know, who does that willingly. But that just shows how much Ghoster Driver loves this game of Runeterra, and I think we will see his dedication to the game in his play. It is looking not that great right now, but that might be because we are seeing Kane on screen. What is happening?
Yeah, T, if I could here, I want to get some insight from you as the only European on the broadcast. When we look at the Americas, we're very big on Vayne Kane, and you guys are very big on Vayne PNZ. Now, we're also big on Vayne PNZ, but you guys are very down on Vayne Kane. There's only 4 Vayne Kane amongst the 64 EMEA competitors. Do you have any insight into sort of why that could be?
I actually have no idea. I know I do have a lot of insight. Yeah, I know why this is not a thing in the EMEA. So there was this money match, if you remember. There was like the big EU versus NA grudge match, and unfortunately there was a situation involving Kane Demacia. This was Alan brought the deck. Unfortunately, went 0-2 with the deck, and everyone was pretty down on Kane afterwards.
That's not quite the reason I expected, but honestly, I'd believe it.
I don't know if that's the real reason, but I'm telling you.
Good enough for me.
Dude, the mood regarding Kane it was not good. It
just
was
dropped
not great.
to an all-time low.
Yes, and people weren't really hyped about Kane already.
That is fair. I thought it was like a the way that I saw it was like Vayne Kane is probably a little more consistent. You know, anytime you're running like these combat-heavy Demacia decks, you can get some bricked hands, but because Kane will tutor himself once you've played 3 cultists, maybe players sort of value that consistency over the explosive power that the Darken Harp and Seratu provide. But I was a little surprised to see like how close AM was on both decks, and then just the one thing I love about EMEA is you guys pick sides. You don't half-ass things. If you like a deck, you're going to see a lot of it. If you don't like a deck, you're not going to see a lot of it. And you don't really care what the rest of the world thinks of it.
That's true. And that is why we consistently also brought CV Akshan to about everything. No matter if it was good or not currently. Yeah, just Ghost Driver here trying to somehow stabilize the board right now. Because for a TOS, right, we just have like one more big attack we need to get through and we win the game. And Ghost Driver here currently trying to prevent that.
Yeah, I don't... With the Challenger on the Petrosite Broadwing, I think Ghoster's just dead here, right? TOS can still throw down the Darkin. You can also throw down this Ranger Knight Defector. And what is that, 20... 18, 19, 18 damage coming at your Nexus once this Petrosite pulls the Kane out of the way, and then all your spells cost 2 more. So even if you did have all of the single combats and concerted strikes and furious wielders necessary to actually survive the onslaught, you're just not going to have the mana to do it.
Yeah, we have enough damage, just about enough damage, right? Because if Kane would pull the Petrosite Broadwing and would go into Red Kane, obviously that would be pretty good. Now, TOS still has to be afraid of any strike spell that Ghost Driver could top deck or might have in hand. We don't know how this match went so far, but there are still 2 cards that TOS does not know about, right? Could maybe think those are strike spells, so we might be afraid. That said, since we have Jural, these are going to cost an enormous amount of mana, and as we know, Ghost Driver would need to top deck, then that is a repose, that is not it.
Not only that, but the Kane is back down to 3 attack. Even if you had something like a Concerted Strike, you know, you're not taking out this Void Blaster.
True. This Void Blaster, again, I'm going to pull up the deck list. This is Civic Kaiser. And a lot of people have said that, you know, Kaiser, nice and all, is a really good champion, obviously. But this specific version of Kaiser does not play around Kaiser as much as it does just the mid-range that Demacia Trima brings, and Void Blast is a huge part of that, and he's going to blast through the Nexus, and this one will be taken by TOS.
Gonna blast Ghoster Driver down to the losers bracket, baby. Got some favorites down and out in round 1 already. Now again, it is double elimination. They will have some time to claw back, but if if T's entire top 10 goes to the losers bracket in round 1, it's not getting any easier for you down there.
Yeah, I just hope my top 5 doesn't make it to the lower bracket, because that means that only 3 of them can qualify, and then, you know, I can't make like a post, hey, I thought these people are going to qualify, and unfortunately they didn't. Yeah, No, that is huge. Goes to over, again, one of the best players that Germany has to offer. I would say one of the best players EMEA has to offer. But that's just how it goes, right? This is the ultimate tournament that the whole year has been leading up to. But in a double elimination qualifier, you are pressed every game, right? Just like one game, one series going wrong is already a pretty bad sign. That said, because it's double elimination, you can still dig yourself out of that. And I think a lot of these players, especially here in the World Championship, are also players that have played a lot of community tournaments. They know how this works, right? They have been down there already. The lower bracket is nothing new to them.
Yeah, it's just, horrifying that a year of hard work culminates into just these few rounds, and losing round one can be a big mental boom. And I do want to clarify, because I was a little confused about how the bracket works earlier, because in America, where we have 6 slots, we send through 4 players on the upper bracket and 2 players on the lower bracket. But here, where we only have 5 spots, it's only going to be 2 from the upper bracket and 3 from the lower bracket.
Yes, exactly. Again, for those who weren't there at the start of the day, with 64 players, only 5 are going to be qualified. At the end, we are not going to qualify anyone today. Nope. All the qualified players will be qualified tomorrow. So today, we will have 5 rounds of the upper bracket and 6 rounds of the lower bracket, so stay tuned while we set up the next round, and we will see who we will get you on screen for that one. But before that, we are going to hop into a very, very quick break, and we are going to be right back. So stay tuned, more LoR World Championship qualifier after this break. Hello and welcome back. Now, Boulevard said that I was the only EMEA caster, so we kicked Boulevard out and we got 0 in. How are you doing?
I'm doing amazingly. Thank you for inviting me over, Ice-T. And yeah, we got double EMEA caster now.
Yeah, obviously Boulevard is not kicked out entirely, right? We are going to see Boulevard return for the next round where he is going to cast with U0, but I'm really happy to have you here. Again, this is the EMEA Worlds Championship qualifier, and we already saw round 1, and we are going to now hop to round 2, which is also going to be super exciting, especially because we are going to be able to spectate someone that you followed for the last 2 years in the Italian scene, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, we're gonna see Soul match against Boki. Two very good players, of course, and personally, I know Soul very well because, as you mentioned, he's the biggest streamer of LoR in Italy, one of the best players, super consistent overall from one set to the other. And so, yes, we are taking a look at the bracket, and the match between Boki and Sokoi has ended, and Boki was the winner. So we're gonna watch Soul versus Boki, and whoever wins is one step closer to Worlds group stages.
Yeah, and the lineup that Soul has brought is pretty interesting because, I'm going to pull it up, it looks pretty similar to what Broken Ball has brought. So maybe there's something going on over there in the Italian scene where players are discussing what decks to bring. We have the Elise, Katarina, Gwen here. Now the red Gwen, it looks very similar to the deck list from BB, but we have Ionian Hookmaster in here and Might. So those are changes that I definitely look forward to seeing, as well as Unspeakable Horror for maybe some extra value and some extra face damage.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, Soul is very aggressive players when he wants to be, and for sure the Might choice is because he really likes to have those endings with maybe also a rally plus Katarina. Having 6 or 7 stacks of allowed in the deck means that you can get a lethal pretty easily off. We have seen Broken Ball struggle against something like the Vi Felios against Ace, so maybe Soul don't want to be in the same spot. He wants to be sure that he can find lethal with a very big swing.
Talking about same spot, talking about same decks, there is a big difference between these two because BB obviously going in with a discard aggro. On the other side, we have one of the decks that me and Boulevard were talking about last round, and that is the Vayne Fiora Quinn again. That is the PNZ Vayne deck that is a bit more popular here in EMEA than the Kayn Vayne. The Darken Harp, obviously one of the strongest Darken weapons, just because it provides extra draw and quick attack for Demacia, two things that Demacia does not have, but really wants. So, just overall, a really strong deck. It kind of feels like Scouts of the Modern Era, even though we don't run any Scout units besides Quinn, Bloodcursed Harpy, and Ranger Knight Defector. It works really well. It is a well-placed deck. Laurent Duelist recently got a buffed. Now some extra power for this deck. And Stony Suppressor is an interesting tech. What do you think this is in here for?
Ooh, I think this is in here to counter all those decks that Soul really hates. For example, the Namis, if he ever found any, or the Lee Sins, even though after the nerf, Lee Sin is not as powerful and played that much. But anyway, Stony Suppressor, I think, is one of the strongest cards if you can tech it in a deck for a tournament in all of the Demacia. And so no wonder that Soul decided to bring it with him.
Yeah, but let's take a look at the third deck, and this is again where the Italian Brotherhood comes in. Ziggs, Talia, and I think this looks pretty much like almost the same deck list that BB brought, minus the newly buffed Safety Inspector, but plus another Arsenal. That said, I think we are ready to go into game. Sokoi versus Soul. Super excited to see what is going to happen here because, you know, Sokoi, really good French player. Actually, maybe I'm wrong on the bracket.
No, it's Boki.
It's Boki. Yeah, it's true, it's Boki. I forgot. It's Boki playing up against Soul. Which is even more exciting. Which is even more exciting, to be honest.
Yeah, honestly. Like two very, very strong players. We know Boki and Snips, of course, every single time. And Nips, of course, every single time. They crazy deck building, deck testing for these kind of events. And I think they must have done some major effort to come here super prepared and completely destroy the competition. So I'm really, really excited to see what they've brought to us. But of course, Soul, as I mentioned, the Italian community has come together to test, has come together to decide the best versions of deck lists. So many decks may be similar, but also some players, as you mentioned, with the Fiora Vayne, PNZ, have some preferences. And I think Soul can absolutely make advantage of that.
Yeah, 100%. That said, Boki again is one of my favorite LoR streamers, a really, really good content creator, and also has been showing up in seasonals and again and again. And as you mentioned, Boki and Nips are always down there cooking up some pretty cool decks, and I'm super excited to see what Boki has brought today. Maybe we will see some Viego, maybe we will see some Ash. Something is going to be in there that we will not expect.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, let me take a look at Boki's list. I mean, I see a Sivir Akshan, Pantheon Varus, and Ziggs Talia. So Ziggs Talia has basically been played by a lot of players because of its anti-control strength, and I think many players expected at least some kind of Shadow Isles.
The thing is, looking at the other two decks that Boki has brought, these are classic Boki decks. Boki has been a mid-range player and has been especially a Pantheon Demacia player for a long time, so Sivir Akshan makes perfect sense. Obviously, then you want to bring something that is like the biggest Pantheon deck, because as a mid-range player, you're always afraid of queuing into other bigger mid-range decks, so you want to have the biggest one, and Pantheon Varus is going to help you with that one. Just should beat all the other Pantheon decks, and you can't bring Pantheon Akshan because there's already brought in a different deck, the Akshan. And with the nerf to Akshan, I don't know how good that deck is anymore. So, classic Boki lineup, going up against Soul, who has also brought Demacia, but with PNZ and Quick Attack. So, let's see who wins. PNZ Demacia or Demacia Shurima?
Yeah, let's see. I mean, this is going to be a battle for the ages, and they are getting inside the game. We are into the game, and as soon as my connection works, we can get also Soul's side of the mulligan. But already from the side of Boki, we have Sivir, our main champion, our main win condition, immediately in hand.
Yeah, looks pretty good. Swinging Glaive, also a new addition. Some people play it, some people like leave it out. It's a really interesting card just because it provides you a lot of power together with the Akshan, and it might be necessary now that Akshan's Denmark flips a bit later.
Absolutely agree. On the side of Soul instead, we have Dark Aegis, we have the Vayne, which is going to be super important to start getting those stumbles out, start discounting them. And we know how powerful Vayne can be if she is not answered on the board.
I mean, yeah, we also know how powerful Vayne can be once she hits the board and is answered, right? She already gives you a bit of value in hand. Now, Tumble does not cost 3 mana anymore, so you really want to have that Vayne stick for at least one turn to discount the Tumble. That said, just the strong start here from Soul is absolutely incredible. We are missing Steratu still. We're missing the Darkened Harp. But other than that, we are looking pretty good. We have Sivir here. Could be used to get rid of the Challenger unit, but right now, with the Swinging Glaive and the Challenger, it looks like Vayne is not going to survive an additional turn after all.
Yeah, it looks like Vayne is going to be immediately traded here, and honestly, I really like this play from Boki. Boki had every single card lined up to answer the Sivir if he needed to, but instead he just decided, okay, it doesn't matter, I don't really need to kill the Vayne immediately. I can just trade the challengers, which are the very scary thing about Soul's deck, but Soul immediately punishes that with Stony Suppressor, so that Boki cannot play any more buffs that turn on the Sivir.
Ooh. Okay, this is going to be costly, but we can actually get rid of this Joral, and I think we need to because Sivir is our big carry, right? And that is exactly what Boki is going to do here. Goodbye, Joral. You were
Jural, but this costed 4 mana, and our most powerful removal, yes, of course, Sivir as challenger, so next turn we are gonna be able to trade the Vayne, but this was a really big mana, a really big cost of mana
Oh, that
for
was.
just this Cataclysm.
I think that was well worth it, to be honest, because look at this.
Honestly, yes.
Our Sivir still alive, so can't really interact with Sivir besides challenges because she has Spell Shield, which is like something you just can't deal with if you're Demacia. So was really hoping to finally remove this Sivir, get her off the board with a couple of challenges, and if Boki can keep this up, yes, we currently have not dealt a single point of Nexus damage, but with the Swinging Glaive, Sivir flipping and Overwhelm potentially coming in as another factor, the huge Sivir swing can just turn the game around.
That's absolutely true. Persevering, gonna come in for Boki, providing some draw without expending more mana, since it's just a landmark, not a spell. Thanks, Shurima. And from this other side of Soul, a very good start is not getting that much better.
Okay, so we do have
We have
another
the
Jural.
RP.
Yeah, we have a Harpy, we have another Jural. We can once again try to get the Sivir off the board, but we also have to think of our own game plan, right? How are we winning the game? And we do have the Dark and Harp in hand, right? We have Steratu. Steratu is absolutely huge. Not only is it a big quick attack unit, but it also really helps you because draw is something you're missing in most of the Master decks. And that is how you get the draw, right? And that is also how you get some additional value because not only does Steratu draw you cards, it also discounts those cards. So all of a sudden, you are mana cheating in a region that really shouldn't be mana cheating.
Exactly. And now look at this, Boki with another buff on Sivir manages to get Sivir out of the range of Jural.
Yeah.
Jural cannot trade the Sivir anymore, even though we add the riposte to save her in case. And now Boki is gonna need to block over and over again this RP. RP, of course, not gonna die from the first death when her HPs go to 0. Of course, she just sacrifices the weapon to, exactly like the Phoenix, be alive again. But next turn, we're gonna have potentially this very powerful Tumble to get the use that we need out of the RP.
Tumble is such a cool card, but in the current situation,
Quick hands.
it doesn't really help your game plan, right? Because you're still staring down this giant Sivir and this giant board, so you kind of need to remove a Samba, but you don't have any tools to do that. Yes, you can swing down Jural, and then you need to add the Dark and Harp on top of Jural, and that could finally take down the Sivir, but Boki has another answer, and again, another challenger unit that is lost, and we were talking these challenger units up, this is how you win the matchup. Not if there's a giant Sivir that every turn just answers the challenger unit.
Not just that, Sivir now leveling up,
Couldn't ask for more.
getting +1/+1, getting the ability of sharing her keywords next turn. Of course, that means giving everything quick attack and spell shield. And of course, maybe we are not gonna have a lot of units on the board, but for sure that Merciless Hunter is gonna come down and at least try to kill the RP.
Try, yeah. I don't even think we need to kill the Harpy at this point, right? We have Fearsome now. Oh, Fearsome on the Sivir. That is so good. Again, Fearsome is a good keyword because a lot of the units that your opponent
Is it just lethal?
no, I don't think it's quite lethal. We have a bit of interaction here on the side of Soul. But again, with Fearsome being such a strong keyword against this deck, it might be, right? Like, we just pull the Harpy aside and we should get there.
Yeah, I think it is lethal. Ooh, okay, we're pulling the RP. I would have pulled it with a 1/1 probably if we wanted to go for the lethal damage. Because of all the fearsome damage that cannot go through. That cannot be blocked. Let's see, because this is this is 19 damage if we go for it. And it's 19 damage gonna be no answer for it. And Soul loses the first match of this best of 3.
Yeah, absolutely no answer for it. Right, the spell shield that also gets shared with this means that even if we had any answer in hand, it just couldn't have come down. And Boki here with the Sivir Akshan takes game 1.
Man, Boki, with Boki decks, we know how strong he can be with Demacia. And he showed us.
Yeah, absolute mid-range aficionado. You love to see it, you know. I'm a big mid-range fan. I love to see when Demacia is, you know, having a good spot in the meta for various reasons. Maybe one of them me being a Skyron's player. That said, the next game is going to look a bit different, right? No longer any mid-range Demacia or Pantheon for Boki. Pantheon got banned. That's a really good ban to do against Boki. And Boki now has to play it up with the Ziggs Taliyah, which is also a really good deck, right? But
yeah, it is.
It does play a bit different. It is a mid-range deck, but it doesn't quite play the same way as a Demacia or Pantheon deck would. So let's see how Boki does with this. And let's see if somehow Soul can come back into this series. We do have all of our champions in the hand.
And not just that, we have a perfect curve. We have the Duran Sculptor that's gonna buff the health of every single one of our champions, and already the stats are pretty big. With the +1 health from the Sculptor, the stats are gonna go insane.
Monsters still lurk in
Yeah,
Demacia's every
that's that.
shadow.
Even if the stats go insane, right? Boki still has a lot of ways to close out the game. There are a lot of ways with this deck to go around stats, and one of them is obviously the Arsenal, which can calm down, and then with a bunch of keywords and elusive and overwhelming quick attack can just decide the game. You also have a lot of stuns to stall outside game. So let's see. I still don't think this is quite as easy for Soul, because while Boki does not have his champions in hand, already has the Devout on board, which is a huge power point for this deck, right? Having this 3-3, which not only is a fearsome blocker, it's just a solid unit. Once it comes back, it's just a 5-3 fearsome. And we just saw how fearsome fares against the deck from Soul, right?
Yeah, and as we always say, like, it's not like the Devout is bad. Like, it's not like the Devout is getting anything out from you while you play it. It's a 3-mana 3-3 that just gives you more and more value the more turns the more the turn passes in the game. Because yes, it's true that you have to wait 3 turns when he's dead to get the endless Devout, the restored one. That's a 5-3, but that's just insanely powerful because it forces your opponent to like not attack in many spots, trades very big champions like potentially the Queen, trades potentially even Garen, and very, very strong overall. For sure, one of the staple Shurima cards that we have seen over the past year.
Yeah, I fall out of favor quite a bit because the big decks that were playing this card, unfortunately, weren't quite playable throughout the last few months. But everyone still remembers how good Ziggs Taliyah was, and everyone still remembers how good Sandus was, so shouldn't be a
exactly
problem.
Mono Shurima. Mono Shurima has been meta for ages, so I think everyone still remembers the Devouts completely just annihilating some matchup mid-range.
Yeah, Devout was just so good. But look at this, Taliyah, a champion, finally found her way into the hands of Boki here. And that is absolutely insane. There's a flip Taliyah. That is just a removal tool, especially now that we see that this Vayne does have vulnerable, can just easily pull it with the Taliyah, get a good trade in. I hope we pull it correctly. Ooh, this might be dangerous. There's a 5-3 tough. Tough, in my opinion, the best keyword in the game, obviously. Can be buffed up here. Oh my god, could be 6-4 tough, which trades down the Taliyah.
Yeah, it does trade the Taliyah. This is really scary. Boki not playing around the 1-mana combat trick, double region, the massive Freljord. Man, this is getting scary. I mean, the deck lists are open, so Boki may be checking now if there is anything he needs to play around.
Yeah. Oh, the sides do not do it, and that. Oh yeah, that
and this is the
so
punishment. And the catch can say, "I caught you, Taliyah," and Taliyah is gonna be dead here. There is no way to save her. No Pokestick can manage to get through the tough keyword, and so yeah, the Vayne may be traded, but your Taliyah is traded too, Boki. And in the end, there is gonna be only one champion on the board from the side of Soul.
I will try me.
Yeah. Again, the Fiora here, without the quick attack, it's not too pretty, right? She's a 4-4 now, but Fiora isn't really ever used for the Fiora win condition at this point. It's just like a solid mid-range unit. That's kind of how she started out in mid-range Demacia, right? You remember back in beta, we had Garen and Fiora just being played in the same deck just because they were solid units, and like it's kind of like what Fiora is again now. She isn't really played in Pantheon anymore, just Vayne is just way better. And this deck for other quick attack, she's like basically just a solid mid-range unit. Bit worse than Jace at this point.
Yeah, but her presence here is basically just forcing a Rite of Arcane just to avoid the 12 damage. This is just to avoid 12 potential damage with the Tumble. Getting advantage of the Scout keyword on the Queen potentially. Now we can't do that anymore. I mean, we can still Tumble, we can still do the Scout attack with the Valor. And it appears like Soul is gonna do that.
Interesting that we do it with the Valor. That just appears like we really want the weapon on the Valor, because otherwise we could Scout attack with Quinn, right?
I mean, this is the most amount of damage. This is the most amount of damage too, because in the other way it would have been way less. So it makes sense.
Yeah, but it does mean we don't have the weapon on the Quinn for future turns, right? We have a few more weapons we can put on the Quinn. Just like that specific tough keyword is not on Quinn right now. And we need to play like the other Dark and Aegis to get that on her.
Ooh, and from now on, we cannot even play any more units, because any units we play, the two next units that we play are gonna deal damage to us thanks to the Ziggs. But still, the Piltovan Castaway is gonna be put down on board from the Side of Soul. He knows that he needs to be big, he needs to go big on the board, he needs to be scary.
Yeah, Ziggs goes in. Deals a bit of damage. That's sad, the Overwhelm weapon is now freed. Which means we can put it on one of the Scout units that we have in hand. Oh my god, the Ranger Knight Defector, one of the best cards released in the Cultist package. One of the most fun cards, just like a tough Scout unit. That is so insane. That can now be equipped with the Overwhelm, which then could force a block out of the Ziggs to get rid of it.
For sure. Also, we know that we can trade the Ziggs with the Valor potentially. Next turn, 5 attack, 5 defense, 5 HPs on the side of the Ziggs. We're gonna just play the Dark Aegis instead immediately on the Queen. We may be looking for an open attack, even though the Devout is gonna come out. 4 damage, immediately done to the Nexus of Soul, and his HPs are getting lower and lower. But after these Ziggs is traded, there is no more threats on sight.
Yeah, I like just immediately going for the trade on the Ziggs, because finally now in Boki's hand, right, and on the board, we have a bit more of those Roiling Sands. So what that means is basically once Quinn flips and summons Velos, every time she summons a Vela, you just get pinged for 2.
Yeah, exactly. So we must kill him now. We must kill him. We must get rid of the Ziggs immediately. The Yardle, we do not want it on the board anymore, and it's gonna be traded. The Talia is in the end of Boki, but it's gonna... Is she gonna be enough? The Minefield, once again, comes out to stun the Queen. And the Ranger Knife Defector is gonna be the card played here.
That is such a good stun. That was so needed. Because, right, if this Queen attacks, she flips and she summons a Vela. Now, she will still flip, but at least she can't summon the Vela, which means that Boki might get another turn, and one more turn might be all that Boki needs. Let's see.
I still think it's debatable, because yes, Talia's gonna come out, but Talia is not dealing damage to Nexus next turn, thanks to the thanks to the tough
best keyword in game
on Soul's unit.
Let's put these rocks into motion.
I mean, look, Talia is not gonna do it. We know that, but one more turn means you might draw the Arsenal, and if you can draw the Arsenal, and that thing gets elusive. That thing gets Overwhelmed. Oh, we draw Ziggs!
Oh, we draw Ziggs! Which is not enough.
It's more Nexus damage. Your opponent is gonna be pressed. Oh, but that is not a good top deck. Oh, the Waste Walker really not helping you out here. Wait, is that card actually called Waste Walker? Ah,
yes, it is Waste Walker.
Oh my god, how did I know? I'm surprised with myself. I'm gonna here.
I mean, every single time, for context, every single time a landmark gets killed, the card grows.
Yeah, but that card hasn't been played in, like, always.
In forever. Yeah, exactly. I haven't seen that card forever. I remember in this deck, I would more likely put the Magus in than the Waste Walker, just because the Magus is gonna always have value after we have played a certain amount of landmarks. and is broken with these champions. It's really weird to see Waste Walker, but I trust Nips. I trust Boki.
Oh, Soul has to be so careful, right?
I
Like,
wouldn't
Boki
like
can
any
kind of
shit
pressure Soul
either.
here. Because once we play the Ziggs, we are wider than Soul is. And all of a sudden, Soul has to play an additional blocker. But because the Rolling Sand is still on the board, that means that that blocker will get vulnerable, which then again means Talia can pull it. So right now, Soul really stuck between a rock and a hard place. I think you have to play a blocker now in case there's a Ziggs coming down. You have to. If you don't play the blocker now, you probably lose the game. And Soul decides to play the blocker. That not only means no additional damage from Ziggs, but it also means we can equip it with the tough pan we have in hand. Soul really playing this out well.
Exactly. Oh man, this is really difficult for both of the players to see if there is any lethal spots. There shouldn't be any for Boki at the moment, because Soul can play more blockers and more blockers here. The Fleet Feather Tracker gonna be able to avoid at least some of the damage. And we have enough fearsome blockers because the Queen is not
Relax your knees.
grabbable, is not vulnerable, so she's gonna be able to block the Devout.
Yeah, but what we see
All
here
roads
is that the
road
Waste Walker
eventually.
is pulling the 6-3.
I mean, anything that the Waste Walker pulls still does not deal damage, because everything that is vulnerable has at least 3 tough health. So there is no way to get for the Waste Walker to get through with just 4 attack. But this forces actually Queen to block the Talia and die.
That's far enough.
Queen
You don't wanna
dies.
see the track?
And we still have lethal. Wait, never mind. This is actually lethal, huh? If we do
No,
it like
Queen,
this.
no, Queen. If Queen dies, it's not lethal. But then again,
No, we have to. So that is again fearsome being the undoing. See,
oh, true. That's
We didn't
fearsome.
do the
Oh, there is
math.
no way.
We didn't do
man,
the
we
math.
did the math. And Boki takes the win too. Oh, the swift win against the Italian player. Boki just too good with mid-range jacks.
Look at this. Yeah, Boki just really sequenced this beautifully. Just absolutely beautifully. You'll have to see it.
I got a short fuse.
Got you in
There's
my
no way.
sights.
There's no way Soul is gonna survive this one. And Boki finds another win, and you see how strong fearsome as a keyword is.
Oh my god, man, Boki, we knew is one of the best players that our server has got. And he takes the 2-0 victory. First round, he beat Sokoi. Second round, he beat Soul. And he's one step closer to qualifying for groups.
Yeah, super excited for Boki to get one step closer. Obviously, still quite a few games to be played, but already in round 3 of the upper bracket, right? You want to get to like round 4 of the upper bracket before you drop, because that means you only need to play like a couple more games, right? If you drop in the early rounds, you have long 2 days ahead of you. But if you drop maybe in round 4, round 5 of the upper bracket, it's no problem, right? I think if you drop in round 5, you only have like 1 more game you have to play.
It should be, you can drop in round 4 or round 5 and you have 2 games. I think from round 5 you have 2 games to play. Plus the tiebreaker if you lose, I think.
Yeah. It appears that we still have a lot of players still playing in this round, obviously, right? Because that game was quick. And we have Spikes versus Bull Archer set up that are currently playing against each other. So I'm going to hop into Spikes POV and we will see how that matchup goes currently. Super excited to see that, because Spikes, again, also one of the players that has been in EMEA competitive for ages, has been a really strong and consistent player. She's a control aficionado, and Bull Archer has brought one of the most interesting decks in the whole tournament. So once we are ready to jump into Spikes versus Bull Archer, you're gonna be surprised. I swear you are not gonna expect to see what we will see on the screen.
And we are in. Currently.
Let's go.
Oh my god, yeah, Bull Asha with any Katarina Ionia, the only player in the server playing the decklist. This is not something you see every day.
I don't even know. What are those cards? Okay, there's a Spirit of Wuju. I know that card. There's like Keeper of the Box. No, what is this? The Witness. The Witness.
The Witness. I mean, not the Keeper of the Box, but the Spirit of Wuju actually really good card to draw. I mean, it's a card that cycles itself, and I really like it. But we apparently have been brought to this game as soon as the arrowing was played from the side of Spikes, and a big swing is gonna come out now from the side of the Wombats player.
Yeah. There we go. You know, one of the most consistent mid-range decks here in the Jace Heimerdinger, just showing off. And Spikes, again, is one of those players that just loves to play control decks. This is not like a super control-heavy deck, but looking at this, either there were some Reggie shenanigans going on, or Spikes made this list a bit more control-heavy, because not only do we see the Ruination in hand, we also see Piercing Darkness. That was generated by Pharaohs, but the Ruination is main deck by Spikes, so Spikes playing a slightly slower version of the deck. And yeah, that's just like
whoa!
So Spikes.
I just noticed the Lord Broadmain in Bulasha's deck list. I mean, that's a primary way to control the board, right?
Yes, but unfortunately,
well, look at the Vengeance! The Vengeance and the Vastayan Disciples. I can't.
Hey, it's draw, okay? If your opponent only has 2 cards in hand,
I know.
You want to get rid of the draw. That said, as you mentioned, Lord Broadmine is in hand. Unfortunately, Lord Broadmine really needs a lot of resources to work, right? You need a lot of draw. We get some draw off the top with the Deep Mad, so maybe that is going to work out here. Deep Mad drawing a stun and another stun. All of these cards do not work with Lord Broadmane.
Our noble intentions.
We are dealing 2 damage to the Heimerdinger though. There are gonna be a lot of spells fired here. There are gonna be a lot of turrets created, and you have to feel like this is gonna be the win from the side of Spikes. Look how many turrets are there. And I think this is the end, because we can give Fearsome to our next turrets. I don't think there's any way that Pulasha can stop this.
Yeah, I don't think there's either. I mean, even if we don't have Fearsome, we just get rid of the only non-Fearsome blocker anyways with the Quietus, so Annie is not going to survive this interaction either. We could keep the Quietus in hand, obviously, if we really want to get rid of any elusives that could be played, but I think we're just going for lethal this turn, so...
Yeah, I mean, every turret has +3/+3. We have played 3 Endlers, and this is just gonna be the end of the game. The Vladimir is staring into the eyes of Bulasha, and Spikes takes the game.
Yeah, we don't know if that was the final game. We just jumped into this series, and, well, with how quick Boki versus Soul was in the end, this could have been game 1, game 2, maybe it was game 3, but if we potentially have another game, we will obviously jump into that one. I hope that was not the final game, because I want to see Bull Asher on the deck a bit more, but it seems that was the final game. So Spikes takes that one, moves on to round 3 in the bracket, and Bull Asher goes down to the lower bracket. Really unfortunate, but, you know, again, this is double elimination. Bull Asher is not out. We might see the spicy deck again. But let's see who is still playing. We still have Ace versus TOS going on, and we have Smooth facing LSR, and that is also a game I'm really interested in, so I'm gonna hop into Smooth's perspective, and maybe we can get the point of view from LSR as well, because Smooth, again, one of my favorite players in EMEA, really good tournament grinder, and just one of the players that is always fun to watch, that brings some spice sometimes, always goes in with the interesting plays, sometimes plays for the funny, but also always finds the optimal play.
And here he's playing with the random. Here he's playing with the random keywords from Victor Generation, and he got the elusive one. Unfortunately, also there is the Right of the Arcane from the side of LFR that's gonna trade the Piltovan champion, but still, Smooth had tried, and now it's in a very tough spot though, because both champions are on the bench, on the board from the side of LSR. They are activated, and I don't know how Smooth plans to answer that.
We have the back alley Bar. Bar, by the way, is a Smooth special. Smooth played triple Bar decks before Bar was good, okay? Smooth played triple Bar decks before Seraphine was released. So, you know, that is, again, one of the cards that I want to see nerfed, but when Smooth plays it, I'm pretty happy with it. We see some additional burn coming in here via Ziggs, and, you know what, at this point, I don't think Smooth is getting out of this one.
No, unfortunately, I don't think he is either. The problem is he can't trade the champions, he can't stun them, he can try a very big attack, but 19 points of health are still on the Nexus of LSR, and you have to feel like this game might be already over. We do not know about the series though, 23 minutes are still on the timer, these may be game 2.
Might be game 2, especially because the deck we're seeing right now is a really slow deck, right? It is just such a slow deck. Again, all of these bar decks just are grindy, and especially Targon version. Right now, we are gonna get rid of the Ziggs. The problem still is that the Talia is on the other side. I can easily pull the 1-1, threaten lethal that way. Absolver comes in here, saves the Ziggs as well, so we don't even lose that one. There's just so much damage coming out next turn. 6 in total if we go through the open attack, which means not even a star shaping can save us here.
Not even star shaping. Talia played, recycled into the deck, an obelisk of power. He's gonna calm down, put a little bit more power onto the Ziggs. Ziggs has overwhelm, and these should be the lethal damage on open attack from the side of LSR. Of course, Moot is gonna play until the end, because maybe, just maybe, he could be saved by a Nash top deck.
You never know, right? You never know. I don't think Hush is going to do that this fine. I think Hush is not enough. Just because you have the Ziggs and the Talia swing in. Like, Ziggs and Talia, obviously, like, they put, like, their effects on this deck when they attack, right? So Hush can't really interact with that anymore. And, yeah. Oh, Herald of Omegas. Wait! No! No way! Wait, LSR is almost throwing the game!
No, wait!
It's fine. We still win it. We still win it.
LSR?
We top deck the Rite of the Arcane. We can steal...
Yeah, but this is insane.
Yeah, I mean, that was a pretty good open attack. You probably should have taken it. But you know what? LSR is saying, hey, going for start points here, okay? You might get the double stun, but you know what? I'm just going to fire off this Rite of the Arcane, and my good trusty Ziggs, who I just saved last turn, is going to get me lethal here. And Smooth almost came back, right? Smooth almost came back, but it's not quite enough. Goes into the blood emote, you love to see it. The best emote for GG and Hello in the game. And Ziggs Talia takes care of the slow affiliates.
That was scary. This was a very scary play from the side of LSR. If there wasn't, if there hadn't been any Rite of the Arcane, it wasn't so obvious who was going to win. But in the end, it didn't matter. And LSR took the game against Smooth. We are still waiting. And apparently, that was game 2, because we have a game 3. LSR playing a Kayn deck.
Ooh. Okay, Kayn Demacia does come in here after all. But against Aphelios, this is going to be a tough battle. Like, say tough, because tough is going to be a keyword that is super important here. We already see it in the hand for LSR. Tosses it away for now, but again...
Don't worry.
I just love it so much, okay? It's my favorite keyword.
I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. Of course, as card ground players like you certainly know the value of tough. You know, the strength of the keyword and the power, especially against Piltover zone, right? It's so powerful against removals.
Sun, run,
Oh, it is.
doesn't have to rhyme.
Yeah, because you mentioned like the Piltover removal is like mostly damage based. And that is just easily dodgeable with tough.
Yeah, of course, Shadow Wilds is more about just immediately killing things, immediately killing your units. While of course PNZ, if you don't know, it's just burn, shooting at your units, dealing set amount of damage, and of course with tough, you're reducing the damage more and more.
Yeah, we also have a really aggressive start here from LSR. That said, Smooth has like all the win conditions assembled basically. We have the Bar, we have the Seraphine, we have the Aphelios. So with the Aphelios hitting the board now, we might be able to control the board until Bar hits. And you know, once we get the Bar on board and we survive one more turn and we stabilize, this game could go out of control.
Yeah, I absolutely agree, especially since like, I mean, we were speaking during during my last Aegis cast with Boulevard, we were speaking about how, in my opinion, Aphelios would have come back into the meta super strong, because he hadn't been touched in a long time, and I think many people just forgot about him, or it was just forgotten after the Winding Light nerfs. But as we can see, like, his power as a value engine, if you can put the bar down, of course, I mean, Aphelios is not the champion that gets a lot of value out of the bar just because you want to play the weapons over and over again, and you want to cycle them over and over again, so those are not going to be discounted much from the bar. But that's just a stabilizer, just a tool that these regions can use optimally to get the better of their opponent. He's just insane, and we see his power from here.
So since this is no official Riot broadcast, I'm just going to take the opportunity here to make a small quip. The one thing Aphelios and card gamers have in common: I've been touched for quite a while. Okay, sorry. that was so bad. It was in my mind. I had to do it. I'm sorry, guys.
No, I mean, we need to do this kind of jokes because if we ever are on Riot official broadcasts, we can't do that anymore.
True. You can always make a lot of jokes, but maybe not these ones.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe not this kind of jokes.
When I was casting in seasonal, I had to hold back. I'm telling you.
Oh, I know. I've had those kind of things when I'm casting for Italian broadcasts too. But anyway, we see finally the value of the Kayn, being able to get +1 attack when challenging, +1 attack when attacking, healing itself, not being susceptible, of course, to Calibrum because he's not a follower, he's just a champion. But here's Moose rolling probably one of the best keywords that you can get on the Victor immediately, just for safety. Spell shield there. Super safe now, the Victor. Can't be killed anymore by any kind of the massive spell. And now next turn it's gonna be the breaking point, because as you mentioned, the bar is gonna come down. We have stabilized from the side of Smooth. We can just wait for LSR to attack. We just block. Maybe we have to trade down Seraphine. Maybe it's gonna be the Victor traded down. But anyway, we get the turn to play the bar, and from there we can just start snowballing the game in our favor.
Ooh, okay. That is so good. That is such a good top deck here. It's another tool to control the board, and especially because Victor's in our hand, it is immediately activated. Some Fumes gonna be able to take down the fighter here. Again, on the other side though, we do have a surprise card in hand, right? I don't think Smooth is really playing around a Pale Cascade here.
Monsters still lurk in Demasia's every
Ooh, I mean, Pale Cascade, not the thing I would be playing around here. Very powerful card, especially if randomly generated, especially at 0 cost. You're never gonna expect it. Ever.
Let's see how Smooth plays this one out. So, obviously you could just slam down the bar here as an additional blocker. Everything else is gonna cost a bit less mana. The question is, how is gonna LSR all of this attack? So obviously you want to remove Victor, but you also want your Kayn to survive. Yeah, you want your Kayn to flip. You want to get to red Kayn. You want to get to blue Kayn. You finally want to be able to get that win condition rolling. Now the Sun Fumes comes in, and this is where it starts. Right, we have the Pale Cascade here to save Kayn, but on the other hand, Smooth has the Spell Thief, so can buff up the Seraphine and take out the Kayn after all.
Oh no, I mean, this is the mind game, right? This is the supreme, the 5D chess that we are witnessing. From the side of Smooth, of course. With the 0 mana spell that he got, with the Spell Thief, gonna be able to steal that Pale Cascade if it gets played. Not many spells have been played from the side of LSR yet. So it's gonna be really interesting to see how the things are gonna shape up, because Victor is gonna stay alive, and in fact, the target is gonna be Victor's blocker.
I mean, Victor is still gonna stay alive, right?
Yeah, I know. Victor's still gonna stay alive because only Cataclysm had been played so far, and so Pale Cascade gonna be played on the Victor, giving not just +1 attack thanks to the augment, not just +1 to the level up condition, because it's a created card, but also keeping him alive. This is a disaster for LSR.
I'm just looking at chat right now. Obviously, we are on 15 minutes delay, so the people are just reacting to whatever Bull Asha brought versus Spikes, and the chat is like saying, "What is that? What is it playing?" But yeah, I hope we will see it more tomorrow once we get to the lower bracket. But here, as you mentioned, the Victor is about to flip, and that is absolutely insane. We're already reducing a lot of these mana costs, but with the Victor flipping, every created card is even going to cost 1 less.
Oh no, that's when things start snowballing out of control, starts getting absolutely out of hand for LSR. We have also a drum solo that we're gonna be able to play from the Smooth next turn, drawing more and more into our deck, drawing more and more cheap cards. We're gonna be able to play basically everything, and yes, we are witnessing a tumble, an attack from the side of this combat cook, but it doesn't do anything.
Yeah, it gets rid of another blocker, right? That is also a win condition, right? Go wide, just like reduce the amount of blockers that Smooth has available.
But we know it does not matter. The problem is we know it does not matter because now Smooth is gonna basically be able to play everything he wants. There is no more limit on the amount of units that you can play when you have your Victor level up. We have also the Moon Silver, so the Void Blaster is gonna be able to come out.
Okay, that said, we did just take the Moon Silver instead of a blocker, right? That obviously flips Victor a bit easier, but that gives us 1 less blocker. So if we want blockers, we need to get them through real draws now. And that is maybe where LSR can find a window to punch in some damage against Smooth. Go wider than Smooth, right? Because the blockers that Smooth has currently, they are not trading up. They are either trading down or they're trading even. And Smooth currently does not want to lose the Victor, although I think at this point, you will probably have to give him up soon.
No, I mean, I do not know about like everything is gonna trade down because we're gonna be able to replenish our board from the side of Smooth. Yes, we have a landmark there, so we're gonna be 1 unit short if LSR goes wide on the board, and that could be the case this turn, but we are always gonna have enough blockers to at least stop 1 attack from the side of LSR. Like, look, we are gonna be able to play the Fan Club now, get some really spicy spell, and then if we need, we can look more into our deck with our Time Trick, potentially also play the Guiding Touch. I think we want the Seraphine at this point, but Bellows Breath is a choice. Shell Game, to go for a sneaky lethal with the Victor, is gonna be the choice.
Oh my god. Dude, that is exactly what I said, right? Smooth is one of the players that, you know, you could have taken the coup just as like a pseudo removal card, but no. Smooth is like one of those players that always goes in for the exciting plays, and if that is not exciting, I don't know what is. Ooh, that's we just top deck the perfect answer.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, it's fair. It's fair. Unforgiving Cold. That's a given. One of the cards that single-handedly carry the cultist archetype. Super, super powerful, of course. Not only frostbiting 1 unit, but frostbiting 2 units. Because we have, of course, played weapons this game. We see weapons, we see just a weapon on the combat cooks. And here it goes. We mentioned it, the attack from LSR is gonna be blocked without any problem.
Hey, and Smooth is playing this just very clean. There's like a small nitpick.
Yep.
You could probably block the 2-1 with the 2-2 because you're throwing that 2-2 away anyways. Well, it doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. Smooth is gonna survive here. And there's another turn where again Smooth can find some value, can try find a win condition. On the other hand, we do still have another tumble. Vayne is generating these time after time after time, and Vayne is gonna flip soon as well. So Smooth has to be really careful. Right now we don't have a blocker on board, so once this tumble comes in, so either we give our Victor up, or we just take a bunch of damage. It is still looking dicey for Smooth currently. We have so much draw, but we really need to use it. Like we need to play our cards.
Yeah, that's true. That's absolutely true. And I mean, super, super, super interesting also that we know that the Unforgiving Call is gonna be able to freeze the Victor even through the spell shield, because it targets 2 times the same unit if it has spell shield, so super strong card. Even just for that, the Sunburst could be the choice here. Let's see what he decided to play, and Sunburst it is. Sunburst it is.
Yeah, Sunburst is just really good to take out any of those units here. Also puts silence on the unit again. But the Tumble comes in. There's another blocker removed again. Smooth just like, whenever you play a blocker, it just gets instantly removed, and trying to find your own win condition instead of stabilizing is also not quite the play currently.
I mean, look at this though, the draw power is insane. We can even spend 7 mana for the Progress Day, and 3 units are gonna be drawn from the set of Smooth, so I don't think that's gonna be a problem next turn.
By my hand,
The Vayne is leveling up, and that may be, you know, a little bit of a problem, because those Stumbles are gonna be very difficult to deal with from now on, because they just don't cost mana.
A little bit, yeah, that is certainly a problem.
Celestial Trifecta!
Oh, wait, is it Trifecta or is it Impact? Oh, it's Songspinner. Wait, all of these are insane.
Oh man,
I
mean,
would actually not go for the Trifecta.
True.
I would go for Impact or Songspinner, and Smooth decides to go for Songspinner because it's also for Impact, because it also removes the weapon, right? And this is the more important part here.
You Obliterate. Very strong, very useful, especially against weapon masters and equipped units. But now, look at this though. Regen means we do not have to give up the Victor, we do not have to keep the Victor in the backline anymore from next turn, and it means that Victor can potentially block.
Yeah, let's see what is going to be drawn on LSR side. It's obviously a really strong draw on their side as well. Finds one of the best cards released with the coldest package, the Momentous Choice. Although we are in a game state where it matters less and less, especially because now Smooth has the option to go for removal that really goes around those health buffs. Finds Gravitum, Celebrum, Calibrum, so many good cards that you can cycle into. Currently also unafraid of the damage that LSR can do. I don't know if you could just slam down just a simple blocker here, because LSR has a lot of buffs in hand. It is going to be really scary in a couple of turns.
By the way, we know that this game is gonna be very long, because I mean, both of these decks do not immediately kill your opponent. Of course, LSR's one is a little bit more explosive in a way. It ends the matches with tumbles on very big equipped units and very tall units and all. But of course, the timer is gonna also come in clutch, because the game is gonna only last other 10 minutes.
Yeah, always gotta look out for that one. In 5 minutes, the timer will go into overtime. Currently, that is not favoring Smooth, right? Once overtime runs out, the game will end, and the player will...
I mean, it's so close.
It is very close.
It's super close. They are 1-1. So basically, it doesn't even matter at the moment. The difference is just 2 seconds from each side, and I don't think it matters that much. But of course, a Smooth deck usually takes a lot more time to have his turns played. So of course, that may be a very big deal. Okay. Are we gonna try to go for the lethal? We're gonna get punished.
We are gonna get punished if we go for a lethal. This isn't so dicey, but it's a 0 mana try, right? we try it, well, it doesn't work out, it's fine, costs us.
But we lose the Victor! Wait, we lose the Victor!
Oh no.
No, we don't.
We don't. So I think it's fine. Like we can try it. It's crazy. LSR is keeping up the freeze though. LSR is really playing around this. Obviously, even if you wouldn't go for lethal, LSR just doesn't want this Victor to be able to swing in. But Smooth passes over. Has another back alley bar. Oh, this could be what breaks the matchup. Honestly.
Yeah, I mean, second back alley, like even just for more unit generation, the discount becomes insanely powerful at that point.
Another brilliant design.
Another attack from the side of LSR, not gonna be able to end the game immediately, but for sure, it has to be taken very seriously from the side of Smooth.
Oh,
10 damage hitting the Nexus.
And we have a Repose in hand, right? So this is potentially even more damage. Smooth goes in for the block here, gives up the Aphelios, and takes 10. Now with the Vayne, we could tumble and potentially go for the win. At least that is what we are trying to do, but we know the other removal that Smooth is in hand, this is not going to work out.
No more than fiends.
No, this is basically never gonna work out, and we know it.
No
What?
way! Okay. We have to give up the shell game now. We didn't go for proactive removal, so we do need to shell game now because, again, Repose is dangerous. You can't just go in with the Static Shock. We can go in now, but we see the Repose, and now
And this is super fine. I think this is super fine. You force your opponent to play the repos.
Yeah. But that does mean that we don't have to shell game next turn. Again, this slows down the game a little bit, which might be what LSR needs. Although, again, the longer the game
I don't know
goes,
if we care that much. Oh, and that doesn't even matter. We can kill the thing whenever. We can literally kill
all right.
the unit.
No shell game needed, okay? We just find a billion things of this, I guess.
Yeah, Discord. Of course, you have the entrapment, which is really interesting because we're gonna put traps into LSR's deck, which is not something we see that much anymore, honestly. And especially some big buffs to protect our units, so no more trades.
Not gonna lie, this was still a bit risky, right? Like, Smooth is going... I told you guys, Smooth is going for the highlight plays every time. I was like, hey, okay, so you go for... You go for the one card that randomly can give you another ping to take down the barrier, but it could also not give you that, right? It's a bit dangerous, okay? Smooth is playing with fire, but currently it's working out very well for him.
Man, it's as if he knew we were watching him. Going for the highlight plays. I mean, I think he knows that he could be watched. He knows we are around looking for people making the big plays and insane top decks and decision makings. So Smooth now with a very big overrun victor. We know that's not gonna be the end of the game because of the double unforgiving cold, but you have to feel like LSR is more and more left without options.
Yeah, if this was a ladder game, LSR would have conceded like last turn, you know, when the big elusive
I
attack,
agree.
when the big elusive attack didn't work out. It's like, oh, okay, yeah, this it's over.
And
Whatever.
he doesn't even know about the randomly generated shell game.
So should there ever be a big elusive attack again, right? The shell game is gonna be there. It's just gonna be a huge save in Smooth's hand.
Ooh, I do not like this block. I think we want to kill the Barky Palais. I don't think we care about 2 damage. Interesting. Play from the side of LSR.
Oh my god, Smooth actually manages with all the creative cards to buff up Victor into a range where the Victor is also gonna take down this cultist, and yeah. I mean, once 2 bars are on the board, how are you gonna win the game, right?
I mean, Victor is a war machine now. Victor doesn't fear anything. The only things he needs probably is like quick tackles, elusive, but he has a bajillion of keywords, 28 points of attack, rivaling the Catastrophe. And I think before the end of the game, we might see actually a Victor bigger than a Catastrophe slamming the Nexus. Just because he's the king of machines. He's the king of machinery, and he doesn't want to lose to a cat.
Yeah. Well, we could just fire 13 mana at this, I guess.
Because we do not know every card though. We do not know about the unforgiving cold. This is still gonna be 1 more turn, and I think LSR is going for the stall. I think LSR realizes that his only win condition is make the game
I love how Smooth plays this. So
last other 4 minutes.
yeah, even if there was a proposed last turn, by the way, we have like 0 mana Mystic Shot to still be able to take that Gerald down. And now look at this, we just like pinged our own unit to get a couple of more draws. Smooth is just playing around this, like Smooth saying, okay, you know what? I'm gonna take all the value I can get. Watch me.
Yeah, this is just, this is just the Fanta game. We say that in Italian, like it's just a game that has reached the point of no return. But I respect LSR for playing it out until the end, because you never know. You actually never know. Smooth could disconnect, anything could happen, and you're playing for the World Championship.
Hey, Smooth
So,
yeah.
oh man, look at this. And I think this might be game over, even with the forgiving call.
Yeah, just gonna remove the last blocker on the board, I guess. And you know what? I'm a bit lazy to do math here, but I think it's not lethal this turn.
7, 12, 16. No, it's 16 plus 4.
Oh,
should
yeah,
be
okay.
lethal.
Yeah, should be.
No, it's not lethal. No, it's
No,
not. It's 15.
I think it is because we have Shell Game and we have
Oh,
Mushroom Cup,
true.
and-
With Shell Game, it's lethal.
And
GG!
They also buff up Victor because they offered is still a thing. Surfy doubles Shell Game. GG. Smooth having fun right now and closing out this game, moving along in the bracket.
GG for Smooth, man. That was an insane end to a very, very long game and a very well-earned victory from the side of Smooth Soloist.
Yeah.
Really impressive.
So impressive, but again, it's Smooth. Smooth is also a really, really good player, and I think is one of the EMEA players that a lot of players know just because he grinds tournaments, right? He is a tournament grinder. He is out there going in for all the community tournaments, going in top cutting seasonals, just a very, very well-rounded player. So really excited to see what Smooth can do the rest of today's bracket. But before we see the rest of today's bracket, we will go into a very, very, very short break. And after we're back, we are going to do another caster swap. It's going to be Zero and Boulevard going with you into round 3. And that is going to be super exciting because the closer we get to round 4 and 5, the closer we get to finally qualifying someone again. This is not going to happen today. We are going to stream tomorrow again because tomorrow it is going to be decided who is going to qualify to the World Championship from EMEA. But today we will see who will unfortunately not make it and who will make it as far into the bracket as possible. So stay tuned and we are going to be right back.
All right, we are hopping straight into the action here. No time to putz around. We are in game 3 of round 3 of a solid roamer versus Karashi. I am Boulevard back on the mic. Joining me is Zero. And with Smooth taking so long to finish out round 2, and with this being an ever-moving bracket, this is kind of the situation we're going to find ourselves in sometimes. And it looks like Karashi's poising for the win here.
Yeah, I mean, Kurashi leveled up Varus on the board, now level up Pantheon with a bajillion of keywords is gonna look to end the game against the control deck Heimerdinger Jace of Solid Roamer. I mean, Heimerdinger Jace basically the deck that has been meta since like 4 months ago, but in this matchup doesn't look like it's gonna take the win against the Pantheon.
Yeah, there's still, 7 mana. Oh, okay, no, this is fine. I was going to say there's still 7 mana available for a Solid Roamer. That is Vengeance areas, but we do have a Spell Shield in the hand of Karashi for a second. I thought he actually ended up tapping below it, but of course, the world stage can't get finicky with that, and both players very deep in the timer bank, and it looks like we're just swinging for lethal here. A Solid Roamer, I don't think you can possibly kill this Varus and pop a Spell Shield with this much mana.
Is there anything that can be done? Is there?
There's a Reggie in play, so I'm trying to think if there's some wild. But you'd need a 1-mana card to pop the Spell Shield. That's the bigger thing, and I do not think that exists in Heimer Jace at fast speed.
Yeah, this was what I was thinking. Like no card. Oh, but the double.
Oh,
the double
right,
vengeance,
the double up from
true.
the Jace.
Oh, the double vengeance from the Jace. I didn't realize that was a thing. My bad, honestly. And not even the Spell Shield is gonna be played from the side of Kurashi. They know better. They know they have to retain it to get lethal next turn with the second leveled up Varus that they have on hand.
Yeah, that said, though, I mean, there's no more Jace on the side of a Solid Roamer. There is still a Spell Shield on this Pantheon with a Spell Shield in backup. We can even get down a Harazi next turn, or like you mentioned, that second copy of Varus. Plenty of cards in hand left to target to buff the Varus back up. You get a Heimerdinger on the side of a Solid Roamer, but I don't know if that's going to be enough with Karashi still sitting at a pretty 20 health with Lifesteal on the Pantheon. Actually, we're just going to take aim at the Heimer straight away.
Yeah, the one thing that a Solid Roamer would need to have now is basically just another copy of Vengeance plus potentially the Vengeance plus something like the Vile Fist to kill the Pantheon immediately if Kurashi decides to go for an open attack. But why would he? It's just better to play second Varus, get all those juicy stacks from the bow, and the Quietus though gonna come in clutch. No bow potentially on this Varus, but the Spell Shield is gonna still save him from the effect of the spell. And now, I don't think anything can save a Solid Roamer. You would need double Vengeance, plus something to pop the Vengeance with, to pop the Spell Shield with just 10 mana and 3 cards.
Yeah, plus there's 2 lethal threats here. I mean, last turn, right, we were talking about, I don't think there's anything that can be done. We forgot about the Jace and the double up of the Vengeance. There's no such thing happening here. So this time, we're confident again, but more confident than last time, because last time we were wrong, that this is going to be lethal. But there are spells getting put up on the stack, blockers are being assigned, Solid Roamer might pull it back and hit the OK button, but we're playing this out. And there's the GG Vladimir implying that this is just gonna be lethal.
Yeah, he was just showing, okay, I have the Vengeance. I add one solution to your card, but I don't have any other solution, and Kurashi takes the series 2-1. Super strong player overall. Kurashi, 2 times Aegis champion, EMEA EU Master champion with Germany. I mean, I think he's one of the best players or one of the most storied players in the server.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, I'm always kind of torn when I recognize EMEA players' names, because when I was starting out in grassroots tournaments, I was casting EMEA a little bit more than I was casting the Americas. So it's always nice when I recognize different names and stuff. But I sort of started to fall out of the EMEA scene, at least following it closely around the time that EU Masters started to pop up. So it's always kind of weird to me to yeah, I recognize this name, but not for the last 16 months. So whatever's happened in that time, I'm not totally aware of.
What? It wasn't the last game?
Oh my goodness. We're going to game. This has to be game 3, just based on the amount of time that was left on the timer last time. So far, Zero, we came in. We were sure it was game 2. We were sure there was no way to stop the lethal on the first turn. We're really putting ourselves out there this game.
Yeah, I mean, we see 5 minutes left on the timer, And I'm like, okay, this must be game 3. But as you mentioned to me 1 minute before we got into the game, this is a triple control lineup from the side of a solid roamer. So one of the games must have lasted half an hour.
Yeah, quite some time. And I gotta say, quick shout out to a solid roamer. That is hands down one of my favorite names that a player has, specifically because the A-Sol is capitalized. I've always loved this name. I've never gotten to cast a solid roamer before, but I've seen the name quite a few times. But now, posturing very aggressively on the side of Karashi. Is it an open attack? Is it develop the Katarina? It's going to be the open attack.
I mean, this is just another French-Germany derby that we're going to see a lot, in the World Championship of Football in the next few weeks. This is basically the prelude.
I love that you guys seem to know like the country that every player is from, and I'm trying to imagine if I did that in like an AM server, but I just start naming like the states that everyone is from in America or like the province of Canada that they're from.
I mean, this is pretty easy because a solid roamer is with LFR, and LFR is literally Runeterra France.
Oh, that makes sense. There's a lot of LFR in this tournament.
Yeah, because French people are broken at this game, apparently. As with many esports, that seems to be the case, like League of Legends. But nonetheless, a solid roamer now starting really, really well, as it seems, in this game. Yeah. Immediately pulling down a 6-mana turret plus the X manager. And now, this is a very, very scary strike that Kurashi has to face already.
Yeah, there's no answer here. You've got the Blade's Edge, but nothing to pair it with, no Vile Feast. You're gonna take that 7 damage. And I don't think you're too keen on really blocking the quick attack either. There's a little bit of burn available to a Jace Heimer player. They've got Shock Blast, they've got Mystic Shot. You don't want to go too low, and I think Karashi's just kind of taking the time to kind of measure out what breakpoints they think they can sit at. But Zero, there's only 7.5 minutes left in this round, and Karashi is down about a minute on the clock. He can't take too much time thinking about these early turns.
I mean, if I have to be honest, he is also playing the more aggressive decks. So potentially the game is getting easier on his side to envelop than a solid roamer, which is gonna be in front of many more choices. So I think Kurashi can come back regarding the timer and start playing much faster. I mean, we do not see many options for him going forward. The gameplay is pretty standardized, no?
Yeah, really just kind of play the units as they come down to you. If your board gets wiped, try to go for that harrowing finish. Really not a lot of decisions to be made from here on out. It was really just like, am I going to block this quick attack unit, sack my hallowed unit, things along that nature. But now, Karashi looking like he's got a really good attack.
Yeah.
Also, in case anybody is wondering where the second hand is, a solid roamer did not add the spectate accounts, so will not be able to get that up for you. Of course, we're not going to pester the player while they're in the middle of a game. That would just be rude, honestly.
Yeah.
So unfortunately, we are going to have to sit with one hand this time. But again, only 6 minutes tops of gameplay left in this one.
Yeah, so we can just wonder and maybe have some predictions like the last game where we think that solid roamer does not have any way to live, any way to answer Kurashi's plays, but solid roamer keeps probably defying our expectations.
And now there's no blockers on the side of Karashi. Nothing to stop this 2-2 from evening out the life totals to 7-7 if a solid roamer just wants to go for the open attack. And we don't know how many shock blasts and mystic shots, just how much burn is up a solid roamer's sleeve. It's actually very tense that the hand is not available to us.
Yeah, because when you are a caster, like, you actually get super used to having double hands. You actually get super used to have caster vision, and when there is no caster vision, like, everything is much more exciting, and you always try to see the danger of the cards that can be in the hand that you do not see. Oh my god.
Hits the harrowing, but there's a second copy in hand, and if Karashi can keep their board clear, I mean, you could play out the fallen or the ruined reckoner rather here. Take this unit off the table as a blocker. It'll die at the end of the turn. Clear the path for a follow-up harrowing.
Never play.
But it's gonna be Katarina.
It's gonna be the Katarina. I mean, Katarina is also a blocker. If you block with Katarina right now, nothing on the side of a solid roamer can kill her. So you would just be trading and getting Katarina back in your hand. And here it comes, immediately Glimpse Beyond. This is interesting. Because it means maybe we're not going for the arrowing next turn. Because if we go for the arrowing, we must not play anything else.
Well, Karashi now has the option with Katarina in the death pool, and I want to, before I get into that, Blade's Edge fired off on the stack in case Karashi drew a playable unit and a Ravenous Flock, wanted to be able to set up to take as little damage as possible. But what the Katarina does for Karashi here is you don't have to Harrowing next turn. You can set up a board, force a solid roamer to clear it, and then Harrowing on a solid roamer's turn and rally because the Katarina is summoned.
That's absolutely true. That's super interesting. Also, if we ever draw the dancers, that can start an infinite combo.
Oh, and we're looking at lethal right here on the open attack with this,
this
unit. There's no blocker on the side of a solid roamer. Mystic Shot can stop it. Only 1 mana was available on the following turn. But even if it doesn't work out, Karashi doesn't quite have the mana for the Harrowing this turn.
Yeah, I don't know if I would go for it, honestly, because we do not have mana for arrowing, and as you mentioned, like, basically everything can stop it. We have seen how many removal the deck of a solid roamer have. Just anything could stop it. Just a Wild Fist could stop it, any amount of Vengeance could stop it. Like, there is no way you go for that open attack. Yes, it is projected lethal, but it's not enough.
Yeah, and the Risen Reckoner still playable on the side of Karashi if they want to throw that down, and I do want to point out, as we get into the final minutes of the game here, that a solid roamer does main deck Ruination.
Oh, main deck Ruination, basically the only answer possible to an arrowing in this situation.
Rolling some dice with a Flash of Brilliance, 8 mana available, lethal on the stack, only 1 attacker needs to get through, and a solid roamer is nothing!
Oh my god, this has to be this is insane gameplay. No removal available for a solid roamer, and it just ends. There is no way for him to come back, and Kurashi takes the best of 3.
That's the end of that, and you know, the tournament is chugging along. We're going to get right into another game here. I believe we've got Teddy versus Robomaster. Oh no, that's Teddy versus Smith. We got Robomaster versus TOS coming up next, and then if that does go to, you know, finishes a little bit early, we'll hop back in to Smooth Swallowist, who is kind of chugging along through the bracket, kind of taking his time with it a little bit more. And let me just take a quick look at the lineups that we're going to be getting into here with Robomaster versus TOS.
Okay,
Robo on Vayne Kane Pursuit and Seraphine Ezreal Bandle City. While TOS, we've got Pantheon Varus, Leona Diana, and Kaisa Sivir.
Ooh, I really like Leona Diana as a concept. I wonder how strong the deck will be at the end of the tournament when the stats are drawn. What do you think about it?
I'm not in love with it. Oh, okay.
But it just won, so it must be great.
I say as it ends the game.
It just won, and so it must be the best deck of all. I mean,
so the weird thing for me is that I've spent most of this format playing Leona Aphelios Demacia. Because I really like the strike spells in the deck. I really like Aphelios over Diana. I think Aphelios is just a phenomenal card right now, and we're seeing enough pursuit decks to kind of justify that claim. I know you're a big Aphelios fan. You were a little surprised that it had fallen out of the meta for so long when it hadn't been touched and it was back to original form. So I don't hate Leona Diana, not by any stretch of the imagination. I think it's a rather solid deck, but it's not flashy, right? And there's a lot of flashy decks in the meta right now. It just doesn't impress. Probably the best way to put it.
I mean, Leona Diana is just the big mid-range, you know, with Targon, that eventually can get the lethal from Celestials, can get the lethal just from being so big with all the Solari curve, with how the Solari can big as of late. And so I think it's pretty boring, potentially, to see it in a lot of games. But when it's picked in a tournament, and there are just 2 or 3 people playing it, and other players do not expect it, I think it can do great things.
And I think that's about where we're sitting on it, is there's only a couple of these. Yeah, only 4 Leona Diana in this tournament so far. And I actually had to change it to Leona Shadow Isle because a couple of the Leona Diana players were taking out the Dianas for Aphelioses, and it was getting messy in the stats. I had to consolidate deck archetypes quite a bit here.
Mm-hmm. And I think we're in game 2 now between Smooth Swallowist and Teddy. Two of the best players, even here. I mean, everyone is good because we are at World Qualifiers, so everyone must be good, and only 5 players are gonna qualify. So it's literally, I say every time, good player, good player, good player. But I shouldn't even say it because it should be obvious. If you are here, it must be because you're good.
Yeah, I think one of the problems, and obviously like everybody here is a good player, but you can be good in different ways, right? Because one of the ways to qualify is through the ranked ladder, you could come into this with absolutely zero tournament experience. And the ladder in tournament could not be more different, both in terms of structure, but also the meta. None of the top meta decks on ladder are really doing much in the tournament so far. Like discard aggro, I believe, is still sitting at number 1 on ladder. That could be wrong. I didn't check this morning, but there's only like what, 4 discard aggro players?
Yep, 4 or 5, and as we mentioned, basically all of them are Italian. So
there's one thing I know about
agree.
Italians is that they do love their aggro, and now we're actually getting a golden spatula equipped to a Seraphine. I will say that is the first time I have seen that.
Ooh, I mean, that's a beefy Seraphine. And we have said, especially against a removal region like PNZ paired with something like the Demacia, I think having such a big weak condition, even in terms of stats, can be very, very good. Because now Teddy, to remove Seraphine, has to commit some big spells.
And I think this is one of the hands that I was alluding to when we were talking about Vayne PNZ versus Vayne Kayn, where you're playing a combat trick-heavy Demacia list. You are going to end up with hands that look like this, right? You're stuck on the double Harpy, the double Fish Fight, the double Sharp Sight, just quite a few clunky cards. And I think the Kayn version is a little bit heavier on units because they have more cultists in there to tutor up the Kayn. And it might just be Teddy's undoing here. I'm not sure which player was actually the winner of game number 1, but game number 2 looking very favorites for Smooth so far. But we're about to get into the turn where the Harpy comes online and Teddy's hand is no longer...
Yeah, Teddy's hand is gonna be a lot better when Harpy comes down, as you mentioned. And here she comes. Plus, of course, the Aegis to give her tough. And now the RP is a very, very, very big unit to deal with. From Smooth, no Thermo Beam in hand at the moment to immediately answer it and go destroy one weapon. But instead, we are gonna have the option to stun it. We have the option to jump block it with the forward shift, and I think that's gonna be the way we're gonna try to solve it, at least with the first attack.
Yeah, and it's a question of what does Smooth want to do right here, right now. Do you want to just let the Harpy get off the first attack and then kind of judge? And it is going to be the back alley bar, pulling us probably the worst possible hit, I would say, in Snapjaw Swarm.
Yeah, I mean, it has to be one of the worst. I don't know if it's absolutely the worst, but could be, because it's a one mana follower that does absolutely nothing.
And it's a 1 mana follower that you can't even like play as a chump blocker because it immediately ships itself into combat and will probably just get chump blocked by your opponent.
Yeah,
So-
I think the only way that card could be in any way, like, you know, decent is that we find a way with the random card generation that we have to give that card Scout. So we can immediately play it and rally.
All right, here we go. Let's see. We got to hit
That's not it.
We got to hit a Talia spell to find us Howling Abyss, to find us Pike, then Careful Preparation the Pike to the top of our deck. Then we have a Pike active.
Which does nothing because only has like 2 attack.
No, he'll be level 2 Pike. Howling Abyss gives us level 2 Pike, so he'll jump 3 attack. And then 4 once he lurks, you know, so that's a removal spell. And that is the hoops that we're going to have to jump through in order to make this Snapjaw Swarm a playable card. Because at the very least, if you got like a detrimental spell, it at least progresses the Seraphine level up. And now we're going to go for the double stun onto the Harpies and hopefully try to push through lethal with this Mystic Shot. But there is still a fish fight on the side of Teddy. But Teddy has to play it right now. Cannot wait on this and is going to fire it off. Or at least think about it.
Ooh, I mean, yes, too, because he knows he can't afford to go to 1 mana against PNZ. We all know about it. PNZ, very, very scary region. And I think now we have to summon the 2 Poros. Try to go with...
Oh, is this still lethal? The Poros will be 0 mana. You could re-equip the Spatula to the bar.
Whoa.
Teddy's totally tapped out. I think that's 7 damage, followed up with a Mystic Shot on the following turn, and Teddy doesn't play any healing or counter spells or anything along those lines. I believe this is still lethal.
Okay, Smooth needs to see this. Smooth needs to see that he has the lethal.
Unless,
and he's gonna go
I will
for
admit, I wasn't paying super close attention. If the Spatula was already equipped this turn, it cannot be re-equipped.
Was it equipped this turn?
Smooth isn't going for it, so I'm inclined to believe that it was.
You come, I'll
Probably.
respond.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah. Probably. Yes, because it was
See,
his
we
turn.
caught ourselves that time
okay.
before it was relevant. Good job, Zero and Boulevard.
Thank you.
Made one good call so far, but now Smooth is the one staring down a potential lethal here, as there are 2 scouts on the side of Teddy's board, as well as that Tumble or not Tumble, Condemn.
Yeah, Condemn is in hand. We have ways to generate to play more and more blockers though. We can play the second Poro. We have all the jump blockers we need for now.
We have jump blockers, but that'll run Smooth totally out of units and no shot at lethal on the following turn unless we can find something else. I mean, we've got Trail of Evidence, we've got a little bit of digging still with this drum solo, but you need 1 unit to survive, and this is where, you know, the Snapjaw Swarm just does not count as a unit.
Yeah, the Snapjaw Swarm feels so bad. I think we need to play Trail of Evidence just about now. Seraphine is close to level up, but not close enough.
T highlighting for us,
Going.
SparklingiceT trying to commune with us from the other side, showing us that Seraphine is at 6 out of 9, which will give us a chance to double up the Mystic Shot for lethal.
7 now, 8. Yeah, should be lethal with the Mystic doubled up.
That was great.
Should be lethal. And
I can imagine T ripping his hair out right now, like, no, Seraphine's gonna level with the Mystic Shot.
No, Seraphine is gonna level up. Oh my god, Smooth finding the win here. I mean, probably you guys in chat, you had already seen this outcome, but like just we are bad, so we didn't see that. Thank you, Ice-T, for highlighting that. 6 out of 9 was enough for Seraphine to get the win.
Yeah, and that is going to do it. We knew that the Mystic Shot was going to be Smooth's best chance at lethal, just didn't quite understand how it was going to happen, not understanding that Seraphine was that close to a level up, especially given the amount of mana that Smooth still had available. But that will do it. Signed, sealed, delivered. Now, we did not catch game number 1. We know that that was game number 2, but we do not know who won game number 1, so we might have game 3 coming at you. I'm sure T will update us in just a second here, I hope. Smooth won the series. All right, so that is Smooth moving on clean to round 4, the last round of the day. Going to update the bracket real quick and see where that puts us. Do we have any matches still ongoing for round 3? We have Spikes versus GF Ace. If we want to hop into our last game of round 3, it looks like Ace is up a game on that set, so it might be a quick finish as we get in there, but nothing can be as quick as T throwing us into the lethal attack mid animation of one of the earlier sets. So
I mean, as you were saying, you were saying, Leona Diana, let me think, and we see very
let me
big.
think about this for a second. I don't have time to think.
Yeah, and we just saw an elusive Celestial slamming the Nexus for, like 12 damage or something.
Yeah, and oh man, I don't know what your excuse is, Zero, but I'm still kind of like waking up. It's still early here in the Americas. I've got an AM broadcast after this, so I've got to like save some brain power.
I casted TFT this morning, as I mentioned.
All right, we've all got our excuses.
I have an excuse, exactly.
And now it looks like Spikes is about to have an excuse to have lethal here. Takes out his own Tryndamere, but with 2 FTRs in hand, but not enough mana to play it.
Yeah, we're still not in FTR territory. 1 mana off from the big win condition. We are pretty low on health though from the Spikes. GFH is gonna be able to rebuild the board now, playing potentially either the Dragon or Ravoon plus Doombeast going wide, chipping away from Spike's Nexus 2 more damage, and apparently GFH is looking down to a 2-0 against Spikes here.
Yeah, Ace in a very advantageous position. Spikes is going to need to top deck either a Vengeance or a Frostbite effect if they are going to stay in this one to get around. Oh no, actually going for a smaller unit. This will probably be followed up by the Eclipse Dragon, which actually just does give Ace more opportunities to find a lethal threat. The Great Beyond, one of the most classic finishers in all of Legends of Runeterra at this point.
The Empyrean too. I think Empyrean as a dragon has been extremely undervalued, but especially when you get it from the Eclipse Dragon, it's insanely strong because it's just a plain elusive unit that your opponent never expects.
We're going to develop another blocker here. This does mean Ace is going to have to develop some units on the following turn, not just going to have a clean lethal, but this does leave Spikes with FTR mana, as well as She Who Wanders. Infinite Mind Splitter, not bad, but maybe not enough to survive this. And the Tryndamere is leveled on the side of Spikes, but so is Trundle. Leona and Ravoon, but you can't, because Ace didn't play the Ravoon last turn, there is no way to sort of get both of these units down because you don't have enough mana, but even if you could, wouldn't have a way to get 2 stuns.
Yeah, but Leona's challenger. Leona can challenge, and it's not old Leona anymore.
That's true, yeah.
So we will see the champion of the sun coming down on the board, stunning the Trundle. She's gonna look to challenge the Spiderling, but the FTR is finally gonna come out for Spikes, saving him.
Yeah, and Ace doesn't have enough mana to play the Infinite Mind Splitter to stun out the Tryndamere and the Trundle. I do not think we are looking at lethal here, Zero.
Okay, if we are Ace, we can play. Oh, maybe we are. Maybe actually we are, because we can play the Doom Beast. We are going to down to 6 health, but no, shouldn't be lethal.
Shouldn't? Okay, I'm gonna take your word on that.
May all those in journey find
Yeah, so 2 weakest attackers still only add up to 6, but a
Oh,
Serpent off the
no.
Traveler, that changes things.
That changes everything. This is GG.
Yeah, that is gonna be lethal.
This is
Oh
just a
my
2-0
goodness, and with
Ace.
how many cards are in the Traveler's pool? Something like 26?
No, I think 24.
It's 0 through 12. So you get 13 options.
13, so 26, right. So
Yeah.
must be 26, and from 26 cards, 3 choices. And the one that wins the game is the Serpent. The smallest of every Celestial unit, but in this case, the one that he needed.
Yeah, one of the only I believe actually, potentially the only nerfed Celestial unit.
For a good reason.
Yeah, it used to be a 2-1. Not that it would have come up in that situation, but getting that 0 mana challenger does mean that Ace is going to 2-0 Spikes there. And we're going to be, I mean, that is the end of round number 3, so we're going to throw it to a quick break and try to hop you back into the action very quickly for round number 4. These players are full steam ahead, and so are we. Zero, it's time to say goodbye to you as we bring Ice-T back in to join myself for round number 4. Thank you for joining us. We'll be right back after this break. What did I tell you? Lickety split, and we're back in the action. EMEA and Boulevard back on the desk. Sorry for a lot of the fumbling that we did in the earlier round. Throwing in mid-game, a little funny, but now we're going to be able to get here at the very beginning of, I believe it's Boise versus UCAN Protein. And as the words came out of my mouth, there's no way I pronounced that name right.
You know what? I couldn't help you. I couldn't help you.
Okay, that's
with
fair.
Any of those names. So you know what? I'm going to go with you. I'm going to go Boise and UCAN Protein. You know what? We're just going to call them that for the rest of the day. But
Yeah.
we're also going to have to take a look into their lineups because we have UCAN Protein's lineup right here. We have Elise, Katarina, Gwen, Red Gwen. That's pretty basic. I don't think we need to talk that much about it. We don't have the Legion Rearguard. We have Burgeoning Sentinel in here. Then, here comes the deck that I think you do want to talk about.
Yeah, so these players both brought Red Gwen and Ziggs Talio. We've seen those before, and then the difference is we've got Vayne PNZ on the side of Boise, and then this Pursuit of Perfection deck on the side of UCAN Protein, who is one of the very few players who has gone for the triple Seraphine rather than the triple Aphelios. Seraphine, really not much of a win condition in this deck. If you look through the spells that T just scrolled down through, you're not seeing anything that's going to kill your opponent, right? Like the Mystic Shot on the Nexus, yeah, that's cool. But one of the things I want to talk about, T, is there's a lot of tech options available when you are running this many just 1-ofs and 2-ofs. And I think one of the things I'm a little surprised not to see, especially with how much like Feel the Rush and things like that we see in the meta, is Detective Swap Bot. It was a big tech in the Scion era for some of the slower PNZ decks to just swap stats with the Scion. And while I don't want to get too much into that card because I don't think anyone's seeing it, I just did want to ask you real quick, is there any Targon or PNZ card that you would like to see teched in one of these lists?
Any Targon or PNZ card that I want to see teched into one of these is Vi.
Very good.
Yeah,
I should have known.
Yep. You know what? Get that Zoe out of there. Okay, that's a 1-1. What do I want with the 1-1? I want a Vi in there, you know? And you know what? So far, whenever we have seen Vi in these Aphelios decks, she has performed really well, right? Remember that huge Vi from Ace, just, you know, absolutely insane. So
No going back.
I want to see a Vi in there. That said, we are currently not seeing the deck at all. We are seeing Red Gwen versus Vayne PNZ, the Darken Harp already in the hand here. Looks pretty good to me, but on the other side, we also already have the Gwen, and importantly, we have the equipment destruction.
That we do, and it's one of those things where I think in this matchup, it's kind of weird, right? Because there's no great quietest target for UCAN Protein as far as units are concerned, outside of, I would say, probably like exactly Petricite Broadwing. Everything else is kind of whatever. And you kind of got to pick and choose which equipments you're hitting, because Seratu, not as important in this matchup. As cool as it is to like kill the Darken before they turn into these giant units, I don't think that's something that comes up much in the Vayne versus Red Gwen matchup. And Combat Cook could get, you know, some scary looking weapons, especially because they are going to be forged. They are going to be a little bit stronger than your standard weapon would be.
Yeah, that is so important because once you get like tough, once you get more quick attack, overwhelm, could be a small matchup breaker, especially for such a mid-range matchup where you kind of want to have the bigger unit always. And it is like a matchup where all of a sudden when the Red Gwen explodes, you don't really have anything you can do against that, right? Once the Harrowing pops off, it's looking kind of over for you. So you want to accelerate with like early weapons, with like early big stats. The Combat Cook is going to come in now at a spot where there is no mana left. So we can't currently play, at least for this turn, the Quietist. So Boise is actually getting a bit of value out of this Combat Cook.
Only fools.
It looks like it's going to be the Pato Pain picked up. One Hallowed in the Death Pool. Now, Boise can still kill this Gwen with a catch onto the Darken Aegis, block it with the Vayne, and it looks like that is going to be the play. Or you could just +1/+1 the Combat Cook. Really, any way that you want to do this, there's a couple of different options.
Say your prayers.
I like doing it like this. It just preserves even a bit more health on your units. Gets another weapon into play, more importantly, on the Vayne. Which means the next open attack is going to be a lot of damage, right? No blockers left on the other side.
No one gets in my way.
Still, at 20 HP, you can Protein probably not too sad about this. 9 damage is almost half your Nexus HP, though. And since we know that there are a couple of Scout units in this deck, it could be really dangerous.
Yeah, not only that, but if Boise wants... Okay, you know what? Take everything I said, throw it out the window. It looks like we're going to get another Combat Cook down, not interested in the open attack. And we've got an option of Combat Reel and the Rake. And this time it is going to be the Rake. So a Scout attack online for Boise.
Yeah, this is exactly what Bowies needed, because now you can technically rally with the tumble. But Yukon is going to immediately take that one away. Knows how dangerous this could be.
Yeah, and I think that's why we saw a kill onto the Darkened Harp early, is because there was a second Quietus in Yukan's Protein's hand in case there was another weapon that gets a little bit out of hand. This time taking out the Rake immediately, but now sort of an awkward development on the side of Yukan. You can throw down your Katarina, and then, I mean, you could attack. It's probably just going to get blocked by the 2-2. Maybe you leave it around. Maybe you just develop 3-1, kind of hang back that spell mana, keep the Glimpse Beyond available, and wait until you can take that 2-2 out of play with the Minotaur Reckoner before going in for a big swing.
Look closely at their eyes.
This is such a close game right now. Bowies obviously does have the lead, but with the Katarina in hand, you kind of need to start blocking her, because otherwise the lethal is not far away. We have a couple of Hallowed Stack for Yukon Protein, so again, at this point, going in the offense is the best defense, basically. Just you want for both players to proactively get trades on Bowies' side, just so Yukon Protein can't attack in with quick attack, and obviously on Yukon Protein's side to trade down the board and not die in the next attack from Bowies.
And Yukan doesn't really care about the Katarina dying here, because you do have the Eternal Dancers to sort of go for that loop. And speaking of the loop, we've seen a couple of different one-drop tech options out of the Red Gwen players, right? We saw the Legion Rearguard. We're seeing the Burgeoning Sentinel now here out of Yukon Protein. What we're not seeing that we used to see is Blade Squire. And one of the big things that you would do with Blade Squire is if you could pull the quick attack Blade Fragment, it really protected your Eternal Dancer Katarina combos, because you could give quick attack over to the Eternal Dancers, and suddenly you were no longer worried about them losing all of their, sort of massive 6 health while they were going into combat constantly.
Sure. We did go over to a couple of different one-drops, right? We saw today already that you played the Legion Rearguard. Here we see the Burgeoning Sentinel. But yeah, just getting access to the quick attack would be really nice. But I guess you don't combo off as often as you would need to for that to make sense, right? Because so far in every Red Gwen game, none of these have been played, right? We haven't really seen any of the rallying. We haven't really seen any of the Eternal Dancers. So maybe that just took such a backstep that it just isn't really worth it anymore. Now, the Reckoner comes in. We take out the blocker, but again, the proactive defense. Just attack, defend every time.
When Vayne was nerfed, or rather Tumble was nerfed, because technically Vayne was buffed in the patch. When Tumble was nerfed, I didn't think it was going to go up in cost. I thought it wasn't going to equip weapons anymore.
Yeah, that is such a huge mana cheat, right? So when it was still at 3 mana, like, just imagine you just get a free attack and you can equip a 2 mana weapon, so all of a sudden you get like 5 mana worth of value. And in some cases, right, just like the free attack is about 3 mana worth of value. Before that, plus a challenge was valued at 3 mana, but like just getting the weapon on top of it, obviously really insane. And here again, just taking 5 damage for Yukon Protein does not look great. You really don't want to.
Yeah, at least you're going to get the trade of units here, and you're not
Oh, you are?
quite looking at lethal next turn.
Interesting.
Oh, actually,
Here we go.
with the Pot of Pain, you might be.
I did say I wanted to
Yeah,
see
you
the
could have
world.
saved the combat cook here if you wanted to. So I guess the play is you just go catch onto Pan of Pain now, but you could have played catch and you would have had 4 HP on the combat cook.
I think the issue was the cook can't block, and Bowies thinks that they can get lethal without it.
Yeah. Ooh, how did you play this turn? This is a really interesting turn, just because you just top-decked another piece of interaction where you could possibly remove a blocker here. Obviously, the open attack right now is not quite lethal. Going in with the tumble.
Yeah, nothing looks super appealing. You don't have quick attack to make good use of the Cataclysm. You know that if you don't open attack, you open yourself up to Yukon Protein, throwing down that Risen Reckoner, and just having an ephemeral blocker that's basically going to stave off any sort of aggression out of Bowies this turn. So it's pretty much open attack or bust, and the main question is, are you going in with this Fleet Feather Tracker as well, or are you just sending in the Vayne?
This is such a tough turn to play because you have potentially lethal, right? It's one of those turns where you think, like, if I play this absolutely correctly, I probably have lethal in here somewhere, but it all depends on what your opponent has, right? And the fact that Yukon Protein has like 2 blockers that they can throw down this turn just makes this infinitely harder.
Fearless.
Yeah, it looks like we are going to get Just a quick 5 damage connection from the Vayne. I think you can kind of debating whether or not this Glimpse is a playable card at the moment. You'd love to get a few more options into your hand, but you also don't want to let Bois sort of keep these units around. So now with the catch being committed, this almost certainly has to be a Glimpse Beyond.
Yeah.
It doesn't take you off of playing the 2 blockers that you already had available for the turn either, so you're still going to get all of that out unless you were really committed to summoning the Eternal Dancers this turn, but it is going to be the Glimpse.
Okay, so the scary thing here is that we can remove 1 blocker of the Cataclysm, right? And then after the Cataclysm, this Condemn is actually going to cost 1. So we actually have mana to get 2 free attacks plus a Condemn this turn. And this would have been enough if it wasn't for the top deck of the House Spider. Oh my god, I was just like setting this one up, and then I look at the top, I look at the second hand, I'm like, oh, okay, yeah, well, never mind then.
Yep, instead, Phantom Butler number 1 comes down here. This is going to be the Cataclysm that you mentioned, or at least it was a consideration, and now it's back in play.
Oh dear. Well, we can still try, right?
I guess the question is, like, does UCAN play the House Spider? There is a chance that he throws down either the Phantom Butler or the Risen Reckoner still.
Ooh, yeah, that could... I mean, it's a World Championship qualifier,
Yeah,
right?
are you playing around the Condemn at this point? And the
Yeah.
answer is going to be yes. That is no lethal available for Bois. I would say, yeah, you probably still tumble the Fleet Feather here, get one of the blockers out of the way.
I mean, still, you're going to get another tumble next turn, so you're still going to pressure UCAN Protein. That's...
But-
Yeah.
Condemn isn't deal a certain amount of damage, right? It is just your unit strikes another unit. And you've only got 5 attack on units. Eternal Dancer can come down here and start pulling Katarina. Or, actually, no, I don't think it'll pull Katarina. I think it'll pull Fallen Reckoner.
Is it? Yeah, it's 5 mana, right? So
Yeah, it's 5 mana, 4/3. So, unfortunately, the infinite attacks combo not online for UCAN Protein.
But at least infinite, your opponent doesn't have blockers.
Yeah, which honestly might be enough. Still quite a few units to be played here on the side of UCAN. 10 health, a lot to get through, though. I don't know if you can check the amount of Hallowed that we currently have on the side of UCAN. I don't think it's much. Yeah, 3. Which, like, I say not much. What I mean is, like, not enough to get to 10 damage.
Especially with another blocker top decked, and again, that Condemn in hand, right?
Yeah.
If we want to make use of those health stacks to get lethal, you have to put it on the Overwhelm unit, and the Overwhelm unit right now is unfortunately a 6/3, which means it can easily be taken down by Condemn.
Bois just keeps top decking these units that require you to play another unit to get Challenger, and just isn't quite able to take full advantage of what these units would be able to do normally. And there are like some juicy targets, right? If you could have taken out that House Spider rather than the Spiderling, if you could send your 3 health unit into this 2/1, things would be looking just a little bit better. But Bois needs... I'm actually trying to think of what Bois can top deck. If there's a singular card that guarantees they can push through lethal on the following turn.
Look
just...
closely at their
Whenever I
eyes.
look at this, I
Full
still
of
remember the
fear.
time when this was actually just a Challenger unit. You didn't need to play anything else. And I
Fleet
just...
Feather or a Petricite?
Both. I actually both. Yeah, you're right. I completely forgot about Fleet Feather, but damn, these cards used to be so insane. At times like these, I catch myself thinking, "Was Keras right?" And then I immediately pedal back. I'm like, "No way." But sometimes, in my weak moments.
Yeah, right before Petricite got nerfed, 4LW had me on a huge, like, Aphelios Lux kick, but man, did that deck kind of get carried by Petricite Broadway.
Oh, yeah. I think Broken Ball also played this a lot. Unfortunately, Lux didn't quite survive the Broadwing nerf, and not even Jace Lux survived, which was also a deck that I think a lot of players really loved. It's one of those decks where players are obviously super down to play Lux. They remember the good old Lux Karma times, but it just doesn't quite work out. On the other hand, here, we have a couple of nuke decks that are doing fantastic. The swinging with Vayne is interesting. That suggests that we might want to free Joral from Vayne, and that this
that's...
Condemn is...
I just want to make sure that's a Condemn, right? Not a Vayne's
Yeah.
Condemn. Do you think there's any universe where Bois forgets that's a Condemn and not a Vayne's Condemn?
I hope not in this tournament.
I mean, this does make sense, though, right? You are getting a blocker out of your opponent. You are getting another tacker by developing the Joral. And UCAN really can't do much about that. It's probably just going to have to fire off a Glimpse Beyond and onto this Reckoner and see what they can find. I mean, a Quietus would be enough, you know, to take this Petricite Broadwing out of play and even the board back up.
Yeah, you can take Broadwing out of play. You can remove the weapon from the Fleet Feather Tracker and just make it a 2-1. Unfortunately, at that point, you still are one blocker short, so you're really not left with many options. That said, Bowie's just setting it up here. I don't think there's anything proactive Eugene Protein can do right now. You could attack, you know, you could attack always. But the problem is...
you could, if you play your Reckoner, you've got a good shot at least getting some blockers out of your opponent, right? You're going to be... The Petricite's not going to be able to block. Suddenly you have 2 units over your opponent. I still don't think it's enough.
Yeah, if...
You know the Jural is coming.
Yeah.
The Jural is not coming. We do have Condemn still, which I think is what Bois was kind of hanging on to. And that is probably going to have to get used here.
10. Yeah, Condemn is going to save Bois here. That's a big Reckoner.
Yeah, and actually this means that at the moment... Well, actually no, Bois does still have Lethal in the open if you just equip the weapon to the Petricite Broadwing.
Oh, yeah. Glimpse Beyond comes in. Let's see if we find exactly what we need, and that would be a Quietus.
We've got... Don't tease me. Elise and Gwen.
Okay, that is lethal. Correct.
Yeah, Bowie's going to equip the weapon. I mean, a Vile Feast still saves UCAN here.
Let's see what the top deck is. Is it Vile Feast? It's Flock.
Oh, it's Flock, and challenged with the damaged unit means there's nothing Bowie's can, or UCAN can do. Bowie's going to take game number 1.
Wow.
Whew.
That was one of the closest games we had all day, right?
Yeah, I mean, we've had some down-to-the-wire games, but that one, excellent sequencing on the side of Bois to sort of find those lines to get the lethal through there, despite sort of the pushback from UCAN Protein.
Yeah, it really was like, who has like the right sequencing to get enough attacks in where you kind of force your opponent to block. They have to give up blockers. They don't deal damage to you, right? There was a really, really tough balance to be had there because you almost died on the side of Bois as well, right? If you didn't have that Condemn, UCAN was close to lethal. So now we will see the mirror match. Let's see how this one goes.
And what I really like that Bois did there is, I feel like, I don't know if this happens to competitive players as much, but I do think it happens to more casual players. You get a little sentimental. The idea of sacrificing one of your champions is something that some of the more casual players won't even consider, right? But in that case, like, you needed to sack your Vayne to get the weapon off of it, and then, you know, the patience to not run out the Jural and decide, yeah, you know, all I need to do is equip this weapon to my Petricite, and that's enough for lethal. It was very smart.
Yeah, this is something, there's a trap I fall into a lot. I sometimes catch myself thinking, hey, I need this Vayne, she's generating 3 attacks every turn. But yeah, at this point, just playing for more turns was not really the win, because eventually, the deck that plays the Harrowing could draw Harrowing and just completely blow you out, right? And then just like going for the lethal on the following turn, just paid off beautifully. And here, look at this, Bois has a good early curve, but on the other side we have a bunch of interactions to kind of try to mitigate this a little bit.
You won't suffer long.
And UCAN not taking out the 1-drop and blocking the Spiderling, instead actually Vile Feasting the Elise so that we can set it up for the Flock, take the block onto the 1-drop, and now, you know, board parity just about there. A Spiderling on the side of Bois doesn't really mean much, and if we're just looking at the hands here, I would say I'm feeling a little Bois favored here.
Yeah, we get early Hallowed stacks. We have the Gwen. Now we can also remove the Katarina.
Oh, we could kill Katarina.
And this is looking really good, actually.
And now, so Bois has some options here. You can obviously just kill the Katarina. You could let it attack you. You could do whatever you want. But one of the other things you can do is stun it with the Arachnoid Sentry and sort of give UCAN the idea that this Katarina is going to live, right? And then you can either Vile Feast it next turn or whatever you want. You could throw out the Gwen. You've got options again, but I mean, Katarina does not play well on defense, and now UCAN in a little bit of an awkward spot as well. But I mean, the Midnight Reckoner might be the punish for this Sentry line.
Yeah, because all of a sudden you can swing in with Katarina, you can flip her. That said, you're going to take a lot of punishment for that. And I think you can here really looking to keep the Nexus HP up. You know, this is a really explosive matchup. Once you go down in Nexus HP, it could be over one moment to another. For locks the Gwen, but, you know, Gwen dying doesn't quite have the same taste as just like getting rid of the Elise, right? Because Gwen is also a hallowed unit. It leaves you with another hallowed stack, so this is again something that even though Bowise just lost a champion, this is something Bowise gains in their favor. Katarina is still alive though.
I mean, Bowise no longer... Okay, now they have the option to kill the Katarina again. I was going to say, if Yukan goes in for the open attack, there's nothing Bowise can do about that, but we'll get the opportunity to set it back up for the flock. But while we have a moment here while this all plays out, I wanted to ask you what you thought of that attack sequencing on the previous turn, where Bowise put the Hallowed buff onto the Spiderling rather than the Arachnoid Sentry, saying, hey, you know, if you want to trade units, that's fine, I'll push the damage here, when they could have maintained a slightly larger board.
I think now it's justified because you just drew 2 House Spiders, right? In the moment, I wonder though. You still had a House Spider in hand, so maybe Bowise was thinking, hey, I have a House Spider, maybe I can just refill my board very easily. But it was certainly something to think about. Now, we do have the Eternal Dances in hand.
That's going to get Gwen.
Yeah.
Looking at a lot of damage here. It looks like 19 queued up according to the Nexus, and I believe that includes the Gwen coming back as well as the Drain that's going to be on the Gwen.
Yeah, we already see the Nexus being healed here for Bowise, going back up to 18. That said, after this, we have dealt quite a bit of damage, right? And we will actually keep our Eternal Dance on board. But other than that, our hand is not looking great.
No, I mean, Flock has the potential to get a little awkward in this deck, right? You only run so many things that actually damage units. In fact, I believe Vile Feast is the only spell that you play that will damage a unit. Of course, you have the Blade's Edge from the Katarina as well, but for the most part, in a lot of sort of mid-game situations like this, you're a little reliant on combat getting involved to get the Flocks active, which, if you've played enough Flock decks, you know how volatile that can kind of be.
Yeah. It's not very pretty. But that said, Flock now is able to take down the Reckoner next turn, so should that swing in, we are looking pretty good. And I think a tail that is kind of building...
Are you about to just rip a Harrowing?
Oh, we might. So what I was about to say is here, what I'm always looking at are the Hallowed stacks, right? And Hallowed for this deck is more important than people think, especially in the mirror. Like, we have no Hallowed stacks on the one side, we have 3 Hallowed stacks on the other side, which means like even things like this 1/1 Spider can become a threat that you have to deal with. Well, on the other side, Bowise can allow a few more units to get through.
Yeah, and I believe this is going to bring back an unleveled Katarina, which... The cool thing, you know, as we mentioned earlier in the day with the Mark of the Isle tech at a Broken Ball, Ephemeral Katarina doesn't mean anything. She will strike, level up, and return to the hand before she dies to the ephemeral effects.
Yeah, it also gets a Blade's Edge, which again can take down a Spiderling, can set something up for a Flock. You currently don't have Flock in hand, so you probably just like remove a Spiderling from the equation. But the Katarina being flipped, another huge pressure point. Let's see if it's going to be enough, because next turn Bowise is definitely looking to get that lethal. Again, there's going to be another Gwen being revived. It's another 2 burn that you have guaranteed. Plus you have currently a much wider board than you can.
So this is a situation that I always knew would come up, but it's never actually come up for me personally, which is now that Katarina is leveled, Eternal Dancers will no longer revive Katarina because there are no Hallowed stacks, as you had mentioned. She's stuck at 3 attack, and Katarina, even in the death pool, now has 4.
Yeah, that is also really interesting how you sequence the whole thing, right? Because once you go in with the Eternal Dancers, you might want to put it on the first, but if you have Gwen in death pool, you might not want to put Eternal Dancers at the first stack because, you know, you kind of don't want to gain any extra attack on the card. You can protein here, setting up a kill potentially next turn, setting up a top deck. I think it makes a lot of sense because this might be the only way we win this.
Yeah, this is quite a large attack coming out of Bowise here. It's going to be another Gwen revival.
Oh, wait.
I didn't run the math, but I'm pretty sure Bowise wins here thanks to the Gwen drain.
Wait, no way. The thing is, you actually kind of got Bowise to concede this 3-1, right? That was like a kind of Flock bait. So like, I have Flock, and then Bowise doesn't attack with it. Pretty nice, but still, just the early Halo, the early game from Louise was just too strong.
Yeah, and that is going to be Bois picking it up 2-0 there. Our first competitor to be finished for the day. Going to come back tomorrow, play a final one match, I believe, in order to see if they will qualify for the World Championship top 16, or if they're going to have to fight through the losers bracket.
Yeah, exactly. So again, today no one is going to be qualified, but Bois is super, super close to being qualified. I think is facing up against Aragon tomorrow, who in the bracket is currently already done against Kurashi. So Kurashi is going to lower bracket.
So while you, we're going to hop into another round 4 here, but while T sets that up, I do want to talk about Aragorn's lineup for a second, because this comes in a stark difference between the Americas and Europe. In the Americas, Trundle Timelines is actually quite popular. There's almost 10 of them in the main event, whereas APAC and EMEA only had one apiece. Aragorn is that singular Trundle Timelines player for EMEA. So I'm wondering if, for potentially the first time in our lives, America might have been a little ahead of the curve.
Ooh, it's also really weird because, you know, if you expect anyone in EMEA to bring timelines, it's Robomaster, and Robomaster doesn't have it in his lineup, which is really weird. But I like to know that we at least have one player with timelines in there. Obviously, Trundle Timelines still one of the strongest decks. After, you know, weapons got introduced and got a nerf, got really outgrinded by all these Seraphine decks, but now might be back. But let's jump into another round, into another game. TOS versus Smooth. This is still round 4.
Doing a lot of Smooth Swallowist following here today. He's kind of lagging behind in the bracket, and that's just kind of how things are going to play out. We're always going to be able to default back to him in the back alley bar. The Smooth special coming straight down. Letting him set up some blockers, and ooh, is that... I haven't seen that card in a minute. That Draklorn Inquisitor.
Draklorn Inquisitor. Well,
it's
I think
discarded straight away.
at this point, it's like after the Thralls nerf, we didn't really see Thralls, right? In this deck, you just don't kind of don't want to break your board, right?
Yeah, I mean, what are you going to do with a Frozen Thrall that's a countdown 9, even if you've got the Inquisitor next to it?
Ooh, this Kai'Sa here going in, not only removing the 3/3, but because of her Icathian Rain, also getting rid of the Poro here.
Actually getting rid of both units. She has Challenger as well, so a second keyword.
There's nowhere to hide.
Kai'Sa looking really good again against slow decks. If you can't remove the Kai'Sa, you are in real trouble. And Smooth doesn't really have a lot of options, right? You have Sunburst maybe, but again, Special could be a thing. Rite of Negation could be a thing. This is actually maybe the perfect matchup for something like Kai'Sa.
Yeah, I know a couple of the Americas players were talking to me about Kai'Sa and timelines and all these different things that they're pretty big on, and just sort of the decks that they're good into. And Bar was definitely one of the ones that was brought up. And I mean, Bar is extremely popular throughout this tournament. Some people even bringing it twice in the lineup.
Man, again, Smooth, we gotta give him some credit, okay? Has been playing this before it was cool, okay? He was playing it before it was cool. It was like a hipster. That said, yeah, Bar obviously really strong. And today we have only really seen the Aphelios version of it. But I'm pretty sure that the other versions still can hang with the Bar. I'm quite happy that we haven't seen Ionia today so far, because when you think that this is already a pretty grindy matchup, the Ionia version just tops that even more.
And I'm actually a little surprised we haven't seen it, because AM and APAC were pretty down on the Ionia version, but it is the most popular Seraphine deck in EMEA.
Yeah, because I'm going to be real with you here. I know you guys have Margin and a bunch of other huge Ionia.
Pretty much all of Mastering Runeterra is just Ionia one tricks.
Ionia apologists, yeah, for sure. That said, in general, EMEA isn't better, okay? We have so many Ionia lovers over here. It's absolutely insane.
Which country is it?
All of France.
Do you have one you can point to?
All of France.
Okay, yeah, France, yeah.
Absolutely loves Ionia. I mean, we have like absolute like Ari Cannon aficionados in there, but we also have obviously people just like grinding Ionia Bar to the top of ladder and everything. So, yeah.
You know, funny enough, there is across the 3 servers there is one Ionia Bard player, or not Ionia Bard, sorry, but Ari Cannon. You know, like the old school sort of Pink Region deck. And it is actually who I think is currently one of, if not the best players in the world. It's Pin Ping Ho.
Ooh, okay. super interested to see if something like that makes an appearance at Worlds, because I think this could be something that comes out of left field and surprises a lot of people.
Just accidental art.
Absolutely, but now 2 bars down on the side of Smooth, and still no equipment found, which means still no scout onto these defectors, which means no scout for Kaisa either, but with only 7 health left on the side of Smooth, Supercharge might be enough to get there. There's not... Oh, we're gonna get the retreat return onto the back alley barkeep. He's gonna cost 2 mana.
We're digging deep. We are digging deep. The single combat comes out. Wait. Okay, so once single combat comes out here, TOS has to immediately think about the Kaiser potentially dying, right? The good thing is we have another Kaiser in hand. I don't think this will make
Yeah.
Supercharge, no. Good thing is we have another Kaiser in hand. So Smooth getting a small glimmer of hope here. Potentially removing this Kaiser, but then immediately getting crushed by TOS, just slamming down another one.
And Smooth now doesn't have the mana to play the Aftershock out of a... Oh, we're not even going to challenge the Kaisa. Yeah, we're gonna take the free kill onto the Petrified Broadwing, but might not be as free as it looks if Kaisa gets overwhelmed from that Supercharge. And it looks like we are just going to sack our unit to this. And I've been saying this a lot today, but it is really looking like lethal on the side of TOS on the following turn. Unless we hit a playable unit, which we do. You know, it's normally 4 mana, but down to 2 just for you, Smooth. It's going to follow that up with
I can almost taste it.
the Serpent, and now it's 6 versus 3.
Oh,
3 weakest attackers still add up to lethal.
Yep, that looks very much like lethal, but, I mean...
There
we
is
have the
still
Song Spinner.
cards to be played on the side of Smooth, right? I mean, at the very worst, you've got the Hextech Recombobulator. I don't think that's its actual name, but you can turn one of the 4/3s into a 2/1. You know, that'll take some damage off the board.
I mean, you can turn it into a 1/1.
Nowhere to hide.
Or a 1/1, yeah. Which, at the moment, would save Smooth.
That's funny.
Or you could roll the dice on...
Oh, it's Smooth. Both
and we're going to
it's
roll the
Smooth.
dice.
Oh, it's Smooth, right? Oh, okay.
Steel Tempest.
I'm telling you, consistently Smooth goes for the highlight plays, goes for the rolls. Smooth is a pure Monday Madness player, okay? And he gets rewarded.
We find the Steel Tempest for the 4/3. We've even got a Time Trick and a Rummage for our troubles, which is honestly great, as this Lunari Duskbringer really not doing much for us at this stage of the game. We're going to Time Trick in combat as well to see what we can find in 2 Pursuit Perfection, offered up at 21 out of 20!
Oh my god! That
Smooth can play it this turn in the open attack, and I mean, TOS has the potential to find something off of this Preservarium. I think a Rally will still do it.
Ooh, maybe Smooth should have gone for removal here. Maybe you should have saved as much health as possible, because again, Kaiser attacking in again.
There is one singular Golden Aegis in the list of TOS. Of course, I think there's a world where Kaisa finds lethal off of the Acathian Rain as well.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
If it's like a Cataclysm.
I'm surprised Smooth didn't go and save as much HP as possible, just because potential of Kaiser lethal, but it is not found. No way!
Ice-T Smooth goes for the dice roll and could not have been a higher roller on the day. This should have been TOS's game, but instead the Pursuit of Perfection comes through at the final hour. There's no quicksand in the deck. There's nothing to take away the overwhelm, and that is going to be Smooth Swallow is picking up game 1.
I can't believe it. I can't. What did we just see? Oh my god.
You did this, Ice-T. You and your Monday Madness, you've created monsters and gamblers out of some of EMEA's finest players, and Smooth's going to go hit the lottery right after this one.
For sure. And this is something that Smooth has been doing all day, right? All day going for the percentage plays and all day getting rewarded. I can't wait to see chat in 15 minutes. I just can't wait to see
I haven't been looking at chat at all. Usually I don't go back at VODs and look at chat, but for that moment I might have to.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't know if this was game 1 again. Smooth always takes a bit of time, and currently in the bracket there's no game reported. But you never know,
well,
right?
I called it game 1, so it better be.
I'm gonna have to say it was not game 1, because apparently the player's out of that challenge, so that means that was potentially game 2 or 3. It was, looking at the time, at its fastest series Smooth had today, probably. But that means Smooth is also through for today, and is 1 win away from qualifying to the world's top cut. Whew.
The funniest part of this is that if Smooth just happened to be born in the great land of the United States of America, would have qualified for Worlds off that win.
True.
Just saying.
Oh. Well. I think we have one last game left in round number 4. So
we do.
We're actually going to hop into Jezino versus a GF Ace.
And then I know that, okay, yeah, this is looking like pretty close to the end of the game. Not quite here. But after this, we do have more games to play. There is still another round in the losers bracket for today.
Yeah. Maybe 1.5 rounds, actually, because the way I see it there, obviously the lower bracket sometimes takes a bit of time. And especially if we have players that have like slower lineups. So we might have like 1.5 rounds for you. But there are a couple of players that we weren't able to really catch today that I really want to see in the lower bracket. Unfortunately, Oe doesn't really have to play today, I think. No, we have one game of Oe. So that's definitely what I want to catch. But here, back to the game. I'm sorry for rambling on. There was a small slimmer of hope that we could have gotten lethal here with the impact from Rumble and maybe some impact from a few mecha yodels. But that was cut down immediately.
I think Ace might still be able to do it. You can tumble in your Ionian Hookmaster to get the weapon off of her and then put it on a more impactful unit. The Charm going to make it difficult. I mean, it's really hard without knowing Jezino's hand. And a lot of the Seraphine Shadow Isle decks look a lot like the Pursuit decks. There's not a lot of 3-ofs, very built around Seraphine. You know, a lot of 1-ofs and things like that. This late in the game, we don't know what removal spells have been played. And actually, looking at the clocks here, Jezino is -5 minutes into his own time bank, while Ace is -1.5 minutes. So this game's been going on. I think this is game 1.
This is game 1. I mean, we still have, 26 minutes on timeout. If this is game 1, we are looking at maybe the first timeout game. Again, this is like one of the rounds where this is almost justifiable for any player, right?
I think... Okay, Cataclysm gives us a chance at lethal here. We can Cataclysm onto something like the Seraphine, get the impact off, and then the second swing will guarantee lethal with the impact. But, you know, there are a couple of life gain spells in the Shadow Isle version. Vile Feast is available, and again, we're really not sure what has and hasn't been played yet. So it looks like Ace going to go in just for the full-on attack first, hang back that impact unit. It's going to come in handy later. See what we can get. And actually, Overwhelm is going to be able to be transferred onto the impact unit. Jezino's got to have an answer for this, right?
Unfortunately, we can't see, right? The hand, unfortunately, not available for us because Jezino hasn't added the spectator count. That said, if there is an answer to find...
it's just a dice roll here.
Yeah, you could probably find it in there. You know, Troll Chant is a card that can always help.
Yeah. Vengeance, technically, potentially, still available as well, as Jezino does have the bar on in play, reducing that down to 5 mana if one hasn't been played before.
Yeah, what do you think of this, right? We already talked about the Targon version, we talked about the Ionia version, but like just the Shadow Isles version, that was pretty nice.
Sleepy Trouble Bubble. Well, I'm a big Jace Heimer fan, so that's kind of where my Shadow Isle Piltover and Zon allegiances lie.
I get it. I also really dig this region combination. Was a big fan of like just
you're a Karina player, right?
Yes, Fly Control.
Yeah, I was not a big Karina player.
Loved it. Still tried to play it multiple seasons in a row. Years after it was bad. But let's see.
I think that's actually why I hated this region combination for so long, was because people would play Karina in metas where they have absolutely no good reason to. But we're getting the lethal representation here from Ace, the tumble into the Overwhelm weapon. Something is queued up on the side of Jezino. It's going to be Steel Tempest. And that wasn't off of this spell that we played just before. This was actually created by something else entirely. Seraphine, it looks like.
Yeah. Created by the devil herself.
And now the double Paddle Star going to be able to take out this Mecha Yordle as well. And that does not leave Ace with a lot of options.
Unfortunately, you can't re-equip. Wait, can you re-equip the weapon?
I mean, technically you didn't manually equip it.
Yeah, right?
If Ace does not equip the weapon, I am going to assume that you cannot. So, or maybe you can. The problem is that Paddle Star is going to take out Vayne either way, right? Because she did attack this turn.
Oh, yeah, apparently we can't equip it then.
Swift death.
I'm still not convinced, because if Ace equipped it, you would just immediately lose the Vayne to the Paddle Star, so you kind of have to just go for the Cataclysm play anyway.
True. Ooh, heavy metal. Dude, what?
I don't like that. I would have liked to see the Paddle Star there.
I think we didn't have enough mana for Paddle Star, I believe.
Oh, right, because it went back up to 3 after the fact.
Yeah. But still, if we would have kept this, it would have cost 2 mana, but we could have potentially also gotten rid of the Overwhelm weapon, right?
Yeah.
That said, obviously we can't leave Vayne on the board because she generates another tumble, can immediately equip the Overwhelm weapon, and then we are looking pretty bad, but we are looking pretty good right now. The lethal comes in, and we'll see if this was game 1, 2, 3, 4.
Yeah. With the Paddle Star going back up to 3 mana, then yeah, it probably was that you could not re-equip the weapon because it was equipped by Tumble, which is weird, because if I equip a weapon and then lose it, I'm pretty sure I can re-equip it with Tumble. But apparently just not the other way around.
That's really weird how Tumble works, but yeah.
Literally never run into this situation myself.
It kind of makes sense that the priority goes to like Tumble being able to re-equip it, because it like hard says on the card you are going to equip a weapon.
It's sort of similar to like attacking with stunned units versus like cataclysming with stunned units, right? Where like you can't declare an attack with a stunned unit, but you can pull it in with a cataclysm or something along those lines. It seems to be similar with equipments in Tumble, so that's how we're gonna rule that one for now. And if it ever comes up again, we'll be sure to point you back to this moment.
Oh yeah, if it ever comes up again. That said, there is going to be a lot of Vayne today, on tomorrow. So, very likely, actually. Now, we are going to go into another game. Trundle Tryndamere now, going up against... I think this was the 1-0. Again, have Rumble Vayne. But, this might still be the first deck from GFAs.
I believe this is the only Rumble Vayne in EMEA. Yes, it is.
It lost a lot of favor after the nerfs.
Yeah. That said, Yamato actually brought Rumble Vayne as well.
Really?
So at the very least, you're in good company there on deck selection.
Yeah. Okay, now I suddenly trust the deck a bit more.
That just ups it a couple percentage points on the tier list. It's like, well, if the 2021 World's runner-up brought it, how bad could it possibly be?
Yeah. Yamato was always someone that brought decks where the community was really down on them and then discovered later, hey, maybe they're good, right? Remember Yamato bring Darkness when everyone was really down on Darkness? And
yeah, I thought Darkness was fine, and then everyone's like, why are you, like... I thought we were going to make fun of Pinpingho's, like, pirate lineup more, but instead it was the Darkness on Yamato that everyone focused on. Probably because Pinpingho didn't really do much with the pirates that they brought, was Yamato made it quite far into the tournament. Which
obviously is also... It's not good to, like, rate decks after how good they do in one tournament, but you know.
Oh, that's the only way to do it, baby.
For sure. Yeah, that's why I still need that one win with Skargrons. You know, I need Skargrons to win one tournament, and then all of a sudden it's gonna rise. The stonks are going up.
So is Monday Madness just like a prerequisite to you like starting to whittle down to more and more obscure tournaments until you can finally just like, okay, everybody has to play Skargrounds, and then Skargrounds wins a tournament, and you're like, yay, see, I told everyone.
Oh, no, this is actually going to happen. This is literally planned. Once Worlds is over and finally people are going to have time playing community tournaments again, the Skargrounds tournament is still on. It's a €50 prize pool. It's going to happen around end of December.
I'm going to have to start grinding my EMEA account a little bit, build towards some Skarground, get in on that.
See, that's a good thing. You don't need to grind that much, because you are only allowed to play Skarground decks. I'm even going to put out a list, not a ban list, it's the opposite of a ban list. I'm going to put out a list with like 30 cards.
You have to play these cards.
You have to play at least 15 of those cards I put in there.
Working as intended.
You know, I have actually, I've been rather curious myself about just being like, hey, we're going to do a tournament. Okay, what decks can we play? Here's your deck. Everybody has to play the exact same 40 cards.
That would also be really, really cool.
I feel like that would be pretty unwatchable, though. I'd have to make it like, I'd cap it at like 8 people in single elimination so that we don't have to watch more than 3 mirror matches.
True. It could get really, really grindy. That said, you know what? Don't think this game is going to go grindy. We just used 4 mana.
Yeah, I was going to say, speaking of the opposite of grindy, Ace going to lose the Rumble here, and we're going to grind on a little bit more. But I mean, can just replay the Rumble, right? We have the tutor for it. As well as, I believe that's a Rumble's Flame Spitter.
I believe we have lethal this turn. So we can play Ruined Reckoner.
Oh, you Flame Spitter and then Midnight Raid?
Yeah, you could Flame Spitter Midnight
A
Raid
little
now.
dicey, but...
Or we could, I think we just like Ruined Reckoner, re-equip the Great Hammers, and then just swing in. And if they don't have a Wild Feast, they're dead.
Oh yeah, that is 6. I'm actually so used to seeing 7 attack Overwhelm Rumble that I forget that there's an equipment tied into that combo.
Yeah. Just the way Rumble has been played lately, it has been a bit too strong. But he is doing his job against control decks, right? That spell sheet. You see how much mana it got out of Jazino. Let's see if there is a Val Feast as an answer to this Ruined Reckoner. This would let us survive this turn. The open attack is still an issue, though, next turn.
Even a blocker, something like the Avarosan Sentry, really not that effective, right? It's still going to be 5 damage pushed through by the Ruined Reckoner, and Jersey's not doing anything just yet. Here comes the Midnight Raid. If you had Vile Feast, I mean, maybe you would have done it beforehand. Okay, we got something queued up. It is the Vile Feast, waiting until the last possible second to do it. Now, the question is, do you block as well? And I think the answer...
No. Yeah, I like
no.
this. Because now you can block the 3-3 and freeze 6-2. The problem is the perfect answer for the freeze is it had 2 perfect answers for freezes.
Oh, man. This just has to be it, right? You've got mana for both of them.
Is there anything? I mean, might as well play Rumble. Okay.
Yeah, I think the Rumble's fine. And yeah, that is just going to be the surrender. And we are going to a Game 3T after one of the longest Game 1s, I would say, throughout this entire tournament, clocking in at near 30 minutes. One of the quickest Game 2s.
Yeah, was that even a game? What did we just witness? But that is the matchup, right? Rumble versus Control. Rumble does his job. Does exactly what Rumble needs to do. But now we have another interesting matchup. Because as you mentioned, we are going to go to Game 3. And the last deck over here is going to be the Celestians going up against the FTR deck.
All right. I can dig it. You know, one of the things that I was thinking a lot about coming into this tournament is I think there's a few decks that kind of fit into the Vayne Rumble category in terms of like low agency decks that do well versus control, right? It's kind of like your Vayne Rumbles, in another universe, maybe your Lurks, but your like Ephemerals, things of that nature. Like they do pretty well into control. They will beat them more often than they won't, but the amount of control that you have over that is pretty minimal, and it makes it a rather unappealing option at this level of play.
Night flowers upon my blade.
Yeah. You know what? Interaction is overrated.
That's what I'm saying. I was preaching the Ephemerals, and nobody brought it. Not a single person.
You know what? We have to band together. I know a lot of casters that are not big fans of interactions, and we get burned every time, okay? Where is Skargrons for me? Where is Ephemerals for you? Where is Scouts for Gems? At this point, if that... You know what? Next Aegis season, us three, we are going to roll up. We're going to bring these 3 decks
all right.
to every lineup.
I can't tell if Gems is at home, like, cheering because, you know, we didn't forget him. We remember that he exists and that he loves Scouts. Or if he's like, did they just call Scouts low agency?
I think you would agree. I think you would agree.
Probably.
I think at this point, if you're playing Scouts, you really have to be someone who just absolutely loves the deck from the past, because there are like just so many better Demacia options currently. That said, we are currently looking at a mid-range deck that is not Demacia. It is what some would say Demacia, but a bit worse, because to be honest, Daybreak always felt a bit like Demacia. It was just like really solid units. And unfortunately, you could just never close up the game because unlike Demacia, you didn't quite have the challenger units, you didn't quite have the rallies. That said, now, with the combination of Nightfall, you do have the Winning Light. And that is such a huge game-winning card because it buffs the whole entire board, so Vengeance is not a good tool to move against it. But unfortunately, once you're playing up against Shadow Isles, there's also another card that is just really crushing you when you try to go for a huge Winding Light chain.
It is kind of interesting, like, how Demacia, like the entire Daybreak packages, and how it doesn't see that much play. Like, there's not much diversity within it. Even, I mean, I thought that Demacia Daybreak would be, you know, something that we see a little bit more of. And granted, there's some scattered playability throughout the 3 regions. There's a couple of, like, one of Aesol, Leona, Zoe, and Joyers running the Demacia package in each region. But I don't know. I thought it would be a little bit more popular, and I do think that the Leona buffs are quite substantial. And I was gonna say that, like, if she wasn't a champion, she'd probably be a one of in every single Targon deck at minimum. But then I started thinking you could probably say that about just about any champion, so it doesn't really hold weight.
I'm just looking at this right now, and I'm realizing that not only are we going to push an insane amount of damage next turn, potentially from GFA's side, but so far in the ramping department, we are not that much ahead. So we only currently have the faces, and we're not really where we want to be.
Is this it, T? Is this the Winding Light turn into a potential... Actually, let me look at Jersey No's list and see if they're even playing Ruination, because some players are on the fence about that one, but we're not going for the Winding Light just yet. It is just going to be a Sunhawk.
I think this is just about as good, if not better, because look at this. We already took one blocker away. We can take two more away at burst speed. It's not quite lethal. But
it's close. I mean, it's actually lethal with Doom Beast. Not going to have the mana to play... Oh, no, not going to have the mana to play that this turn. No Ruination, but... Oh, there is a Buried in Ice.
There's a Buried in Ice?
There's a Buried in Ice.
Ooh. Unfortunately, we can't see the hand. Buried in Ice no longer playable, obviously, here. But that is huge. If we survive this turn and can play a Buried in Ice, we could turn this whole matchup around.
Yeah, we got to see how it goes. I mean, if Ace does take the aggressive option and Jersey No has no answers here, they're going to fall down to 2. That's going to open up to a Doom Beast lethal a little bit later on. But that's so unreliable, right? Trying to kill someone, a Shadow Isle Freljord player, with exact lethal from burn damage, it doesn't happen that often. Instead, we're just going to throw out the Doom Beast straight away. And this does take us off of our sort of cheeky, no-blocker style gameplay here, but I think that's fine. I think, if anything, you'd actually almost like to get the Faces of the Old One out of play.
Oh yeah, for sure. Because they don't have any ramp besides that. It just really helps you delay that turn till you get the FTR. Oh my god. I haven't seen that card in quite a while, even though it was buffed. Yeah, Harsh wins.
Yeah.
He's taking care of a lot of damage that could have come in here.
Third Sun Guardian. I mean, it's a nice thought to get all of these out early and just kind of like have them grow exponentially and get really big and too big for your opponent to deal with. You're not getting them bigger than FTR can deal with.
Absolutely not. Even this Trundle can just pull the one. Even after it gets buffed, Trundle can just pull it and kill it. Fortunately survive as well. We'd really have to hope for a big Winding Light turn and see if that works out. Unfortunately, we can't quite combo Winding Light with the Moonlight Affliction. Just 1 mana off next turn.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about the Dusk Petal Dust is that there's no cost reduction associated to it in terms of, like, if you have 4 mana available, you know, you're never getting to the Moonlight Affliction again, right? It still costs 5 mana to do the entire play.
It's an interesting
It's actually
cost.
just a pass out of Ace. I think you're right, though. I think what this turn is going to come down to is Ace develops a little bit more after Jersey No, probably goes for an attack with the Trundle here to take out one of the Sun Guardians. And then we jam the Winding Light and say, do you have Buried in Ice?
Next turn is also FTR turn. Let's see if we... So, is there even a possibility to get lethal with the Winding Light? I think even without there being mass removal on the other side, it is cutting it really close.
Yeah, I don't know if the... Because it's what? It's just going to be like the Sunhawks over the 1 health blockers on the side of Jersey No, and that's really it, because you don't have the mana to get down enough units here. You're only going to be able to play 1 unit this turn, no matter how you slice it, unless you get something off the Ravoon, like another Sunhawk or a Shield Bearer or something along those lines.
I think Ruin is going to be much better than Sun Guardian at this point. Just can't really excuse not playing Ravoon here. Can also give you a win condition, right? Even if it doesn't give you a unit right here, could potentially just get you to invoke.
I mean, even like a Zenith Blade, would be pretty good. But I think your best case scenario is probably like Sunhawk, and then next turn you can kick things off with the Sunhawk, and then Dust Petal into the Winding Light, get a stunned unit, get another unit on board, give the Overwhelm to everything. And there really is no playing around Buried in Ice. You can't try to get fancy with it here. But instead you are going to get the one Daybreak card that does not and has never seen main deck play.
Yeah, unfortunately, this is not really what you want, right? You are pretty much good against any Withering Rails and Avalanches already next turn if you play the Winding Light. So just getting something that boosts up the health isn't really helping you. I don't think that heals your face, right? It just literally gives you units health for the turn.
I believe so. Let me check, because I knew its name. It's Solari Stellacorn. Give other allies +0/+2 this round. 4 mana 3/4. Yeah, not. I actually thought it was a 4/5. So not even doing that for us.
No.
Meanwhile, though, I do want to talk about Jersey No's removal options here. Actually, oh
Yeah.
shoot, we got the very nice straight away, and that is that's probably going to be the It That Stares follow-up, and that will probably be the game. Ace, I don't think Ace can really push any more damage to that. Of course, we do still have the Moonlight Affliction, so it is possible. Unless we die right here, which is not the case because it is Ace's attack turn.
Oh, this is such a tough
You only
game.
get one Daybreak. What do you want to use it on?
So, the best chance you have is get Invoke, right? And then get survive next turn with the Moonlight Affliction. And then maybe with a Great Beyond, win the game. That is the best chance you have.
Yeah, do you even survive next turn if you get hit with an It That Stares here?
I think so. You can develop 2 blockers. And then you have Moonlight Affliction.
I guess it depends on what you rip off of this Eclipse, if that is what you go for. Because, like, if you hit, like, Eclipse Dragon, then you're probably... Maybe you're slamming that down. The problem is that you can't Burst Pass here. This is actually a situation where a Burst Pass would be quite appealing if it was on the table, but... I think Ace is actually just fine to pass here, right?
I mean, yeah, you
Jersey knows the one that has to play the It That Stares, or Ace just gets their entire board back.
Let's say, have you ever passed against FTR going into 10 mana?
Look, that's what I've got the Moonlight Affliction for. I just want my board back.
You can still pass now. It's a cheeky pass. Maybe they accidentally, hit the pass button back. You never know.
Yeah, this is kind of why I liked the pass first. I mean, the information of having a Pale Cascade doesn't do much for you. And now that It That Stares has come down,
Yeah.
gonna have to develop your 2 blockers. Now, luckily, Jersey No doesn't have the board space to play an FTR.
Fantastic.
That's the real... Unless they want to lose one of their own champions, which... And it's probably the best case scenario you're ever going to get out of an FTR as the opponent, so probably going to be happy to see that. But instead, we're just going to take out the pillar and free up all the space in the world.
We're going to make
Which
it.
I do think this is correct. You can't really afford to have your one blocker dragged to the side with the pillar, otherwise you're just losing the game there. So good sequencing for Ace, but I still don't think it's going to be enough. We'll see. Jersey No actually just going for the open attack.
Oh, look. So we can actually get rid of the Trundle here. Oh, we don't. I guess we wanna block as much damage as possible here.
Yeah, this is... So my problem is that nothing gets us outside of Atrocity range, right? If you block the 8/8, then Trundle just goes back to 12 attack next turn, and that's enough for Atrocity to kill you. If you block the Trundle, you go down to 7, and then the 8/8 can Atrocity and kill you.
Ooh, yeah. What can you play around at this point?
Let me take a look at the options we've got here to draw off of this Pale... No, slow down. Don't play the Pale Cascades yet. I didn't check yet. Ace, don't do this.
Untusk. Hey, we can get Doom Beast, and then if they Atrocity in response to Doom Beast, we can Untusk.
We do play 3 Doom Beast. But we don't have a way to Nightfall Doom Beast.
Yes. No.
Well, actually, no, yeah. Our Winding Light will survive. We can Pale.
Again, this is a World Championship qualifier, so you're not going to see people conceding too early. Except, maybe Simon would have hit the button already. Simon's the one player I trust to do this.
Just concede, go about your day, or even better, you just concede, immediately hop in bed, and go to sleep until day 2. Although, actually, that's not even the case, because you have more matches to play after this if you are the loser. You're going to have to fall down to the loser's bracket and play a couple more games before you get into day 2.
Yeah. Unfortunately, by the way, Simon is not any more in contention for a spot. Lost to Thomas in the lower bracket.
Yeah, Simon and B-Ball both going for the quick 0-2.
Hey, I was about to like cheerlead for REO today. Did not quite work out.
Looks like we've got the Fury of the North onto the Trundle in order to guarantee the kill onto the Winding Light. The second Pale, not going to be enough to let this survive. And now, I mean, Atro is on the table for a lethal this turn as well.
Twilight Protector also not doing it. This is a good card, great card to get in the early game to snowball your early board, right? That you build with this deck. But unfortunately, in the late game, it is quite a dud.
If there's an Atro, Jersey knows actually safe to just fire it off here. At 3 mana, there's nothing Ace could have. So I'm going to take that as a read that there actually just is no Atrocity currently.
Don't think he needs it. Oh!
I mean, that's going to do it. That'll do it. I am happy to see She Who Wanders get into play again.
It is a really good card, right? It was like the best card back in beta. Everyone was like super afraid of it. Then they took away the option to, or the ability to take out champions. Now they gave it back.
Yeah, I mean, they also took away the regen at one point.
Oh yeah. This card got repower crept, and it still isn't quite enough.
We need a second blocker if we're going to survive here, and we find it off the Twilight Protector, which actually, I think we can even... I mean, you have to take out the Trundle still, so the 11 attack on the Diana really doesn't mean too much. The 3 would have done it.
Yeah, in which case, I would have actually liked to see... I mean, there's probably nothing you have to play around. On ladder, you should have just attacked in with Diana and then played the Pekka's Cat afterwards, just to make sure you don't run into Troll Chance or people running 3 mana freezes. Again, Jesino not getting the lethal this turn, but
yeah,
I don't see a way for Ace to come back into this one.
No, like you mentioned, this is a Demacia deck, right? Your comeback potential once you lose the board is very minimal, but unlike an actual Demacia deck, you don't have rallies available to you. But like a Demacia deck, you are just top decking your 1 and 2 drops at this stage of the game, which is exactly what you would expect. And Jersey really just has to sit around and find either FTR or Atrocity to end the game, or even a Tryndamere will do it.
All unbelievers will see the light.
You know what? They are taking their time though. GF Ace is like, hey, maybe my opponent disconnects, maybe to like...
Maybe Robomaster fell asleep. That is the player in the lower bracket waiting for either of these competitors to finish up. So, you know, maybe the longer you take, the more bored Robo gets and just does something else, then you can free win that match. It's like playing for the disconnect, right?
But the game is finally over, and unfortunately, GF Ace loses 2-1 here. It was super, super close up until tipping point, where we couldn't quite get Winding Lord early enough on the board, and then obviously the Buried in Ice does what Buried in Ice does best, just absolutely got rid of the board on the other side. Kind of a one-side ruination, obviously in combination with the It Stairs, a combo that, you know, you really like to see some cards getting back into the meta, some really, really big bangers. But I also like cards like this, like just really expensive combos, where we kind of developed into a meta, right, in the last few months, where Ionia was just absolutely dominating, and you just can't play big spell effect combination against Ionia. That just doesn't fly. But now that Ionia is dead, we can finally do it again.
And what's funny to me about the Buried in Ice It That Stairs combo is, like, that was the original reason that, like, Trundle Timelines was a real deck, right? That was, like, you slip that into that deck, and it's like, okay, that's cool. And then after, like, 4 months, we were like, hey, we can do this in any deck. We can put this in any Freljord deck, and it does the same thing it does in Timelines. And now, I wouldn't say it's an FTR staple, but you see it in a good number of them.
Yeah. Now, with that done, we might have a couple of bangers in the lower bracket for you. Because obviously this was the last game from round 4 of the upper bracket. Now in the lower bracket, Budget Tag is still fighting, OE is still fighting, and they might even be facing each other in the next round, which could be an absolute banger. So I think we're going to hop into a short break, and we'll figure out who we will going to be able to see looking at the bracket right now. And it looks like Budget Tech vs OE is going to be a match. So after the break, we are going to be back, and we are going to watch Budget Tech vs OE. I'm super excited to see this. Stay tuned.
I can command darkness. Only I.
We are cutting straight back into the action here as Byattack is taking out Aoi in the last round of the day. That's right, we actually took so long in the upper bracket that we skipped round 4 of the lower bracket, and we're into round 5, which is the last one for the day. Winner of this moves on to face one of the losers from the upper bracket tomorrow. Loser goes home with nothing, and Byattack really looking to return to the World Championship this year.
Yeah, one of the players I was really excited for last year, and still one of the players I'm really excited for this year. Again, I actually met Byattack in real life. Super solid dude, super chill person, and just a real asset to the community in general. I think not only as a fantastic player, but also as a really good streamer. But on the other side, I could say almost everything except meeting them in real life about Owie, right? Owie is just a solid dude, is a really fantastic streamer for the French community, and seasonal champion, one of EU's best, so really excited to see this.
Yeah, Owie, funny enough, me and Owie actually go way back. It was like when DOR was still popping off, and like me and Jay Doza were trying to make a name for ourselves, but we couldn't get on a finals broadcast because Casanova and Blevins were just absolutely crushing it. And PCS reached out to us like, hey, we're going to do a tournament series. Do you guys want to cast it? So I met with Owie and another person from PCS, and like, you know, we talked about doing this. So yeah, Owie was actually like one of the first people to put me on casting. So I'm always going to have love for him for that.
Yeah, Owie always...
And now you guys know who to blame, so.
Yeah. If Boulevard calls one of your games and just absolutely caster curses you, don't blame Boulevard, alright? In the end,
blame Owie.
Yeah, blame Owie. His fault. I mean, you're in the position to actually caster curse the man himself this time. But we are only having Baj's perspective right now because Owie has not yet added the spectator account. The spectator account has tried to add Owie, but you know what? I think there's a common problem here with most of the players, because a lot of them play a lot of community tournaments. Their friends lists are probably already full.
Yeah. You know, just so popular when you're a seasonal champion, you don't even look anymore. But Owie getting some good stuff done here, you know, has the Vygar down. I don't think, I didn't check to see if any of those catalyzers connected. I don't think either of them managed to.
Either. We can check in just a second after see.
It doesn't much matter though, as the Vygar is now set up for a flock.
Oh. It's 4 damage already.
Oh, I guess they both connected.
That's fine. As I always say, Gwen one of the best champions. You know, you're kind of happy to see a Gwen die, because that means the next Gwen has more attack.
Yeah, when you have 2 cards in hand and neither of them are Gwen, I'm sure you're real happy that your Gwen died. But one of them is a Fallen Reckoner here, so we're going to be able to take that blocker off the table. It's quite a bit of damage being represented. I think lethal, actually. Quite near.
For sure lethal. Has to be. Nope, it's not. I lied.
Yeah, I was like, I saw a Gwen die. I don't want to be the one that says, yeah, I'm sure that another one died when we can't even keep track of twisted catalyzers. And there's a third twisted catalyzer coming down, so not quite lethal like we mentioned. It is going to be 5 damage sticking through. Not enough for this Noxian Fervor to finish things off, and that is just a 1-of Fervor, and that is the only over-the-top damage, so no potential of a second top deck. It's going to have to be another good and honest attack with one of these units. Not a lot of life gain out of Nora Vygar, but if there is a Nixtali Sentinel coming down next turn, Byattack's going to be in a little bit of a weird position.
Alright, look. I have a question for you.
Yeah.
What do you need to get through? The Fervor or the Glimpse?
You probably have to Glimpse, right?
So you have to get the Glimpse through. I think so too. I just wanted to ask because this might...
the elements bind the living
this might...
and the dead.
This is actually a perfect top deck from Byattack. This is going to be able to, on the next turn, kick things off with the Risen Reckoner and make it so that the Ashtali Sentinel can't block.
Yeah, also this means that this turn, there is no life still because we have Fervor and Glimpse available. And I don't think there's a way we can take down both of these Reckoners.
Ooh, okay, so something I want to point out here. Very important that Byattack goes for the Glimpse and not the Noxian Fervor, because Owie does main deck 1 Stress Defense. And if you go for the Fervor, OE can actually stress defense your Reckoner to connect with the lifesteal on the Sentinel.
See, our conversation about what's more important to get through doesn't matter after all. It does matter. And, okay, clean sequencing from Bash, as we expected.
And I do want to point out, Bajatak, the only EMEA representative left in the tournament who was there at the top 16 last year. Ragnar Rosick did fall out here in the lower bracket just a round or two ago. So if we're going to talk about repeat contenders for the year, Bajatak is your only hope for EMEA.
Yeah, she who unfortunately fell to Pavlici in lower bracket round 2. Obviously, Alan did not qualify because Alan wasn't really playing LoR this year. Potentially a contender.
I'm sure he's going to crush it at New World Worlds, though. Is that the game he's playing?
No, Lost Ark. He was also playing
Lost Ark, okay.
Lost Ark. No, I actually at this time I saw a tweet about Alan playing Flesh and Blood, so we might see Alan with Flesh and Blood.
Okay, hold on. We got a second Ishtali Sentinel here. There is still the Fervor available, though. You know, we can actually push through this, but there is the potential not only for the main deck stress defense, but a Conchologist was played. That spell hasn't come out yet. It could be a stress defense as well. On 5 mana, you're not really looking at much else, although the box. The box also an option here.
If the box is an option.
Although Baya might just let this go, knock OE down to 3, and then try to use the Fervor to dodge the Sentinel next turn, but no. Baya wants to go to the World Championship now. He's going to queue it up. OE's got options here for answers. Oh! And it's nothing!
None of them are there!
Woo! Well, that's
how you do it.
I think we were both a little stunned there at the end. You know, 5 mana available for a control deck, a couple of options available, a Conchologist spell in hand, and just absolutely no attempt of, no signs of life out of OE. Bajatak moves up 1-0.
And that's crazy for the series. Again, these players have to win a couple more games than the rest. You know, Smooth, Gizinho, Aragorn, and Bawis, they only have to each win one more game to be qualified. These players have to win a couple more. So maybe Bash is like, hey, I wanna go in or out swinging. And goes in here, gets the lethal, and gets a bit of confidence for the next game, I believe.
Okay, we're going into game 2. OE actually going to swap over to the Heimerdinger Jace, while Bajatak going to the Conservatory. Means that it was the Pursuit of Perfection deck banned, as well as Ionia Seraphine. So both Seraphine decks off the table.
You'd love to see it. Unfortunately, we weren't quite able to highlight the decks because the players just jumped into game. But again, this is an open round tournament. We can't really set these up. The players just play when they want to play.
Nice to meet you. I'm Isla.
I would have liked to talk about this deck beforehand, because this is a deck that kind of fell out of favor, obviously, after the Ravenloom Conservatory nerf, and never really got back in. The buff obviously didn't really help the Ravenloom too much, but Bash was always a fan of this deck. So it makes a lot of sense that Bash would bring it to the tournament.
It's a little unfortunate for OE there. I think you would have loved to go wide on board, and instead you just get a 1 health unit that Bash can pick off immediately. But the one thing that stands out to me about this deck, T, is that even when it was at full power before the Ravenbloom Conservatory nerf, it really was, it was the #1 ladder deck for like a month, and its tournament performance was one of the worst that we've ever had for a #1 ladder deck. It was nowhere.
That's true. The thing is, Bash also, while playing a lot of community tournaments in the past,
always up for a round
hasn't quite played a lot of community tournaments around that time. So I would say, maybe Bash should know about this one. It's like, hey, it's a great deck, it's great for me on ladder, probably gonna bring it here as well. It is a great deck after all, especially in these slower matchups, because not only do you have the scaling of the Ravenloom Conservatory, but again, OE's deck is also built to go wide at some point, right, with all these turrets, and then you have 2 Riptide Rex, you have Red Card, you have Make It Rains, all buffed up by the T-Bulk to get rid of those.
That's sort of what makes this a defensible deck choice, right? Is that in these control matchups, control does not handle Riptide Rex particularly well.
Production surge
oh,
for
another
8.
production surge.
Look, we really need to get some tough turrets in here. Oh, you got one.
Oh man, another 6-1. Not ideal, but one thing I want to point out here, because this is going to be extremely important to the outcome of the match, is Biattack needs to think very carefully about when these conservatories are going to pop. He needs to have the first action after it happens, or he opens himself up to losing a Tibble to an Aloof Travelers, which OE does play 2 copies of.
Aloof Travelers. It's like one of those cards that obviously lost a bit of favor in the last metas, just because it was obviously replaced by the fan club president a lot in the decks that did play PNZ. But now that we are seeing more control-heavy PNZ decks again, it is just an effective removal card because it's proactive removal, which is something that is super strong in every game, and especially in LoR, just taking out units, you have to pay way less mana for proactive removal, and you can get rid of insane win conditions. But the way Bush has set this one up, the T-Bog can hit the turn before any Aloof Traveler can ever hit the board.
And I'm actually curious. Okay, I was gonna say I'm curious to see if Biattack is actually gonna throw down the Arachnoid Sentry and just push for lethal on the next turn with the Tibulk, because there is no Ruination in OE's list. But first action, you have to slam down the Tibulk. And I actually really think Aloof Travelers is like super well positioned into this meta, right? Feel the Rush is one of the more popular decks. Things like Red Gwen rely on the Harrowing to be able to finish off these control decks. And against Conservatory, if you can't hit the Tibulk, you're pretty likely to hit a Riptide Rex, right? Which is the only other card that you're really worried about unless they get on board super early and outpace you. But there's not a lot of decks that can find room for the Aloof Travelers, and I am a little surprised at how few of the Pursuit Seraphine decks are playing them, to be honest. But yeah, it's just one of those things that I was thinking about coming into this event where, like, it looks very well positioned, but it's not that popular.
Yeah, well, again, in this deck, it kind of works because you can kind of offset the tempo loss with the tempo gain you can get from getting all these turrets on board. Again, in the Seraphine decks, unfortunately, the 4-drop slot is kind of already taken by the fan club president. But this brings me to another point, and that is, you said, hey, you know, a deck that is well positioned and maybe Americas is ahead of the curve here. Timelines. And they can afford to play Aloof Travelers, and that might be a huge factor.
Looks like OE rearranging the blocks, not quite willing to give up the life of the Heimerdinger just yet, and hoping that it can survive at the 1 HP, which, given Biattack's current hand state, it can. But going down to 6 when your opponent has already resolved a Tibulk and has another one just a couple turns away off the Conservatory, it can be pretty scary, right? There's Blade's Edges, there's Twisted Fate Red card suddenly dealing 3 to the Nexus, there's Katarina creating Blade's Edges, there's a lot of spooky things happening here. Looks like he's got a spell on the stack, though, for 4 mana. It's not a Vengeance.
Yeah. It could be a Valve Feast if you play a couple of copy of these. It could be a Mystic Shot. It could take down 4-2 here. Now that we rearrange the blocks, it almost certainly has to be a Mystic Shot. Yeah.
Okay, I was about to say, OE, please do not time out in your elimination match from this year's World Championship qualifier, but manages to slip the Mystic Shot onto the stack at the last second, but still in an absolutely dire position, down to half of the total Nexus health. Tibulk still in play for Biattack, second one on the way, and a pretty decent top deck for Bia at this stage of the game.
Yeah, and to build upon the narrative of this game a little bit, we already mentioned that Bush really likes this deck, really likes the Conservatory deck, and hasn't really played a ton of community tournaments, certainly has played some, but not a ton in the recent few months. On the other hand, we have OE, who we always see in almost every community tournament, even in the Americas. OE is not above staying up until 4 AM to farm some America scrubs and getting into top cut in all the mastering tournaments. That said, OE also really likes this Heimerdinger Jace deck. Whenever I see OE play any of these community tournaments, you probably see Heimerdinger Jace. Even during those few months where Heimerdinger Jace was kind of down a bit because of all the Ionia decks, Heimerdinger Jace was still in OE's lineups.
Hey, show me that again.
Yeah, and I realized that I misspoke earlier. There's no Katarina in this list from Biattack. That is fully taken up by the Red Gwen, so it will be a Misfortune Annie Twisted Fate split here. That Misfortune looking kind of threatening at the moment.
Especially because you already slammed down a T-Bog, right? All of a sudden it's 2 damage you're dealing.
Yeah.
Oh my god, look at this top deck. Wait, this means we can open slam down another T-Bog if we want to, if we play the late stage now. Okay, we don't.
Oh, I was going to say, I mean, you could Blade's Edge the tough turret. It's dealing 2 damage currently, but not going to be the case. Instead, we're going to go for the stun. This gives OE the opportunity to play in Aloof Travelers, but honestly, I think Baya is going to be fine with that, right? That's 4 mana committed on your opponent's side. It means that there's no 6 mana spells coming down for the Jace to double up, and then you just get to follow up with a Misfortune and probably push through lethal.
Oh my god, Bash is looking to do it again. Even after this, still rounds to play for Bash, but is inching closer to qualifying again for the top.
Oh, and OE, you made it pretty far, but things aren't looking great for you here. Hextech Handler, probably not the play that you wanted to see. And we're not even going for the Tibble T, we're just going as wide as possible. We hit a 3-1 1-drop.
That is insane. Now with the Blade's Edge back up, let's see how many turrets we can get out of this.
The third production surge for 6 mana, you're guaranteed at least 2, probably going to find 3. And actually, the double up on it doesn't matter because you roll triple tough turrets.
That's so good though. That is so good. That is so good. The tough turrets are exactly what you need. Now you can actually trade.
You're going to be able to trade back a decent chunk of the board, but my concern is this Tibbol's going to come down. Blade's Edge is going to be 3 damage. I don't know how much life you're going to have left on the side of Baya. Or OE, rather. Going down to 5. Not quite lethal just yet, but unless OE opens with an Aloof Travelers, I mean, that Tibbolk is a certified threat of its own, and you still have this Zap Sprayfin that you have to deal with.
I'll be damned.
It's constant back and forth here, but again, this favors Bai right now just because we have the inevitability of multiple Tibbolks looming over this game. So ahead of next HP, there's no TM.
That's going to be lethal if Baya can play out their entire hand. It's going to be a 3 damage red card followed by a 3 damage Blade's Edge.
Oh, where is Aloof when you need it?
There is a little bit of counterplay here, right? OE can, if they have it, fire off a Piercing Darkness, but it's not... Nope, that's the wrong deck. Okay, yeah, so he does main deck Piercing Darkness. That'd be a 10 health swing onto the Tibble, but it's a Shock Blast!
And while that gets rid of Zap and the Tibble, we see it already. The Blade's Edge is committed, and the emote is fired off. And
I've never seen Tom Kench used as a GG emote before.
Yeah, it's a new one, definitely.
Yeah, and that is going to be the red card of Doom. OE, 1 card in hand, and no resources left by attack. Moving on to day 2 of the EMEA World Championship qualifiers. Hanging on, wants to be the first 2-time player to Legends of Runeterra World Championship.
Absolute insanity here. Such a close game, but Bush just clutching it out. And I'm really excited to see Bush tomorrow. Let's see if we have any more games in this round left. I believe there should still be a few games to be played, right?
Bound to be at least one. We had a couple of stragglers here. It looks like actually everybody is still playing, or at least hasn't recorded their matches yet. T, you've got the spec accounts. You can tell me who is in game. We've got a couple options here. We got Spikes versus Flaxu, Teddy versus Soul, and Baki versus LSR.
So, since Boki is, I think, streaming himself, I think we can leave that up to him. And I would concentrate maybe on Spikes versus Flaxo or Teddy versus Soul. We have seen Teddy and Soul today as well as Spikes, but we haven't seen Flaxo at all. So I'm inclined to actually hop in there.
Okay, yeah. Anything you need to do to run away from watching your last German hope get absolutely bopped by Soul. That's, you know, I understand. Yeah, we can run away to the UK versus France here.
Why did you have to put it like that? It's crazy. Like, Germany is so well set up with all these good players, but yeah, unfortunately, Teddy is the last one left. But we are in Spikes versus Flaxo. We haven't seen Flaxo all day, but like many, Flaxo also on the Vayne PNZ, going up against Spikes on the Seraphine Ezreal, but not with Noxus. No. This is Seraphine Ezreal Banjo City, and if you've ever seen one of these deck lists, it looks absolutely insane.
Yeah, it's kind of wild, and originally I was just going to call it, like, Seraphine Shellfolk on the deck list, but most of them aren't playing Shellfolk. Of all the Ezreal BC, there's about 3, maybe 4 in every region. Only, like, 2 of them total are Shellfolk. Oh, we get 2 hands again! Oh, we're getting treated today!
Let's go, yeah, both edit the spectator counts. We have the Seraphine and the Ezreal already in hand. Again, once those 2 hit the board together, there's nothing Flaxo can do. So, like many decks, there's one rule. Never let them be on the board together. Now, whether you do that by finishing the game before that's possible, or removing them with something like Fish Fight, that's up to you, but just don't let these two stick on the board at the same time.
No fixing that.
And I mean, all of the Seraphine decks that we've been seeing today look like Pursuit decks. There are, yeah, actually, there are 24 spells in Spikes' deck. All of them are one-ofs.
Yep. I've seen a couple of these lists, and especially the battle lists. They always look extremely crazy.
I lied. There are 3 Pokestick.
Best card in the game. Let's go.
But everything else is a one-of. We're getting deep in the tank here, too. We've got Drop the Bomb. We've got Get Excited's in here. Piltover, Peacemaker. Wallop making a return.
Deathray coming in here. Yeah, Deathray is also obviously a great card to like stack the Seraphine now that she needs to see a couple, or not to see, now that she needs a couple more spells because.
Oh, I wish she had to see.
Yeah. Then we could actually put her back to 6.
You could put her at. Maybe you couldn't put her at 5. I'm thinking about my words carefully here.
Yeah, see, she is a 1/4, right? Pretty healthy stat line health-wise, you know, but unfortunately we do have Quietist in the meta.
I'm not done.
Look, I've played a lot of Quietist into Seraphine. Surprisingly, does not work as often as you would think it does.
Yeah, all of a sudden they just.
But this is
buff it back up.
Oh yeah, this is gonna be a huge attack here out of Flaxu, getting the can't block down onto the bird for 5 attacks. It's a big scout. And Spikes with I would say a pretty ideal top deck of the back alley bar, right on time.
Ooh, I think you're full swing here.
I would scout attack personally. I don't really value the 2 damage versus getting a second combat phase.
The second combat phase obviously really strong. Now the wall-up comes in. That's a bit sad.
Yeah, it does mean Spikes is more or less done for the turn, though.
We get Pot of Pain, Fisher Whack. It's gotta be Fisher Whack.
I like Fisher Whack.
We got a Pot of Pain. We just want the health.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so one thing that we do have to mention is that especially the Bendel version, they don't really deal well with HP. Their removal is pretty bad. It's even worse than the Targon version, and the Targon version is already worse than the Shadow Isles version, so if you have like a really beefy unit, they probably are not going to be able to remove that.
Yeah, and there's not a lot of units in the deck, but, you know, this does still sort of play the Bandle City style of, like, yeah, let's get down some self-replacing, you know, dinky little chump blockers. It's triple Conchologist, triple Fan Club President, and then a singular Otterpuss round out the followers for this list. But maybe, you know, Flaxu just saying, hey, you know, I don't think you're going to have that many units. I can go for the health buff rather than getting the overwhelm. You're just not going to have that many units. And, you know, we talked a little bit earlier about the worst cards to come out of a back alley bar, talking about the lurker that we got off of it. Monastery of Harana.
Yeah.
It's not an awful choice, right? You actually can recycle the barkeep here.
You can in different matchups. You certainly can. In this matchup, not going to be able to.
Not so much.
I think this is over this turn. we just rally here, right?
What? Demacia winning on the opponent's turn? That's
no
not
way.
allowed.
I thought they nerfed rally.
Yeah, they took our Relentless Pursuit. They took our Golden Aegis, but you know what? Noxus Rally stayed at full form. Bilgewater Rally got to stay at full form. Now we have to do some, like, black market stuff like this where we just, we tumble a scout. It feels illegal.
Feels illegal. I mean, it's not the real thing. It kind of looks like it, though, right?
Yeah.
It's like getting some fake Nikes.
And I believe we are looking at... No, we're what, 1 shy of lethal this turn? We're only pushing 12? No, I lied. We can push 15. I forgot that everything has Challenger more or less. High Note might be able to change things around here, though, a little bit.
Yeah.
I think Spikes lives the turn, but then, of course, we just go into Flaxu's attack turn and try it all again.
Won't make a
See,
difference.
I learned from today. During the time where you were figuring out whether this was lethal or not, I was just quiet. I was like, I could try to participate.
I'll let Boulevard
here.
say it and be wrong.
Yeah,
I like to pull that trick on Dozo a lot, so I'll get that in later today. So for now, I have to be the one taking the initiative. I get to play backseat later.
And here we see, as you mentioned, the high note coming in, taking out
I
both
actually-
fellas.
Still heart.
I did not realize that High Note was active, and I think part of that is I'm not used to seeing High Note active and Seraphine not leveled.
Yeah, it's weird, right?
It's new. It's new. It didn't used to be like that.
I don't like it.
And now, I mean, 2 units now in the hand of Spike since they played a spell that only generates units, and that means that the Seraphine not getting much work done in terms of doubling things up, and Flaxo actually still going to say, hey, you need to block with the Seraphine if you don't want to die here. I still want to get that champion off the table, because the only way I possibly lose is off of some Seraphine Ezreal nonsense. So while it doesn't look like you have a particularly strong setup for it, I'm going to take it off the table anyway.
Sing with
Is there
me.
any way Spikes can get back into this? We already seen Spikes
Whoa, you sound
expend
great.
their only stun in the deck.
Sing with me.
So there's no longer a possibility. So now it comes down to whether this block is gonna be enough.
Whoa, you sound great.
Oh, we have some updates from higher up in the bracket if you'd like that.
Sure, let's go.
Baki has defeated LSR.
Let's go! Boki's still in it to win it. We'll face Ace tomorrow. GF
Yep, and that is
Ace.
GF Ace, not Ace Bombastico.
We have a bunch of aces.
Meanwhile, Baya slotting in against TOS.
like
Winner
other
of this will play up against Yukan Protein, and then winner of Soul and Teddy going to take on Karashi for those last 3 spots.
Oh, we see.
And here, we know we're in game number 2, but we don't know who won game number 1. I don't know if Flaxu taking the win here is going to be the end of the series, or if Spikes is going to have just a little bit more time. And right now, Flaxu kind of debating this scout attack, right? You know, the open looks like lethal against the Bandle City variant of this deck. And you don't really want to give your opponent more room to develop more units, but I mean, realistically, if you attack, take a blocker off the table, and your opponent plays another blocker, you're in the same position as the open attack. I like the scout attack. And in fact, it did level the Quinn when you go for the next attack, so...
Yeah, we can still go for it, right? We didn't expand our attack, we just played down this Joral, just threatening the full swing even more, which is really interesting, because all of a sudden, Spikes is stuck between a rock and a hard place. You need to play your spells right now, but what do you get of them? If you just get an additional blocker, you're in the same spot as before. We do get a...
Song Spinner, some Fumes. I mean, the Fumes is active, but it's not killing anything.
You know what? I think Flaxo is feeling really good about killing the Seraphine. Not the 3-1.
This would have been the level up on the Seraphine, and then some Fumes actually, you know, would have been able to, like, take out the Quinn. We would have certainly had a game on our hands, and that's not even counting, you know, all of the cards that we're about to get out of the Song Spinner. It's like Fish Fight versus Retreat. Fish Fight, there's no equipments in this deck, and I don't think a single combat at slow speed is really going to do much for you. You don't have a lot of stats to play with here. But you do have a 4-attack unit you could get down and Fish Fight the Jural, but you know, it's still not doing anything for you.
So we did not end up taking that.
Draw from the Pale, and what now? It's drop the bomb paired with some Fumes to take out the Jural? So that we can die to the Quinn?
Yeah, we are still very dead. And that doesn't even include the scout attack.
Yeah, I mean, Flaxu can even just play Valor here. Yeah, it looks like this is actually going to be some Fume drop the bomb onto the Quinn. But that is still just going to be lethal. Even the cards that were generated off of the Song Spinner not going to be playable, as Spike's going to up the cost of all of them by 2. It's going to set them to 1 thanks to the bar. That's how all the cost reductions and additions are going to play out here. But that is going to be Flaxu picking up the win here in game number 2. But again, we do not know if there is a game 3 in the future or if Spike's lost game number 1.
See, Flaxo, taking a bit of time, thinking everything through. Again, it's late in the day. They have already played quite a number of rounds, so just making sure, especially in the Worlds Qualifier, makes a lot of sense. Going to commit this attack, and that means the lethal will go through. Let's see. I'm also really on the edge here. I would like to see one more game from these two players, especially because Spike's lineup is a bit different from what we've seen today in general. It's way more control heavy, and this Seraphine Ezreal is a really interesting deck because when it pops off, obviously there's nothing you can do. There's no interaction, right? But I feel like it's quite a bit harder to set up than Ezreal Seraphine Noxus, which obviously got nerfed quite a bit, so it isn't really viable anymore. Let's see how game number 3 goes, because this was not Fluxo's second win.
And that's good, because this is going to be our last game of the day. Soul versus Teddy has concluded, and the winner is Teddy 314.
Yes! In it to win it. Let's go. We're still there.
You will be playing up against Karashi tomorrow.
No!
I believe that's a Germany versus Germany matchup.
Why? This is rigged. I swear this is rigged.
And that game is not for a world spot. You don't even have the safety of like, yeah, we're guaranteed getting a German in there. There's quite a few games to play tomorrow still.
Oh my god. Wait, this is so tragic. This is so
Can a
tragic.
spirit fight to the death? Thinking I'll learn soon.
So this is going to be our final game of day 1 of the EMEA Regional WCQ Qualifier. Spikes on the Bandle City Seraphine with both champions in hand. Flaxu on the red Gwen. I see red cards, I see Gwen. Everything is going according to plan for both players thus far.
You know what's really sad? Sorry, I don't want to like get away from this matchup, but I feel like I have to tell you this, and I feel like I have to tell the stream this. Karashi versus Teddy is not only 2 Germans, not only 2 seasonal champions playing against each other, but here comes the thing. It's 2 teammates from the German team that won LoR Masters of Europe going up against each other in an elimination match to see who of them can go further than the World's Qualifier.
So I think we know what match we're starting off with tomorrow, in case there was doubts in anyone's mind.
This is tragic, but we have to see it.
Which, actually, T, I do gotta ask, I don't think we can start with that. We have an upper bracket that's gonna qualify people for Worlds. I don't think the world gets to see Karashi versus Teddy.
True. Oh no. Okay, I'm gonna ask him to record this so we can like maybe pass over it later. That said, luckily we still have Smooth, a German, in the upper bracket, maybe qualifying tomorrow.
I didn't know Smooth was German.
We are everywhere. We are too many. Half of the
Am I
competitors.
German?
You never know. All of a sudden, you catch yourself saying hello. Guten
Oh
Tag.
no.
Wie geht's dir?
So back to the game at hand, though. Spikes actually has both champions in play. Usually, the game is over if both of these are leveled and down, but against an aggressive deck like Red Gwen, you've got to do what you got to do. And honestly, the generation from both these champions, the Mystic Shot from the Ezreal on attack, as well as the sort of random spell from the Seraphine on play, can do a lot to help you out. But now Flaxu not going to play any games, going to take out this Ezreal straight away with the Ravenous Flock, and that's actually going to power up the Sentinel as well. Spike's probably going to have to line up a removal spell in response to the Flock.
Yeah, so we're still in the back line for most of the last game of entirety, but
Actually, so here's the problem, right? Is you can't. You need to kill the Katarina.
yes.
I'm a little surprised to see Flaxu not do it pre-combat, letting the Ezreal get committed as a blocker here onto the 1/1.
Maybe you don't plan to flock him at all.
Oh, maybe the plan is you're gonna flock in response to whatever kills the Katarina, push a little bit more damage that way, and it is gonna work out.
Ezreal does not block here, just because everything here would kill the Ezreal. Flock could come down. Here's the question. Do you want to use Flock on Ezreal, or do you want to keep it for Seraphine? It appears that Fluxo sees the Ezreal as a threat, just because Ezreal can, generate removal. We talked about removal being really scarce in this version of Ezreal Seraphine. And just having like something on the board that can continuously get you more and more Mystic Shots. Obviously insane. Fluxo's hand. No value in there. But we can go wide this turn. We top deck Gwen.
I don't think it really matters. Hexbliterator is sort of the perfect answer for the Gwen, denying the Gwen in the death pool, denying the Hallowed, denying the attack from her. Like, it's really just the perfect answer here. And if Spikes wants to just open with a pass, which there are things that Spikes could play this turn. You don't necessarily have to pass, but I don't know. I'd have to sit and think about what I would do if I were in Spikes' position.
usually am never in that position because I don't play those decks. But you know
Not
what?
a dirty Seraphine enjoyer.
Yeah, no. I'm not a Sarah Queen enjoyer. We have a lot of those in EMEA as well. And this is just a perfect deck for Spikes. Spikes loves these kind of decks, right? Also, obviously, loves something like FTR. But everything you can take a slower approach with is usually what Spikes will go for. And we see just a Pokestick being committed here. We find one of the more interesting removal cards. And Flash Bombs are pretty interesting if your opponent just has a bunch of low health units. That said, they are really inconsistent, right? Just shuffling into the top 8. Remember when they shuffled into the top 10?
Yeah.
So bad.
There's a reason that we bumped up those numbers a little bit.
Yeah. Still, here, you could go for a high roll. You could also just...
I mean, if this were smooth Swallow-list instead of Spikes, you could actually just aim the Piltover Peacemaker at the Sentinel, and then it would hit the Sentinel and the Spider off the top card.
This is exactly what I was about to say, but yeah. I like that you...
We're on the same wavelength. Now that we've casted a couple rounds together, T, you and I are back in sync.
I like that you immediately went to smooth, though. You immediately connected it to a storyline. That was really good.
I've been convinced. I was here. Folks, I was here. I saw the pursuit of perfection to swing back the game.
Let's see if Spice can do the same here. Offers up the end of the round. Fluxo can take it or play down the Gwen. Currently, Gwen is not in danger of a Hex Obliterator, so if you would go for the open tech, you would actually, even if Gwen gets killed, get the 2 burn damage through. And that is why Gwen is so good. I just love this champion so much. It just has everything. And unfortunately, this is not quite Spider aggro, but in a lot of decks, Gwen is just consistent burn. If you get 2 attacks, it's already a decimate. If you just get 1 attack in, just 2 burn and forcing out removal from your opponent. Absolutely fantastic. We do set up the Piltover Peacemaker here.
Ooh, quiet is off the top. You were asking earlier about whether the Ezreal or the Seraphine was the more threatening champion, and it turns out we just get to deal with all of them anyway.
Did we somehow know
But,
that
I mean,
we would top deck a Mystic Shot? Or is Spikes just a clairvoyant?
just clairvoyant, probably, but... I mean, you could Mystic and Wallop.
Yeah.
Or you could Time Trick. Still leaves you Mystic Wallop if you really want it.
Hey, this is insane. We set up the Piltover Peacemaker, not on the 3-3, but on the 4-half Gwen that we could have potentially just Hex Obliterated, right? And then we top deck a Mystic Shot. I can actually take it down. That's pretty good.
The wild part is, it's interesting, right? Because high-level players especially always talk about playing to your outs. How do you do that in a deck that's pretty much all one-ups?
Yeah, exactly. And, whoa, we get the sub-ships as well? Hold on. We are down to 10 HP, so we don't really have healing in the deck, so it's still looking very dicey.
Yeah, I mean, ignoring that, it's wild in situations like this where it feels like Spikes is rather advantaged, right? Sure, they just lost the Seraphine, but this Song Spinner can really turn things around. You've got Hexobliterator for the first big threat that comes out of your opponent, and unlike pretty much any other Legends of Runeterra deck in history, this one's actually pretty front-loaded with, like, Last Breath effects. Even though they're not real Last Breaths, like the Hallowed units, they still want to go to the sort of mythical graveyard. They don't want to get obliterated. So we've got the perfect answer, but at any point, Flax, you can just top deck Harrowing.
And finally, will we be able to see Harrowing actually do something today? That would be fantastic. So far, hasn't really done a lot. Harrowing did get nerfed a bit. Is now at 10 mana, but I don't think the nerf impacted Red Gwen specifically at all, right? You usually don't play it before turn 7 because your death pool doesn't quite fill up as fast as something like Fearsome.
No, and I mean, we didn't see Fearsome today either. I feel like there's one other Harrowing deck, but I think I'm just thinking of Ephemerals, which again, nobody brought. I'm not mad about it or anything. Just, I was going through the champions that didn't appear at the World Championship, and I had to write down Zed and Hecarim. Which, for anyone curious, there are 99 champions in the game. 62 of them appeared at the World Championship, so about 2/3, a little under.
Well, let me guess, Vladimir is not one of them.
Vladimir did not appear. Actually, I think the most surprising one that didn't show up at all is Jax. Not a single Jax deck.
Not a single Jax Timelapse, Jax Vayne. That's crazy.
Some other ones that I thought were a little interesting. There's no Lux. There's no... Actually, I think there is a Jarvan. That might be a typo. I don't think there's any Nasus.
Wait. Oh. Yeah, Rico didn't make it to Worlds, huh? God damn.
No.
We gotta force Rico to work a bit harder next World so we can see something like Jax in there.
Could you imagine if Rico like made it to Worlds and did not bring a single Overwhelm deck? Would that not just be the craziest thing in the world?
He wouldn't do it. Not Rico. Rico isn't built like that. Trust me, there are other players who like would say that some decks are their favorites and they would not play them in Worlds. Rico would bring Overwhelm. 100%. Look at this though. Harrowing was actually top decked. Does not see play.
It's in a little bit of an awkward spot though. Flaxo actually needs spikes to clear out the board first. And these are some pitiful, rather, like, they're small units. And normally, spikes would love to just leave these around to deny the harrowing. But you're falling pretty low here. This is 7 damage currently being represented. You're probably going to have to, like, block with the Conchologist and then use a fast spell here. Maybe you queue up the Song Spinner and then kind of see where that takes you, because I really don't think you want to wall up this Spiderling. I think that there are higher priority targets for that. But I also don't think you want to take 5 damage. It's not the end of the world, though. You can go down to 5. And if the harrowing is the way that the game is going to end, I dare say your life total is rather irrelevant.
Probably. That said, there are currently no Reckoners in that harrowing, right? But there's Gwen in there. And that is, again, burn. So maybe you want to preserve a bit of health. Looking at the level up, both Seraphine and Ezreal really close to leveling up. We have the Ezreal in hand. So we can actually flip Ezreal this turn. If we top deck Seraphine next turn, I think we just straight win the game.
Yeah, I think that'd be game over, especially if you can hang on to the Song Spinner until that happens, which it looks like we actually are going to wall up and play for the Seraphine top deck. But even without Seraphine, well, I was going to say, you know, maybe Spikes has a little bit of time to get this Ezreal online, but I think with only 1 unit on board, Flaxu's going to be rather happy to fire off that harrowing.
I mean, we at least have 1 more turn. But yeah, once we, like, flip back over to Flaxo's attack token turn, that ring is for sure going to be played. I think you're correct. Except the Seraphine top deck. Anything that Spikes could do here. What is the combination of cards you need to get from Sputtering Song Spinner to get there?
I mean, probably draw spells, right? Like Pale Cascades, probably top of mind.
Yeah, something like
I don't even know, like, the wild part for me, T, I don't even know if this harrowing actually ends the game. As you mentioned, probably one of the weakest death pools that we've ever seen at this stage of the game. We know that there's a Gwen in there, and outside of that, that's like basically it, right?
Yeah.
There's a Katarina in there, which is kind of cool, but she's not leveled, so it's going to take a little bit of time.
That's it. Look at the cards that Flaxo just top decked. I think we mentioned this before. You specifically talked about just how dead Flock can be at the later stages in Red Gwen. And we see it here.
As much as the player base is going to hate to hear it, I think that is one of the big reasons Flock has never been nerfed, despite constantly being one of the strongest cards in the game, and certainly the strongest 1-mana removal spell.
Boulevard, I hate Flock.
Everybody hates Flock. Not me, baby. I'm a big Swain enjoyer.
Well, okay.
Not a big Swain pirate enjoyer, but
I'm gonna give you a pass, okay? As a big Swain enjoyer, you had a rough couple of years, so you can keep Flock.
I had to watch TF Swain go 0-7 at Worlds last year.
Oh god. Dude, that's a good thing about being a Skybones enjoyer. I did not have to have that happen.
Yeah, you didn't have to watch your baby get massacred.
No. Alright, so, Spikes, what do you want to do? You want to slam down the melee for 5? It's a bit expensive.
Yeah. I think you really want to be able to have Song Spinner and Hex Obliterator available for the following turn, but no, it is going to be the million.
Oh my god, no way! We actually find a goddamn answer for the harrowing. Are you kidding
I'm dead.
Are you kidding
I'm dead in the
me?
ground right now. We all knew that Fan Club President RNG was going to decide some pretty impactful games throughout the lifespan of Legends of Runeterra, but intimidating Roar in the final game of EMEA WCQ Day 1 to completely stonewall this attack from Flaxo. We were talking about gamblers earlier in the day, and I gotta ask, you know, what's more impressive? Was it the intimidating roar? Was it the pursuit of perfection? Now, Flaxu luckily does have a silver lining here. Actually, will be able to kill Ezreal because we have 2 flocks. I'm trying to figure out how the stress defense kind of plays into this. I believe it'll still be damaged.
Yes, it's still damaged.
Yeah, so the second flock actually gonna finally find some use here.
Oh.
But oh my goodness, so the Ezreal is dealt with. Millie on the board, 12 life for Flaxo, 8 for Spikes, and you know, maybe you throw out a high note here just to get a little bit more damage into your opponent as you get down into the later stages of this game.
No! That was wrong. Spikes just casually missing out on 3 free damage on the open attack. We could have killed the 1-1 Spiderling.
Yeah, I don't think Spikes realized that was real.
Oh no, that could be crucial. This could be game deciding.
If Spikes gets handed the victory off the back of an intimidating roar, only to lose it, to not realizing that the Spiderling was not ephemeral, lead and follow as well as careful preparations. These are this is a little bit of a tough choice here.
Oh,
Brothers Bond and Sunblessed Vigor. Oh, that was a snap take, and then Unto Dusk and line them up.
I think Spikes has to be kicking himself right now.
Probably, and he's running out of time too. I know it's a burst spell, but you know Spikes is negative 2.5 minutes in the tank to the 2 minutes of Flaxo. And honestly, T, with how much this game has come down, there's only 7.5 minutes left on the clock, and Flaxo, I don't think if he tried could lose the time race.
Yeah, and now we have Eternal Dancers and Katarina here being big threats. Again,
and there's no mana for the Hexbliterator, but I mean that buff gonna play in huge right now. Dealing 6 damage instead of 5 does mean that next turn it actually will be able to kill this Eternal Dancers.
Only after it summons something. That's the important part, right?
Yeah. There's a lot of questionable things that like abilities that go on the stack and then fizzle or don't fizzle once the champion does or doesn't die, but Eternal Dancers doesn't go on the stack, just immediately summons the unit.
You drop a Thermo Beam!
It off the Thermo Beam actually gonna deal with the Katarina.
Okay. And then we can block the unit, then we can block the Gwen that comes out of the...
Does Flaxo have lethal? How many hallowed deaths have there been? Certainly the harrowing pumped up the numbers rather significantly.
Yeah. Okay, it looks like Spikes goes in here. Once, obviously, these Eternal Dancers to trade, because once they do, you can take them down with the Thermal Beam. That would be perfect. Because then you only have to Hexobliterate the Katarina, and you don't have to deal with an extra unit summoned by the Eternal Dancers. It really comes down to the wire. What a final game we have here.
Oh, man. T, can you do me a favor? Can you hover Flaxu's deck? Tell me how many hallowed deaths there have been? Because the harrowing is really throwing off my math here. Yeah, 5 is going to be enough for a lethal open attack, potentially. Not quite going to be enough, though. I mean, I assume the Katarina comes down here. It probably dies to the Thermogenic Beam. Millie gets to block the Gwen. Hexbliterate the Eternal Dancers. And then we're back to... Oh, okay. Careful preparations first. I think I saw a Seraphine there.
I saw a Seraphine there. And we see her in hand.
Yeah, and I mean, Rummage gonna do a lot of work to refuel here. I thought it was gonna be down to a top deck war between the players where Spikes, had the Rummage to kind of toss away some bad cards, maybe get some new ones, but Seraphine completely changes the direction of that, and I believe this means it's gonna top deck a second Seraphine as well.
The Gwen, she's really scary, but obviously...
Oh, Glimpse Beyond? Does that do anything?
I don't believe so. There's like no burn we have in the deck, right?
No, and I mean...
Oh, Ruined Reckoner though! Oh! Wait!
Oh! T!
Wait!
T, there was no singular card, but a combination, perhaps, of a stun as well as a free attack, depending on what Spikes does this turn. Seraphine comes down. She's going to level what comes out of the Seraphine. What 2-mana spell do we get access to? We have to wait for the animation to finish to see, and it is going to be...
A stun?
Sleepy Trouble Bubble doesn't mean anything in the face of a free attack.
Oh my god, but you know what? We have High Note. Oh wait, we already used High Note.
Yeah, High Note was played on the Harrowing turn. And we're getting down... T, we're getting down. There's 4 minutes left on the clock here. Flaxo, there's only 2 mana left on your opponent's side. How do you want to play this turn? I don't imagine Spikes is just going to rip off the Rummage. No reason not to wait until the next turn. Flaxo, You got to go for it now. And I mean, that's just lethal, right?
It is. And no matter what you send in, again, can't be stunned. Ruined Reckoner will still be able to swing through because the high note was played. It won't double.
Flaxo, you're running out of time here, buddy. You have to play your cards, and I think Flaxo's going to go for it and perhaps just debating which one is the correct one to play first. But you need to play something, Flaxo. Please, get a card on the table. The Ruined Reckoner comes down. Priority back over to Spikes. And now the turn back to Flaxo. Please, you got to throw down this Arachnoid Sentry. You know that there is a second copy of Seraphine in your opponent's hand because of the careful preparation. How the card functions, it predicts something and puts a copy of it into your hand. Flaxo, you're really coming down to the wire here, buddy. Not a lot of time left on the clock, and the Arachnoid Sentry comes out, and that should be lethal. We'll see how it plays out. We're going to get the high note, actually. No, Spikes pulls it back, says this isn't doubled up anymore. Remembers that they played it on the Harrowing turn, and that is going to be lethal. As long as Flaxo plays this onto the Ruined Reckoner, the Arachnoid Sentry would still get blown out here.
Yeah, and you see Flaxo is just playing this as slow as possible, and that is because, again...
Pretty scary slow.
Yeah, pretty scary, but this is World's Qualifier. If you need to make sure, this is the time you need to make sure.
Yeah, just commit. Hit the commit, and that's going to be it. Flaxo is going to knock Spikes out of the World Championship Qualifier. This is going to be a 9-attack Ruined Reckoner coming in. Nothing Spikes can draw at this point. The Rummage going to come out, but there is nothing. You have no mana available. There is no back alley bar in play. There is a 0-mana card that was shuffled back into the deck, but I don't think it's relevant here, and it is not top decked, so this will just be the game T.
Oh my god! Off of a glimpse beyond, we find exactly what we need.
Oh, and Spikes is intimidating. Roar, unlike the Pursuit of Perfection from Smooth, just not enough to actually finish out the game. That was insane, T. And like we said, we couldn't think of a single top deck because it took more than one. It took 2 perfect top decks, and it was just enough to move Flaxo on to the second day of qualification.
I forgot about the intimidating Roar. The last few moments of that game was so crucial, was so insane that I completely forgot about that. But yeah, insane pulls from both sides. Really well played, really well sequenced here from both sides. And Flaxo is moving on. Can you imagine what tomorrow is going to be like?
Buddy, I have a whole nother qualifier I have to go do in like 2 hours.
That is insane. Okay, guys, if the Americas are anything like EMEA, you gotta tune into J Dozer, Boulevard, and I believe Monty later today. This is an insanity going on here. But what else do you expect from the competitive event of the year? This is what everyone in competitive LoR has been waiting for, and it delivers so far.
Oh, absolutely. And we've still got some of the high rollers left in the tournament. I mean, Smooth Swallow has still got a chance to continue that high roll on to the finals, but oh boy, has it been quite the day, Ice-T. I mean, I knew that with Seraphine running around, we were going to get some crazy RNG and things, but I couldn't have imagined what we actually got to see.
Yeah, super excited to see what tomorrow will bring. Again, the first games for tomorrow will be Aragon versus Bowies and Jazino versus Smooth Solis. These are the players still left in the upper bracket, so they need to win one more game and they will qualify to the World Championship. If they lose the one game though, they also move down to the lower bracket and they only have to win one more game again. So just one more game for each of these players to win and they will be through. In the lower bracket, we will have quite a number of games left. So all in all, there will be 4 rounds tomorrow in the lower bracket. And after that, we will not only see who the 2 people from the upper bracket are who qualify, but also the 3 people from the lower bracket. Now, with that said, that is all happening tomorrow. There's still more action ahead today. So where can we all catch the Americas action later, Boulevard?
We will be at twitch.tv/GiantSlayerTV. Wisdom has graciously allowed us to use their channel. It is not a Wisdom broadcast. It is just one where they allowed us to use their channel to get a wider audience. As I know, Giant Slayer TV was the home of Fight Night Legends a little bit earlier in the year. Much bigger following than any of our own channels. And honestly, we just want to get as many eyes on the World Championship as humanly possible.
That sounds perfect. And with that, I think we got to end the stream for today. Just prepare for tomorrow. You got to prepare for the Americas cast. So thank you for joining me today. And we will see each other tomorrow. I will certainly watch the Americas. Also, big shout out to Zero, obviously, for casting today. It was a lot of fun, and thank you all for watching. We'll see you tomorrow. All right, let's go. Oh my god.
Holy shit.
What a game.
That was something.
What was